Hey there, fam. Welcome. Sorry I'm late. I'm not sure where Scarlet is, but she has been having internet problems like a lot of people lately. So hopefully she's able to join soon. Um, so we're doing a dual purpose live tonight where we're gonna discuss the first two episodes of Netflix's show, The Residents, and it's I'm loving it so far. And just FYI, I have not watched anything beyond episodes one and two. So if any of you guys have, let's just only discuss episodes one and two. Oh, Scarlett is here.
Nice background.
Yeah, I pulled it together at the last minute. uh, I like the cartoon intro, like the
Yeah,
title sequence. It's
yeah, I
cool.
do too. I think they're really cool. I don't know if the book has that because I think it's based on a book.
Yeah. I don't know, but it's quirky and fun. I like it. So I went with that. Um, so so we're gonna discuss The Residents episodes one and two, and I don't know if anybody here in the chat has watched beyond that, but I know a lot of us have not, and we have not, so let's keep it spoiler free past episode two. We're just gonna discuss those two episodes, even though it's a bingeable show. And I think it's better this way because it's a murder mystery and it's more fun to consume slowly, I think, and try and figure it out, rather than just, binge the entire thing really fast. I just I don't get it. I don't get why people do that with a show like this, but
hmm
uh,
I
but
don't
it
know
is what
why
it is.
I don't know why the streaming service does it that way. I guess that would be my point.
Yeah, it's Netflix. It's their fault, for
It's
dropping
their
it like
fault.
that.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
It's
run
their
down and get
fault.
my notes. I have to run down and get my notes though. Hold on for a sec.
That's okay. I'll gotta say hi to people here. Um,
By the way, I'm a fox sparrow.
oh. That one of the birds referenced by Cordelia Kopp.
Yeah, I figured I'd do
Oh,
one for each episode we do. I'll do a different bird that's featured in those episodes.
nice.
It's a fun thing.
Yeah.
I'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, Cordelia Kopp is an avid birder, aka a bird watcher. She loves bird watching, even on the job. Um, I love that quirk about her. So anyway, we also this is still from Academy Friday. At so in about 2 hours we'll transition to From Academy. Um, we were gonna start this earlier, but I had some issues getting the screenshots I needed. So, um, but as soon as we get through about 2 hours, we're gonna switch to From Academy with Doc, and he's gonna join us, where we will discuss crows and ravens in relation to From, and any theories you may have about crows and ravens in From. Um, So we're gonna do that. We'll read anything anyone has posted in the From Academy channel for us to discuss. Like Robert Saunders posted his awesome theory on crows and ravens. So I'm gonna read that and we will discuss. So that'll be in 2 hours. But first we're going to dive into The Residents, which is a lot of fun. And this is a show that I wanted to cover weekly until I saw that it was a Netflix bingeable show, and I realized, well, I mean, we might as well just do two episodes at a time. Um, Instead of one at a time, because it's something a lot of people are gonna watch in its entirety quickly, and I get it. But we thought it would be fun to discuss it anyway. Um, Thank you so much, Dieter. Feel better. Dieter's not feeling well tonight, so hopefully he'll get some rest. And you know, please don't feel the need to hang around here and do anything. You need rest when you're sick. Hey Aimee, nice to see you. I had too much sugar from this Mountain Dew. It's okay if you're silly. Silly is all good. Silly is fun. Um, let's see. Uh, Let's see. Yeah, see you later, Dieter. Get some rest. Hey, Samuel, nice to see you. Hey, Tabitha, nice to see you. Phil Chill, welcome. Um, let's see. Oh, oh, your oldest child is having a birthday party tomorrow. Happy birthday to him. I believe you have two sons, right, if I'm not mistaken, from your Instagram. Two beautiful sons. So, yeah, hope he has a nice birthday. What else? Hey Ryan, nice to see you. I hope you enjoyed it. I had to leave. We had a watch party before we started this, but I had to leave to finish getting ready for this, so I couldn't be in the chat. But I hope you liked the show, Ryan. I already saw both episodes before, and I was in a watch party for it that we had last week. So I was like, okay, I gotta get ready for this. Hey, with Alice, nice to see you. Um, I mean, binging is there's nothing wrong with binging stuff, but there are certain shows that are just more fun to consume a little bit more slowly. Like normally when shows drop that are bingeable, I tend to watch one episode per day. Um, and and in this case, I'm doing it more slowly because we're covering two episodes at a time. So I decided I'm not going to do that. I'll just do two per week. But yeah, binging can be great. I mean, I but with detailed shows like From and Severance, binging is just you miss so much. Binging doesn't work very well. And this show is so detailed. I had to watch them multiple times just to pick up on everything I needed to pick up on. There was a lot of information thrown at us in these these first two episodes. Hey Panda Kalima. Hola. What else did I miss? Okay, so yes, two beautiful little boys. Turning 9 but feels more like 13. And you're welcome, Tabitha. I hope he has a lovely birthday. So, I'm gonna bring up my photos here. I didn't mean to take as many as I did, but we can blow through them pretty quickly. This isn't gonna be some marathon thing for the residents. We're just gonna go through and have a little fun with it. And then we'll transition to FROMacademy. So, bringing up my photos, and they did a beautiful job shooting this. The cinematography is just incredible. I've got to look up how the hell they did this because it looks like the White House,
Hmm.
exactly like the White House. But they couldn't have possibly filmed this in there. I don't know how that works when a show is set there. Um,
It's probably CGI'd in a way.
hmm, yeah, they
Like
must have.
they might
Oh,
have the furniture in there, like certain pieces of furniture, but then CGI the rest of it.
yeah, they must have. Like these shots that were flying around the
Yeah.
hallways
Uh
and
huh.
up the stairs, that was crazy. Um, I don't know how they did that, but it was a really cool effect. Um,
It's a
and
with
it's
Alice. I have to say something for with Alice. It is a fox sparrow.
oh yeah, Fox Sparrow.
It's something to get excited about.
Um, yeah, cool. It's really great drawing too. It's awesome. Wow. Um, Ryan, absolutely, yeah. I can you can chat with me. Absolutely. So just send me a DM on Discord after. Of course, you don't have to ask. Just DM me anytime. So, near the beginning of episode 1, it showed AB looking out in his office. He has some kind of a peephole. He can actually look out at this area of the White House where the guests were arriving. That was weird.
And he's like the
Um,
main usher, right? That's his position.
the chief usher.
Chief usher,
Hmm.
A.B. Winter with a Y.
Yeah, AB Winter is the murder victim,
I wonder if that peephole's
and
gonna come into play later.
yeah, it's an interesting feature, so maybe. We can see how stressed he was. He was having a rough night. It did not go well. Everything went wrong, and he was working in a White House that was a complete mess, as we learn later. Um, Kylie Minogue is there singing. Um, she's in her 50s now, I believe.
Yeah.
She's been around a while. She was there singing some of her hits. I liked her guest appearance, and it was fun. And this was
Yeah.
like the crazy cinematography flying through the hallways and up the stairs. And then it lands on Nan. Nan, the mother-in-law of the president, and played by the amazing Jane Curtin. I love her. She's so good. Doing this histrionic screaming, deliberately overacting over the body.
Sus.
Yes. Um, and yeah, so she's the mother-in-law of the president, and she's the one who finds the body. And that's how it begins. The Fall of the House of Usher is the title of the episode,
Mm-hmm.
and
Oh, it has Poe down there
that's
too. That's nice. Has a little Poe.
oh yeah, I didn't even notice that. That's Edgar Allan. It's like a little Edgar Allan Poe, and like drawing right there.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and there's Nan, and there's the peephole with the eyes. Um,
Yep.
yeah, the fall, huh?
Oh, I was just saying, yeah.
So yeah, it's called The Fall of the House of Usher, which is a Poe. Was it a story? I think it was a short story, right? Or I
With the
forget.
residents? Oh, you mean the Fall of the House of Usher? Yeah, it was a short story.
Yeah, I thought so. Um, and that's a play on, the chief first episode. At first it follows the new chief usher of the White House, and it was the chief usher who died, A.B. Winter. So that's why they picked that title as part of it. It ties in with that, and she is the new chief usher by default. She was the assistant to the chief usher or something, and her name is Ms. Haney. Um, so there's this so it's interspersed with these sequences in these two episodes of a Senate committee hearing, where you have various people from the White House testifying to the Senate committee, and the chairman is played by none other than Al Franken, who was actually a U.S. senator, and
Mm-hmm.
he's been a comedic actor for quite a while. I thought that was a funny choice.
And
I like
Eliza
that.
Coop, who's been in a ton of stuff like Future Man and Happy Endings and Scrubs. She's the one playing
Hmm.
Miss Bix.
Which which one is she?
Right there.
Her?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I like her. She's funny. I think she's very like it really reminds me of something right out of like the real Senate, the way that they snipe at each other, she and the
Mm-hmm.
chairman. It's very true to life, true to what we've seen in actual committee hearing meetings. Um, Ms. Haney was miserable on the night of the party because she was supposed to become chief usher, and she's been waiting years and years for this. She's, served under the chief usher, and now she just found out that he says he can't retire after all. This place is too much of a mess, and
Mm-hmm.
he's staying at least 2 more years. So she's sitting there drinking on the job, which Raleigh calls her out on. This guy is Raleigh, he's the maitre d', and she's sitting there drinking. So anyone who seems like seems like they would be a top suspect to me, I cross them
Mm-hmm.
off the list as not top suspects at all, because it would be too
Mm-hmm.
obvious.
Or somebody
I don't
saying,
think
like
it's
in this scene, saying, "Don't do something you're going to regret." I have in my notes.
right. He tells her,
Or the chef later on that says, "I'm going to kill you," over and over again.
yeah, like that's too obvious. There's no way it's gonna be them as the killer. So yeah, like anyone who you suspect immediately, like her, she has motive to kill him because she wanted that position for years and she was furious that she didn't get it. It's just too
So,
obvious. And yeah, he's a regret.
do you have
So,
a list
huh?
of the 157 suspects, and you've been crossing them off as we go?
You're not 157, but um I have notes on all the characters' names.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't really organized them into suspects. The way that I'm doing it is I'm kind of doing process of elimination. Anyone who seems like the most obvious, I don't think they're it. So I kind of eliminate them. Not completely. I mean, it's not saying that it can't be them. It can't be that it can't be her, but it would be so obvious. So I doubt it. So I use process of elimination. Um, and then um yeah, she this is where she finds out about the incident, as they call it. The incident being AV's death. Um, she's brought upstairs. You can see the president's um uh s- scruffy brother, played by what's his name?
Jason
Um,
Lee.
Jason Lee. Yeah, you briefly see him there, but we get a better view of him later. Um, she comes up and Harry Hollinger, the president's friend, and this guy, the Secret Service agent, his name is Colin. Um, they say, there's been an incident, and um, let's see, like they want her to, I forget, they want her to go tell Kylie Minogue that she can't stay up there. She was going to sleep in the Lincoln bedroom, and they say there's been an incident. Don't let anybody up on this floor, including her. She says no, and it's not my job. It's the chief usher's job. I'm not. I'm not it. I'm not going to be chief usher. And then they step aside and show her that the chief usher is dead. Um, just from that exchange alone, it seems like she's unlikely to be the killer because she was genuinely shocked and ranting about how she's not the chief usher. Go get AB to do this. Um, so I don't think it's her. It's never the first person you suspect, but they want us to suspect her though because they keep showing her wringing her hands
Mm-hmm.
over and over again. You see her wringing her hands. I mean, sometimes people in these murder mysteries, they do this sort of thing because they're afraid they're going to be suspected. They they know that they have some kind of motive
Mm-hmm.
that people would believe, but they're not actually guilty of anything. So they look sus because they're afraid that they're going to be under suspicion. And they get nervous. Um, and she looks genuinely shocked. And then she has a flashback to when she saw him earlier that night, and this is where, you know, she's like, you're gonna be off on an island relaxing
Mm-hmm.
soon, 2 weeks, and he tells her, no, I can't retire. I'm not retiring, not for 2 more years. Um, he looks extremely stressed and he says, I can't leave the house like this, not after tonight.
Mm-hmm.
That's all he says. He leaves the elevator and she starts screaming with rage. So yeah, um she has motive, but I don't think it's
Well,
her.
she's been the assistant for 11 years, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 11 years. It's a long time.
Oh,
Could be waiting.
Butler's sus. The butler is always sus.
Mm-hmm.
Always has
Yep.
glass.
That's
Always is sus.
mm-hmm.
Butler does it.
That's she's always carrying around a tray with a glass on it. And there was a glass like that found in the room with the body too. Um so that's Sheila, we find out later. Um and and then she tells Raleigh, who's the maitre d', you can't go, nobody can go up there. There's been an incident, and she won't tell him what it is. She goes up to the third floor and finds these guys arguing. It's Harry Hollinger, the president's friend, Colin Trask, who's a Secret Service agent who has a great affinity for Kylie Minogue, which I found really amusing.
Yeah. Who
Um,
doesn't?
right? Wally Glick, the director of the FBI, and Irv Samuelson, head of the National Park Police. And then this guy, Larry, chief of the Metropolitan DC Police, shows up. And this is his jurisdiction, but that group of guys, they were not happy that he was there. Like, it should be, FBI or CIA handling it, not, just the Metro Police. Um, Harry's particularly pissed about that. And Harry is another person who seems way too sus to be the real killer. Um, Harry just, I mean, he screams suspect, and I don't think it's going to be somebody that obvious. Harry, another thing that makes him sus, I mean, well, Harry, for one thing, he constantly is saying in the first episode, it's a suicide. It's clearly a suicide. He's so eager for it to be ruled a suicide, and he is not happy at all that Cordelia Cupp has been called in as a consulting detective. She's known as the best detective in the world. He is not happy that she's been called in. Again, makes him look sus, but it's too obvious. And she is out there bird watching before she even comes in. Maybe it helps her concentrate. I don't know. But she's bird watches on the job. I like that quirk about her. She is an avid birder. She carries around a list of birds, crosses them off. She sees them. This is President Roosevelt's list of birds. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I guess I don't know. Maybe he was a bird watcher. I don't,
Yeah.
I'm assuming.
Wants to walk in his footsteps.
Yeah.
So
Um.
what's down there? What is it?
Yeah. What is this? What is this
What is
thing?
that?
I don't know.
Yeah, I have that in my notes. I'm like, what is that? A piece of hair?
Yeah. She sees something on the floor. She's inspecting the crime scene, and there's something down there, and I can't tell what that is. Um. It looks too thick to be a piece of hair, unless this is a really
Cord?
close-up shot of it.
Like a piece of cord?
Hmm.
I don't
I
even
have
know.
no idea. I don't know.
I put in my notes though.
And there's a blood stain on the pool table. This is the game room where this took place. There's a glass on the windowsill. I think that's probably what killed him. She thinks that he was poisoned, as she
Mm-hmm.
later says. Um, I don't know what this is. Do you know what this is?
Oh, it's a pool cue chalk thing. It's a I can't even say pool cue chalk. You play
Okay.
pool? You play pool?
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
have you played pool?
Um, Maybe once.
So
Like
you have like a
just
pool
once.
stick.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine pool stick, and then it's got a tip on the end, and you take that chalk where it's kind of indented in the front in a circle, and you chalk the end of your pool cue, so it can give you a little bit of a more smoother hit.
Okay.
Not out of
Huh.
place in a pool, a pool game room area,
Right.
but on the floor.
So, mm-hmm. So it's like there was maybe it's a sign that there was a struggle. So she takes note of that. And yeah, I love how she says, wow, that's a lot of dudes. Like when she sees all the guys, there are a lot of dudes. Um, and so she looks at a door in the room. She notices the door, and Colin says it's locked from the other side. The door that's like there's a door off to the side of the room, and it's locked from the other side. The windows in the room are sealed, and Harry says he believes it's suicide, and she asks if anyone's moved anything in the room, and Colin, the Secret Service agent, says not since I arrived. So that's the end of that. Then she questions Nan, the president's mother-in-law, and she's hilarious. Um, she's her alibi is she was watching a movie and didn't go to the party because she can't stand her son's husband, the president of the United States, President Morgan. She she insists that she was watching something that was not porn. Or okay, I can't say that on a live. Maybe what am I supposed to say? Other
Adult
than that,
film. Adult film.
adult film. Yeah, she insists that she was not watching an adult film, which is hilarious. She just brings it up out of nowhere, and she says she heard a sound like something falling, heard a door close at exactly 9:57 p.m. Because she's got a big clock, so she knows the time.
Are you gonna
Um,
are you gonna make a timeline for this?
I mean, I don't know. We could.
I have a bunch of different times for different things written down.
Yeah.
I haven't put them into a timeline yet, but I could later on.
That's a good idea. We should try to like. I didn't get a chance to do this, but we should like piece together what everybody says into a timeline of events.
Mm-hmm.
Um, although some people are lying, clearly,
Mm-hmm.
but
Well, you could almost
she,
trace where AB went depending on who said what time and what room.
right,
If you like made a little
right,
sketch of the White House, you could tell what floor he was on or whatever, depending on the time, if people are telling the truth.
right. Um, we get more information on that in the second episode. Um, where he was at different points and who saw him. Um, so she says that the TV was really loud. She didn't see or hear anyone else. And launches into a funny story about how she's not normally a screamer, but she found her husband dead a few years before, and he was dead for like a real long time before she realized that he wasn't just asleep, he was actually dead. Like she
Like
like
she was sleeping in bed with him and tried to get a little something something, but he wasn't responsive. Then she got up and she ate breakfast or something, asked him if he wanted to eat anything. He wasn't responsive. It wasn't until she came home that night.
yeah. Then she realized he was dead.
Yeah. So she's
She's
reliable, what you could call a reliable witness.
mm, very reliable, very reliable witness. Yeah. Then Ms. Haney shows her around the third floor, which is where this happened, and um, it's full of bedrooms and offices and a few other rooms. And Trip Morgan, the president's brother, has a room. Harry here is reluctant to admit he has a room up there, but he admits he does. Um,
You could do that, do like a little layout of all the place too, at least that floor.
right.
Like a
Like I made a
sitting
list of
room, music room, mini kitchen, game room, bedrooms of the officer and the chef. The chef bedrooms are there apparently.
yes. Yep. Uh, they have offices for the executive chef, executive pastry chef, and 3 other bedrooms, and so it's a lot of stuff. And that's the
The Australians.
what?
I said the Australians.
Mm-hmm. This is the state dinner. So this is the night of a state dinner, um, in the East Room, which is the biggest room on I think it's the first floor of the White House, or something.
I think so.
Um,
Because there's like a ground floor and then a first floor, or is there a basement, ground floor, first floor? I wasn't really completely. I can't remember.
mm, and yeah, it's the Australians and the president, um, and Colin, who loves his Kylie Minogue, is smiling because he loves Kylie Minogue. And the group claims that nobody moved anything in the room. And Trip Morgan has a bedroom there. He's the president's brother. He came out when um, Nan was screaming and said he went back to bed and has been asleep since 9:30 and didn't see anything. But we don't meet him until later. Harry explains that that basically um, this is a big deal because if they had to convince the Australians to come. The Australians can't stand them, and you know how bad you have to be screwed up for the Australians not to like you. Is basically what he said.
That's a great joke.
The country's a mess in the show at the point. Yeah. Uh, so they can't screw up the state dinner by letting people know what happened, and Harry is vehement about that. Um, very angry, very annoyed by her getting involved and wanting to make a big thing out of it, insisting that it was just a suicide. Um, now he's like, if word gets out in the middle of the dinner, they're fucked, and if they try to cover it up, they're fucked. So they need to just make a determination about what happened and manage the rollout of that information so they're less fucked as a nation. So he just wants it to be declared a suicide and move on, basically. Um, Again, that makes him look really sus, his whole attitude.
Mhm.
That's why I think it's probably not him, because it's too obvious. Then they bring in Edwin Park from the FBI, and her reaction was like, "Oh, another dude. How many dudes do you need? Yet another one." And he follows her around for the duration of the investigation. Um, so she investigates the crime scene, and she looks at his wrists, and both of his wrists are slit, and he's got a contusion on his head. Um, and she points all of this out. She explains that there are no hesitation marks on his wrists. Normally, if someone slits their own wrists, there are hesitation marks. People don't normally slit them both, and his are both slit. There's not enough blood around the wrists. There's a contusion on his head, and from the inflammation and ulceration in his mouth, he appears to have been poisoned. There are also cuts on his face, and the angle of the cuts on his wrists don't appear self-inflicted. He's not wearing his own shirt, and it's not his own blood on the shirt. So she figures all of that out within a couple of minutes. It's just pretty impressive. While they all just
And
watch,
plus,
and
she's also like, "Where's the murder weapon? There's no knife or anything around. I mean, the weapon he would use on his wrist. There's nothing around."
yeah, there's no knife.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
There's a note.
knife. If you, mm-hmm. And there's a suicide note. Um, it says, "I am sorry. I should have done more. Should have done it sooner. I should have taken care of the people that love and what does it say? That love and something. something to protect them. I failed, which is why I have now decided to do this. I am sorry that um it 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 it's come to this, I think, or
Hmm.
I think that's what it says. Um yeah. So,
But it's vague
yes.
enough not to be a suicide note.
Right. Yes, it's vague enough that he could have written this with his own it looks like his handwriting, but it's vague. It may not be a suicide note. It could be him resigning.
Hmm.
So, and when she finds the note, they're all a little too happy about it. Harry's like, "Yes." You know, and they start strategizing. They just want this to be dealt with and not fuck up their dinner, their state dinner. Um, which is very typical of people in political circles. I don't think it means any of them is the killer. It, this is like a typical political thing, if you ask me. They just care about how this dinner goes, and they want this to be dealt with as soon as possible. And then she notes that there's no knife. She interrupts their celebration to say, "No, there's no knife." So yeah, if he slit his wrists, then where's the knife? This is a cool shot. The White House, like showing all the rooms inside of it. It's gigantic. Um, yeah, and it has so it has all these different floors and many rooms, many suspects. Um, and it just goes through several of the different rooms. And the East room is the biggest room. That's where the party or the dinner is going on. And so they give her a tour. Um, she looks around, and and you see more hand wringing. Ms. Haney is constantly wringing her hands. I think it's just too obvious for it to be her, though. I really do. I don't think it's her. Um, Somebody walks by with a knife on a platter. Like, there's that.
Hmm.
And Lily, um, so I, well, let me go back a second. Cordelia Cup, she notices that Ms. Haney's wringing her hands, and Ms. Haney just says, "Sorry, I just saw my boss dead upstairs,"
Hmm.
which I think makes perfect sense to me. So I'm not really suspecting her. Lily is the White House social secretary. She coordinates all the social activity, like the state dinner. She asked Ms. Haney where AB is that night, and she didn't know that he apparently didn't know that he was dead from what it looks like.
Yeah, the florist is angry.
And
she's she
oh, did
said
I go by that already?
yeah, she said she's been like as a social person, she's been everywhere. But this guy, the florist, is angry and she's talking to him. But we don't know
Yep.
why because you can't really hear what they're saying.
Yeah, we don't find out till later what happened with the florist. Um, the florist is not happy, and the whole place was a mess, really. So they question her first, but they don't tell her about the death at first. So they just ask her, um, like, how many guests there are, and you know, and she's wondering where AB is. She's asking, and she tells in Congress when she's questioned about it, she says, yeah, she found these questions odd, but she was just so concerned about finding AB that she didn't think anything of it. But when Cordelia turns around, she does this weird side eye. Everyone looks super sus. Let's be real. Like, everyone. Like, it's a murder mystery, so of course
Yeah.
everyone kind of looks sus. Like her making a face like that. And then, so from there,
I was looking at all the people that were looking. I was taking notes of people that were looking up or looking sideways at them. Like
yeah,
these sus.
yeah, yeah, like, yeah, these people are all kind of looking. There's an empty chair
Hmm.
right there. Um, I I forget who was sitting there. Someone had gotten up and left. Uh, it might have been Harry's chair,
Hmm.
actually.
Yeah, I think so.
We later find out Harry left in the middle of the concert. Um, broken glass, that's a theme. Broken glass everywhere. Let's see, moving on. They take her down to one of the basement levels, and everyone looks kind of sus who they walk by. You know, we meet these people later and find out their
Carpenter.
names.
Yeah.
Yep, that's
Yeah, I was surprised how
this
many
guy's from.
things exist in the White House. They got like a lot of stuff in the White House.
Yeah, they do. It's a lot.
Let's say there
Um,
was like 96 employees just that night. It's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah. The upper basement has a carpenter shop, a paint shop, a chocolate shop, whatever
Hmm.
that is, a bowling
Mm.
alley,
Yeah.
additional storage, more freezer, dentist office, a flower shop, just on one floor, the upper basement. Um, mm,
It
there's
says butler.
there's Sheila.
It just
Sheila
says
with the
she has the
glass.
glasses.
Yeah,
And didn't she bring, Nan said that she ordered a vodka, and I didn't know this butler brought her the vodka or not.
she might have. Yeah, she's always walking around with a glass. Um, there's that. There's the florist angrily taking flowers and shoving them in a bin, so it's throwing them away. We find out later why. Um, he didn't know that the First Lady of Australia was allergic to a certain type of flower, and it was in every arrangement, and he was not told. He's shoving them in a garbage or something. He looks upset. The whole place was a shit show. The maid, this
Super
housekeeper,
sus maid.
she looks super sus all the time for some reason. She just has this weird look on her face all the time. So everyone is sus at the moment.
She also
Um,
like kind of pulls the
and
door. She looks sus and she pulls the door in front of herself.
yeah, and then she stands there like that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tend to think that it's going to be somebody who doesn't look sus in the end. It's going to be someone unexpected, more likely. Um, so Ms. Haney explains that so many people have access to the third floor where the murder happened. Many, many people. But she doesn't mention herself, and then she reluctantly admits, yeah, she has access to it too, of course. And again, she keeps wringing her hands. Then they go to, oh, they point out that the library is AB's favorite room. He would go there first thing every day, and like that would be his last place he would visit at night. Um, they point that out. Then they go to the kitchen.
Is that where
Um,
she looks at a shelf in the library, but I couldn't really figure out what was on the shelf?
yeah, no, that was AB's office
Oh,
later.
okay. Because there's a stack of books, but I wasn't able to really look at it for a while.
Yeah, I couldn't tell. Like
That
it looked like
chef.
there may have been that was the pastry chef. So I'm missing something here in my notes. Wait a minute.
When I first saw that pastry chef, I thought he was dead.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So Ms. Haney says that there are no security cameras in the residence. That's an important thing to know. No security cameras on the residence level. Just that's not helpful. Um, and yeah, this pastry chef is sitting on the floor. Really weird. His name is Didier, Didier or something, Didier.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, he's just sitting there looking miserable, and Cordelia looks at the wall, and all the knives are there. None of them are missing. So he looks sus too. Everybody looks sus. And he just sits there looking at her, not saying anything. Um, and Park Park here wonders if the suicide note was in AB's handwriting, and um said maybe he slit his wrists in another room and then went to the game room, and that's why there was no knife. She's like, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Um, and again, she's clutching her hands. Now, this is where they go into AB's office, and she doesn't want to go in with them. She stays outside in the hallway, wringing her hands. They go in, and now this is super sus. Again, this makes me think it's not him. Harry's in there rummaging through AB's stuff. Um, he's in there saying that he's looking for political documents, sensitive political documents, even though ushers don't have those. AB was a chief usher. He wouldn't have a sensitive political document. And so Cordelia says, "This is a crime scene. Get out of here." And reluctantly, he does leave, but yeah, that makes him look sus. But again, I just think it's just too obvious. Um, they compare the handwriting. It does look like his handwriting. They compare something that AB wrote to the note.
Can you read that at all?
Um, it says 10:15 a.m. POTUS and First Gardener come to diplomatic rec room, I think. Then 10:30, um, something. I can't read the next lines. It's very difficult to read his handwriting. Change the times and confirm with something, something. Yeah, hard to read, but it does look like his handwriting on both. But like you said, that suicide note is vague. Um, I'm sorry, I should have done more. I should have done it
Mm-hmm.
sooner. I should have taken care of the people that love and loved and trusted me to protect them. Um, that it, so which is why I have now decided to do this. I am sorry that it has come to this. So yeah, it doesn't mean this is a suicide note.
Mm-hmm.
That could have been him resigning and leaving. So yeah. Um, so they look around, and Cordelia asks if anything was moved or if anything looks missing.
Now these
And
books. This one.
Ms. Haney takes a long look at the bookshelf and says everything seems to be in order. But I wonder if there's something actually missing from here and she's not telling the truth because
Yeah.
she takes a long look at it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know about that. Because then she has a flashback to when she was in there with him and he was showing her this will be her office, and she had a little flashback to that. So I don't know if she was telling the truth that everything was in place. That shelf may have been tampered with. Cordelia then finds a bloody knife in the garbage under AB's desk. So, she says, yeah, she wants a forensics team called in and wants to talk to everyone who had access to the third floor and everyone who had contact with AB, which is almost everybody in the whole place. That's why there are so many suspects. Um, so that's going to be a tall order. Um, so let me see. Hold on, my computer is running a bit slow. What the heck? I'm trying to switch tabs and it's not even showing. Okay, here it is. I'm back. I was trying to come back so I could check in here with you guys. Sorry you're not feeling well, Aimee. Um, Aimee had said someone tried to cover it up with the cuts on his wrists. Usually when they do, they cut upwards. Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
And Cordelia was pointing out that there's hesitation marks sometimes too.
Right. And there were no hesitation marks in this case. With Alice, yeah. 23 years of AB's life and dedication means nothing to Hollinger. Yeah. Belchill, Hollinger, criminally stupid. Yeah, that's what I would call him. Yes. Criminally stupid and insensitive, but I don't think he's the killer. Belchill, at this point, it looks like AB Winter attacked someone, took their clothes, and offed himself. Um, Aimee, what if he's alive and they gave him a sedative to appear dead like Romeo and Juliet, like a poison? Hey, you never know. Um, big heck, them dang Australians. The Australians. I like the Australians. Um, in the show, yeah, they're funny. Uh, Miss J hasn't seen the show, might check it out one day. It's really great. I recommend it. Um, let's see. Sin E. Well, this would be cool. Sin E has seen the whole thing and says at the end, penultimate or last episode, they put everyone's shenanigans in sequence for us from AB's perspective. Well, I'll look forward to seeing that. I'd like to see that because right now it's hard to piece it all together because they're all over the place. Uh, hey there, AA. Nice to see you. And Nightman, LOL. Nice to see you. Oh, uh, let's see. Did I miss anything else that I should highlight here? Um, Aimee said the night this man died, something he saw or something happened, and I think that is linked to what happened and who killed him. Maybe he knew or found out some information that somebody poisoned him. Um, she had said that I think it's one of those men that I was watching her from the window. Could be. Um, yeah, that line about can't find your dick was hilarious. Yeah. Um, yeah, Harry said I wouldn't call the Metro Police if I couldn't find my dick or something like that. And
Yeah, to help him find his dick.
to help
By the
it,
way, the
yeah, to
show's
help my
really funny. I know we haven't highlighted a lot of one-liners, but a lot of it's pretty hilarious.
oh, the one-liners are great. The show is hilarious. Yeah.
The one
I
guy in
love
the
it.
military, and the other guy when they say the joke about the dick, he says, "You want me to help you find your dick?"
Yeah. It's great. Um, Amy said I think it's the president. Um, eh, the president probably didn't like him. I could say that. It could have been an ally of the president. I could see that. Yeah. Um, hello, very belated hello to Trace. Um, okay, so anyway, um, Larry, the Metro Chief of Police for the DC area, says this administration has been in free fall for 6 months. Um, and Cordelia explains like she understands that the Morgans, like the President Morgan, that administration is considered aloof and unpopular. So if this gets out, it'll be another scandal in the first year of an underperforming administration. US Australian relations are weirdly toxic right now, and any dead body is bad, but murder is worse. And so you can see how there would be a motive then for somebody to kill AB or cover it up, um, because of all of that stuff that Larry just explained. And so like a lot of people would have a motive, really. And she basically says she doesn't care about the optics of it all and demands to talk to everyone that she wants to talk to, or she's gonna just stand there at the door and greet every single person as they leave the White House and ask them what she wants to know. I love her attitude. Charge attitude is great. Um, now the this guy recommends that they pull people one by one to talk to her without letting the whole group know what's happened. Just start with the guests and then the staff, but then Lily shows up and points out that the guests have already found out. They're all like, in a ruckus. Somehow they found out that that somebody died, like, and they're all clamoring down there. So it's a possibly major diplomatic incident now. And Cordelia wants to. I like this shot here. Um, Cordelia wants to question everyone, saying there may be a murderer out there or in here, as she's talking to the president. And as she says, or in here, they all kind of have sus looks on their faces. It's such a classic trope of a murder mystery. Like, the murderer may be right here in this room right now. And everyone just kind of looks around and I love that trope. This show uses a lot of that. It's very much like an Agatha Christie mystery, which I love. Uh, and like, and then there were none, one of her classic mysteries like that. Then there's like the movie Knives Out, huge parallels to that too, because of the comedic element and just the concept of a quirky, really brilliant detective who's world renowned and solving an extremely enigmatic murder, you know, um, with many, many suspects. It's great. Um, and then you've got they're like sniping at each other in the Senate hearing. It's just so classic Congress. Um, Not much to say on that, really. It doesn't really have anything to do with the murder mystery. It's just amusing. It's very true to life.
Funny.
Um, it's very funny. She like this senator here, she accuses the Morgan administration of doing a cover up because President Morgan tried to shut down the questioning. And then the head of the Senate committee argues with her, says he did not shut it down. They're kind of yelling at each other. Um, President Morgan decides to make a speech in the east room of the White House, and then the Australians bust in, and Morgan admits that one of their staff died. So the Australians are pissed, like, what's going on here? And then
The one in the middle used to be on Charmed.
oh, really? Uncharmed?
You ever watch Charmed?
I haven't seen it myself. No.
No, he played like Phoebe's like love interest / demon.
Okay. um.
As it goes.
Right. Now look at this dude. on the left. This is Australian Foreign Minister Rylance, I think David Rylance. His shirt is too tight. He's kind of uncomfortable, and his shirt is really tight, and she's staring at him from across the room. And he's like,
Binoculars.
"What?" He looks up and he's like, "What is she doing?" And then he points, and it's Cordelia looking at his shirt through her bird watching binoculars. She's like, "Why are you wearing a dead man's shirt?" And that's how the episode ends, I believe, with that. She's like, "Why are you wearing a AB shirt?" He's wearing a dead man's shirt. And then Morgan says, "Okay, lock it down." So that finally convinces him to lock down the White House and do what she says. And yeah, another gorgeous overhead shot of the White House with the various rooms through the roof. It's so cool how they did that. Beautiful cinematography of the show. So that was the end of that.
Yeah, as the show
Great
goes
ending.
on, we should both make lists of suspects and compare them, like our top suspects.
Yes. Yes. I should have done that. I should have done it already, but I tend to, again, I tend to do process of elimination, but yeah, we should make
Mm-hmm.
lists of suspects too. Yeah. Um
Because
right now I'm not
I feel
sure.
like the sorry,
Mm-hmm. No, go ahead.
I feel like the first two episodes are kind of like a setup for the rest. You know,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's kind of like a little
I think
movie that
it's
sets it all up.
right. It's set up. I agree. I agree. Um I'll see you later, Ryan. Thanks for being here. Hopefully we'll see you a bit later. Um we are gonna be doing From Academy after we go through this second episode. So Doc will be joining us to discuss theories on crows and ravens in From. So we'll be doing that next. And
I thought my fox
um,
sparrow was on point, talking about birds,
yeah,
and also birds is dinosaurs, so Doc should be happy about that. Birds are dinosaurs.
yeah. So you should like that.
Mm-hmm.
Aimee had said, "Look how he's looking at him. Case closed." Who? Which one? Oh, who was looking at him? Um, I bet the guy that died got caught cheating. They emphasized on that peephole. Hmm. The peephole is interesting. How she is looking at him. Okay. Hmm.
Yeah, maybe he saw something through that peephole.
Maybe he did. Bill Chill, as top suspects as Hollinger, Haley, and Sheila.
Yeah,
Sheila is
Sheila.
that butler. Yeah. She's that butler who carries the glass around. Um, took me a while to I had to write notes on all the names because there are a lot of people. It's hard to remember all their
Yeah, I
names.
like the exposition they did with cards, and I wrote everybody down as they went, so I had a whole list of people.
Yeah, that helped a lot. In this
Yeah,
episode, that helped a lot. Each person.
and their occupations and where they were at specific times. So I can make a little chart. Maybe I'll make a chart later.
Yeah, that helps a lot in this episode. How they each, when they're doing the interviews of these people, they hold up cards with their name and occupation and where they were at different times, when they saw AB last, and that kind of thing. So that was helpful. That's a lot. It's a lot. They throw at you a lot at you fast. Yeah, yeah. If you guys have your own top suspects, let us know in the chat. Um, who you think are the top suspects at the moment based on these two episodes. A detective was giving that guy a look when talking to him about why he changed his outfit. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, Rylance. Yeah. So the next one is Dial M for Murder, which is the title of a famous Alfred Hitchcock movie. And that's, uh, there's a phone call that's made that they discuss in this episode that Aimee made a phone call before he died, so that's why they decided to use that reference. Um, and for this one, I guess for every episode they're going to have a different sketch.
Yeah, it's cool.
So the
The
this one
button.
has the button,
Oh,
and
the chef, my favorite.
it's got the executive chef and the Australian foreign minister of violence making out.
The
Um,
chef's like my
there's a
favorite character. I love her.
she's hilarious.
I wa-
Yeah, I
I
like
watch that.
her.
I would honestly watch that actress in anything, just from what she's shown me here.
She's great. She's great. I enjoyed her. Is this the kind of sparrow that you
That
drew
might
up
be a
here?
fox sparrow.
Yeah, I think it might be. Yeah, so oh, and of course sardines because she eats sardines in this episode, so there's a sardine. Um,
Yeah, and that one park
yeah,
guy moves away from her when she's opening them. There's like a dancing person, I guess. No, what is this down here? A lamp?
a lamp,
Phone?
and a bunch of scribbles because the White House calligrapher for some
Oh
reason
yeah,
couldn't write
he
that
has a
night.
bad night. Yeah,
Yeah, his scribbles were all just illegible nonsense. And there's a guy, I don't know which guy this is supposed to be, the president maybe, with his head popping
yeah,
up.
looks like that. And then
Looks like the
this button,
president.
the button on the shirt. I'm assuming.
Yeah, the button that makes her realize that he's wearing someone else's shirt. Now, this shot was amazing. It's a shot of it starts with
Mhm.
this, a shot of the White House, and then you zoom out and it's inside of it's like they did this with CGI, but it's
Yeah.
inside the eye of a bird.
Hmm.
How cool is that? I loved how they did that. What is that? A
Falcon.
uh falcon, that's it. It's a falcon. It was really cool, even though
Yeah,
I'm just
I
it's
like
not it's
the bird's eye view of everything, all the shenanigans going on.
yeah, we get the bird's eye view here
Because
of some
because
things that
Cordelia Cup often talks about bird metaphors and like how birds like tune out anything that isn't food, so they're very focused. So she was gonna go into places and look for suspects like a bird, like a bird would.
right, right,
And the
exactly.
bird
So that
opening this one.
so then we get a bird opening this one, um, kind of looking over, and so like it's you see somebody standing next to a tree. Um, there's I think the bird can at one point see yeah the chef and Australian Foreign Minister of Ireland's making out at a tree.
Hmm.
The bird sees that. The bird sees there's somebody now whoever this may be the killer. I don't know. There's somebody out there standing near a tree watching. And we're not it doesn't reveal who that is, I don't think, in this episode.
I don't think so either.
So there's that. That may be the killer. Um and then we come to this scene, which was fantastic.
I gotta look up this actress. I gotta see her and everything she's been
She's great. So, uh, what's this? So AB, this is a flashback, of course. AB was trying to give Rylance a tour of the kitchen, and she was not happy about this. She wanted them out of her kitchen, and she gets in an argument with AB over how the food, is going to, you know, like what kind of food she's serving or whatever. Like, she just wants them out of her face. And um, she's basically just flipping out and ordering them out of her kitchen.
Well, it's because they won't let her use flames.
Right. It's like they like no flames in the dining room. Um,
But what she's
they
making
can
is flaming wagyu, and she needs the flame. You know, kind of like the other chef is preparing bananas Foster. It's in the preparation by the table.
right. Yeah. So both the entree and the dessert require flames. Um,
Bronson
and
Pinchon.
he what?
Bronson Pinchon.
Y- Yeah. So AB is saying no flames in the dining room, and he tells the pastry chef they can't have flaming dessert at the table. The pastry chef is also upset. Um, AB says you can do the flames, but it can't be at the table, and but they say like "Oh, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be at the table. Um, and her name is Marvella. Is that it?
Marvella.
Marvella.
Mhm.
Marvella. Marvella is like ranting about how they just want her to serve some bland country club shit. And this is her
Yeah.
first state this is her first state dinner, and she's gonna serve her food her way. And if you get in my way again, I am going to kill you
Hmm.
in front of a room full of witnesses.
Why she's kind of flirting with this guy.
At the same time, she's giving that guy the eye, yeah. And she also throws a bunch of glass at the wall. Someone points out that there's glass on the floor, and she's like, "Here's more broken glass," and then throws
Hmm.
more glass at the
If
wall.
they keep on going on about broken glass, and she's like, "This is broken glass. I'll show you broken glass. There's some broken glass. Get out of my kitchen."
Yeah, yeah. There's more broken glass. Tosses it at the wall. Um, her faces are great. Her facial expressions are great. Um, yeah. Yeah. This is where she threatens to kill him in front of a room full of witnesses, and they're all standing there looking at her. Everyone kind of stops what they're doing. But yeah, I don't, again, she's too obvious. She threatened to kill him in front of a room full of witnesses. It's not her. Just, there's no way. It just doesn't make sense. Meanwhile, she still keeps kind of staring at Rylance, and he's staring at her in the middle of all of this. And
Oh, he
the
tries to hit
pastry,
him. He looks like he's going to hit him over the head with a bottle because he won't let him
right?
use flames for Bananas Foster because he's like, no
Yeah,
flames. He's no flames to the main chef. Then he turns to pastry chef and he says, no flames. And he almost hits him over the head with something.
yeah. He looks like he's about to, and that he doesn't. That he just kind of stops and walks away. So so the pastry chef looks sus as well. Again, I say that that makes him too obvious. So AB takes Rylance out of there while Rylance continues staring at her all the way out the door. And then now we have her questioning him about how he came to be wearing a dead man's shirt. He's very quick to point out that he has diplomatic immunity, um, which of course makes him look sus as well, but uh, too obvious. And yeah, he explains the whole story, how he hooked up with
Did they show a plate without
Marvella.
the entree in this scene? Because they have plates that don't have an entree in the middle because she can't make the entree.
Yeah, there's no entree.
And some people just have an empty plate.
Yeah, there's no entree. There's food, but there's no entree.
There's nothing in the
There's
middle of
just
those plates. There's just like sides.
there's just the sides, no entree. Yeah, nice. They could have just done the flames in the kitchen. I mean, like, it's
No, you
better
can
than not serving an entree
you
at all.
cannot. You gotta have standards.
It's better than serving them nothing. So he follows her into the kitchen, and they they wind up hooking up outside. Well, first, they're in the kitchen making out,
And all the
and in a
excitement
very
you could possibly think. They're like awkward, bumbling around. They're both kicking these pans for some reason.
it's extremely comical. Yeah.
Yes.
Look at that. Look at they're kicking the pots and pans and rolling around
Throwing things off tables.
animals in heat. Yeah, knocking stuff over. Um, and then they run outside and continue making out outside against the White House, against a tree, and yeah, and then they're just full on hooking up. But she's so enthusiastic, she accidentally gives him a bloody nose,
Yeah, she
and
comes up and knocks them really good.
that's how he gets blood all over his shirt. So I think it's a plausible story. It's weird and wacky, but it makes sense to me. Now we have to keep in mind that some of the flashbacks we see in this series are not accurate. They're lies. Some of them remember things wrong, and we see flashbacks that are not consistent with what actually happened. So just because we see a flashback doesn't mean we know this is how it happened. But I don't know. To me, this makes sense. It makes sense. It's weird. It's a bizarre explanation and bizarre situation, but I believe it. Anyone who looks super sus, I think, is less likely to be the real killer. So the guy wearing the dead guy's shirt, probably not the killer. Uh, Now someone's watching them. Someone's watching them. There's someone standing next to a tree. And I'm not sure who that is, but that could be the killer. Don't know. They felt like they were being watched. And then AB helps him out, and they trade shirts, and that is how he winds up wearing AB's shirt. But they're very different sizes. So
That's
he's
amazing that in the whole White House he just didn't have a white shirt that guy could borrow that would fit him.
Yeah, you would
With
think, right?
all the rooms and the stuff in there.
You would think
He
that
had to wear a
they could
bloody
have found
shirt.
a yeah, so he had to give him his own shirt. It's yeah, it is weird. They're very different sized men. So the shirt is very tight on Rylance, and that's how Cordelia was able to figure out that he was wearing the wrong shirt. Also, she pointed out that, right off the bat from the crime scene that AB that was not his own blood on AB's shirt, because the blood was underneath his vest and his jacket, which were all buttoned up. That didn't make sense. If he were killed and that were his blood, the blood would be on the outside of his clothes, not underneath a bunch of layers on his shirt inside. So she picks that out. She figures that out right off the bat. And then when she sees Rylance with the tight shirt, she puts it together that, okay, that must be, they must have traded shirts. Very clever. She figures that out, and she also points out the button. There's a button on the shirt AB has on that's distinctive to some kind of suit made in Australia. So
Because
she figures that out.
she was solving a murder case in Australia.
Right.
And she became familiar with the tailors there.
Right. So she notices that distinctive button that's common to this type of suit in Australia. So that's how she figured it out and pieced it together. And yeah, so basically AB, so Rylance explains AB gave him his shirt, then AB got a phone call. He said, "Give me 5 minutes." And then he came out and said, "I am going to be dead by the end of the night." Um,
Which could be
so
vague, and not necessarily means actual death. He could be dead tired.
right. Yeah. So it is vague, but yeah, that's right. It could be dead tired,
Mm-hmm.
but he's at the end of his rope. He's everything's going wrong. This administration has been in free fall, and he just says, "I am going to be dead by the end of the night." And so then he recounts this to everyone else, and Harry says like, I say that all the time," or something like that. Like that's not so unusual. Um, like, who doesn't say that? Yeah, you say you're going to be dead by the end of the night all the time. Really? Yeah. It, he's so eager to off as no big deal. This is not out of the ordinary. But I just look at him like a classic Politico. He's a friend of the president. He wants everything to go well, and he doesn't care about anything else. He's just your classic unethical Politico. And she asks around, like, has anyone else ever said that? Have you ever said, I'm going to be dead by the end of the night? Um, and then ultimately, um, the Prime Minister of Australia convinces Morgan to let her investigate. And how? Like, why does he do this? Because somehow, right? So, Cup threatens to tell the Cordelia Cup, that is. She threatens to tell the Australian delegation about Rylance and Marvella hooking up, unless he helps her. So Rylance convinces the Prime Minister of Australia to convince the President of the US to let her do her investigation. Um, Not an easy task, but somehow he does it. You know, never underestimate Cordelia Cup, apparently. She somehow does it. Rylance wants to cover up the fact that he hooked up with the executive chef. So he convinces the prime minister, who convinces the president of the US to let her do her investigation and hold everybody there all night, not let anyone leave. And then she decides to go out and spends a few minutes birding
Mm-hmm.
outside.
You gotta do it.
Yeah. Which Senator Bix finds hard to believe. Like, you mean to tell me she pulled off all of this and then managed to find a few minutes to go outside birding? And she just says, I love this woman. It's impressive. It really is. Um, now, now we get into the meaty part of the episode here. The different suspects that who she questions. Um, So you've got Eddie the carpenter. This one was hilarious because she didn't even have to do anything. She just sat there staring at him. And he initially says he doesn't know anything about AB. He starts to leave, and she just sits there silently. He comes back and he says, okay, uh, he's like, I saw AB when Bruce got called in, Bruce the engineer. He was looking for Bruce, and then he went by AB's office, heard him arguing with someone around 9 p.m., didn't know who he was arguing with or what it was about, but he knows it wasn't Bruce because he saw Bruce right after. You see a flashback to him back there, hearing the argument, and he says that's it, and then he starts to leave again. He sits there saying nothing. Um, and gets under his skin. He's very jittery and defensive. So he just keeps coming back and blurting out more information a second time. Um, he comes back again and he says, I have never heard Mr. Winter sound that agitated before, that angry. I've been here 17 years. He keeps it under control, kept it, but he was worked up. He started yelling, I am going to tell them everything. That's a key piece of information. So
Yeah, I really love
he
this bit.
he
I love this actor too. That this keeps on like saying he's gonna leave and then he keeps coming back with information.
right. Yeah, it was great. And so that's an important line. So so AB, according to him, AB was yelling, I am going to tell them everything.
Mhm.
Shit bothered me. So and he normally keeps his cool, according to this guy. He doesn't yell like that. So yeah, then he finally left, and she didn't even have to say a word. Just stared at him. That was one of my favorite scenes. Daryl, the operations supervisor, so he says he last saw AB around 6:30, 6:45 in the basement. Christie, head of housekeeping, saw him at 8 on the ground floor. Didier, the pastry chef, saw him at 8:45 in the old family dining room. Rachel, a media tycoon, says she doesn't remember who the guy is, who
She said
AB
she
is.
just saw him in the hallway. She's like, wasn't he just in the hallway? They're like, no.
She
He's
first she
dead.
doesn't know who he is, and then Cordelia shows her a picture of him, and she says, "Oh yeah, I just saw him in the grand foyer."
Yeah.
Cups Cordelia's like, "No, you didn't." So she may or may not have memory loss, unless she's faking it.
Yeah.
But she would seem to have memory loss, dementia.
Hmm.
Um,
It's so
Sheila,
stubborn.
I love this Sheila, this character. She's hilarious. Sheila, the butler. Yeah, she saw him around 9 in the grand foyer, coming out of the East Room. Raleigh, the maitre d', says he saw him
Yeah,
with
but
Harry.
doesn't like Sheila always make references to Hugh Jackman, like just following Hugh Jackman around?
Yeah, she's like obsessed with Hugh Jackman. Yeah, she loves her Hugh Jackman. Uh, Raleigh last saw AB with Harry. Harry, I love this. He drew a middle finger instead of writing down what his role is, like everybody else. He just drew a middle finger. Um, he's such an ass. He's such an ass, and it's an entertaining. Uh, it's an entertaining thing, and he's a liar too because he says he never left the East Room, um, and he wasn't with AB, and he didn't see Rylance get up in the middle of the concert and leave the room. But we see a flashback of him exactly that. He sees AB leave the room, then he sees Rylance follow. Rylance gets up and leaves the room, and then Harry himself gets up and leaves the room. So he's lying about all that. And that's that empty chair. Okay, that's the empty chair she was noticing earlier when she was like looking around. He gets up and leaves, but he lies that none of that happened. Um, and then he says, maybe I went to the bathroom. Raleigh says he was gone for 22 minutes. Kind of a long bathroom trip, if that's the case. Um, Now Eddie, he run downstairs and saw Harry come down after, and then we see this flashback of that exact thing happening. Eddie coming downstairs, hiding behind a door, and you see Harry coming down from the third floor after him while Eddie is watching. So Harry lies again. He says he lives there, and he says not that I recall. So obviously he looks more sus than anybody else in the first 2 episodes, based on all of this, all those details.
Uh,
He looks the most sus.
so this maid.
He look, yeah. It, but he looks the most sus. But again, that's why I think it's not him, because it would be way too obvious. He's lying about a bunch of stuff, but that makes it too obvious. Now, we don't have much information on her, the maid, but she always has this uncomfortable look on her face, like she's hiding something. She looks sus just from her face alone. Um, she's her name is Elsie. She's the housekeeper, and she claims that she didn't see anything on the second floor. And then Cordelia, she says, "I didn't ask about the second floor." So that's always suspicious, you know. She's okay. Why did you bring up the second floor? If there's nothing to say about it, anything, why'd you bring it up? So she's hiding something, and she looks nervous, extremely nervous. So there's that, but there's not a lot of information on her yet. This this guy is freaking hilarious. Trip Morgan, the brother of the president. He says that he was in bed at 9:30. Um, Trip Morgan, bro. He's played by Jason Lee. His hair is a mess. He's in his PJs in a robe. His hair is all like standing on end. He looks hilarious. Just he's so good at playing scruffy, messy characters. He's done that before. He looked scruffy on My Name is Earl too. Um, he says that he didn't see anything until Nan started screaming. He didn't go to the dinner and wasn't invited because his brother is an asshole and he wanted to have the most boring fucking party imaginable. That's what he says. Uh, Not a fan of his own brother who lets him live in the White House with him. Uh, his brother, the president. I love this guy. He's a riot. Um,
Flashback
I
to
don't
the
know
chef
why
saying,
does
"I'm going to kill you."
yeah. Yeah, oh, okay. This is why. Okay, I was wondering why it was showing that again in my screenshots. It's because um FBI agent Park asks Cordelia why she didn't start her questioning with Marvella, the chef, because she did say, "I am going to kill you," to AB, and Cordelia explains, "I start by listening to everything. You learn that when you're out watching birds, you have to listen to as much as possible. You have to take it all in. Otherwise, you start focusing on the wrong things. Pro tip, you don't pick up your binoculars until you know what you're looking at." Which I like that. That's good insight. She applies her bird watching insight to her investigation. And you see, like, during the interviews, the rest of the guests in the White House were on the first floor and the ground floor. If they needed anything from the basement or housekeeping, they had to be accompanied by an FBI agent. They didn't want anybody together who had been in the house when AB died. So the housekeeper here wanted something on the lower floor. An FBI agent had to go with her. Eddie the carpenter, Bruce the engineer, I think, or something. And then this lady, I forget her name, but we meet her later. So anytime someone needed something on a lower floor at that point, they had to be accompanied by the FBI. Um, and so they basically like entertain some of the guests while they're being detained in the White House. People entertain them in different ways. Hugh Jackman has them like dancing, like teaching them dance moves or something. We don't. Hugh Jackman isn't actually in this.
Yeah, he's
Um,
not. That's what's funny about it. Because Hugh
yeah,
Jackman, like when Hugh Jackman comes up, he just has a piece of paper on his face that says Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman is his job.
yes, and it shows only the top of his face, but it's not really him. Um, Bruce, the engineer, as he's led to be questioned, Elsie, the housekeeper, looks really uneasy again.
Mm-hmm.
She always has that face on. Bruce goes in and says he got called to the third floor to fix the plumbing in Tripp's bedroom. The toilet was clogged. Left Tripp's room around 9:30 and says he didn't see Tripp, which contradicts what Cordelia was told by Tripp, who said he was in bed at 9:30. To which Bruce just says, "I'm just an engineer." So his story is a little inconsistent, or Tripp's. One of them is off, and their memory of the time could just be inaccurate. I mean, that's easy enough to do. So there's that. I love this pastry chef. He cracks me up. Didier, the executive pastry chef. Um, he says he wasn't on the third floor, even though he's got an office up there, and the game room is right next to it. So the game room where AB was found dead is right next to Didier's office up there. Um, and he says he wasn't up on the third floor that night at all. And when she asks you if he likes games, he just sits there and blinks at her. So he's acting sus, of course. And Ms. Haney, um, Raleigh, Lily, Sheila, and Hugh Jackman all say they were not on the third floor. Hugh Jackman. Hugh Jackman. There's that thing you were pointing at.
But not Hugh Jackman.
Yeah. Yes, that's not really Hugh Jackman. It's just someone else pretending to be him for the show. But they all say all those people say they were not on the third floor at all, even though they had access to it. Then you have Dana, the chief of staff, saying that the night was lovely until now. That lady Rachel says it was fine. The Australian ambassador says, "You do know the flowers were messed up, right?" And then Jeffrey, the florist, explains that the first lady is allergic to bottle brush, and he had that in every arrangement, but nobody told him. So now we know why he was throwing flowers out and looking all upset in the first episode. And Melody, the first lady of Australia, just sits there and sneezes. Emily, the gardener, says there did seem to be something going on with the seating being screwed up.
Is
There's
she
a
the night
flashback that
gardener?
shows. Oh yeah,
It's nighttime.
yeah.
Nighttime. She's the
The,
gardener. She's the night gardener. We
the
found
night
her.
gardener.
It's
Yeah,
truthful.
for you
It's the truth.
Severance fans. Severance
Well,
fans would
the
know
White
that.
House has night gardeners.
Yeah, so there are night gardeners. She's working at night. Um, so there's something wrong with the seating situation, and it was because the calligrapher couldn't write that night for some reason. So people were all sitting in the wrong spots. Sheila, the butler, says she didn't see anything wrong with the seating going on. She was just focused on Hugh Jackman. When she's asked if she had been drinking, she says, "Am I under oath?" I love her. She's a character. I love it. This dude here, Walpole, says there was something wrong with the food. Rachel says there was no food, and, and there it is. There's just a plate with some sides and garnishes and no entree because they weren't allowed to have flames in the dining room. Um, Marvella, they finally interview Marvella, who says there was an entree, it just wasn't served. Rachel says there was no dessert. Didier says, not true. There was, in other words, yeah, there was a dessert, but he wasn't allowed to serve it either.
Mm-hmm.
No flames at the table. And then you've got more of these rapid fire things. Peter, the Secretary of State, he says, I wouldn't say the evening was going poorly. Kylie Minogue says She had to sing "Can't Get You Out of My Head" 7 fucking times. This is great. Dana says, it's a state dinner, there are bound to be issues. And
I think she just says 7 fucking times again.
She does say 7 fucking times again. Peter says it was little things mostly. Raleigh, no entree. Rachel, I loved this. Rachel says the man sitting next to me was odd. Like really, really odd. Look at his eyes. What the fuck? I love this guy. Where did they find this dude with the eyes? He's great. Oh my god. It's so funny.
Kind of looks like Will Arnett, but I know he's not Will Arnett.
Yeah. He's great. Oh, the eyes have me cracking up. Hey, Martin. Nice to see you. Bill Chill was laughing at the night gardener thing. Um, Panda Kalima said the real whodunit is who hasn't pushed the like button. Thank you very much. You know who
Nice.
you are.
Good job.
Love it. Nice. Very, very apropos to our topic at the moment. Thank you. That's very apropos. Very fitting. You know who you are. Do the right thing. Like and subscribe. Thank you very much. You are awesome. Hollinger, criminally stupid again, leaving his seat and lying. Yeah, right? He would have to know that there are a lot of people who would have witnessed him getting up and leaving the room, and he still lies. What a dumbass. And lying just makes you look guilty. You never want to lie in situations like this if you could be under suspicion. Lying automatically makes you look guilty. But yeah, he lies anyway. He's a dumbass. Doc is here. Hey, Doc. We're running a little bit late, obviously, Doc, but we're moving through episodes 1 and 2 pretty quickly, so it won't take long to finish up. And then we can jump into FROMacademy. And you feel free to join us anytime too. You've got the link. You don't have to wait till FROMacademy starts. Let's see. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be jumping into the Crow and Raven talk shortly. So let's wrap this episode up first. So we've got some more rapid fire information here. I was like, man, I had to pause this so many times to write all this stuff down. It's not like it was giant amounts of information. It's just it was a lot of little bits of information that were rapid fire. So I had to constantly pause it and write something down. Pause it, write something down. Um, and so like Ms. Haney said, the calligrapher was having issues. And we see the calligrapher couldn't make it anything remotely legible. It was just scribbles. No idea why, but and then the calligrapher can't even write his own name either, which is funny. It's just a bunch of scribbles. And we don't even know his name because that's all we got. That's the calligrapher. Then we have who's next? Dwayne, the electrician, said there was an accident outside. Talked to Chewie. So this is so comical the way this whole sequence was done right here. This is where some of the comedy comes in this show. So Dwayne says talk to Chewie. Chewie, the valet, says talk to Sylvia. Sylvia from the storeroom says you should talk to George McCutcheon. They get this George McCutcheon, the plumber. He says, "No, not the other George McCutcheon, not me." We see another one named George McCutcheon, the houseman. He's like, "No, the other George McCutcheon." And there's a third George McCutcheon, a doorman, and he's like, he didn't see an accident. Maybe talk to Emily. After all that, okay, none of the George McCutcheons knew jack shit. So then they talked to Emily, the gardener, and she says she was outside. Huh?
The night gardener.
The night gardener. This whole sequence was hilarious. all of them have different versions of events. I don't think this is a matter of all of them lying. I think they just, this is what happens when you have people remembering things wrong, multiple people remembering events wrong. Emily says she was outside and heard a crash. A Secret Service van ran into the South Gate house. A few people came running out, including AB. Then Ms. Haney says, no, AB was never outside. Only 2 people ran out. The electrician says 15 people ran out, including AB. Rosalind, Rosalind, the White House curator, says, no, definitely not. I was with AB when the accident happened. He was fighting with the florist. Lana says he wasn't doing that. He was fighting with the former First Lady. Peter says he was arguing with one of the butlers. This industrialist, some other guy, I forget who it was, said, no, he was arguing with a woman. Another guy says, no, it was a man. Like, none of these people can remember anything. Like, so you've got like 4 or 5 different versions of this event. You've got several different versions of AB running out or not when there was an accident outside, so a car accident. And it's just hilarious trying to piece together what happened with all these idiots who don't remember and or are lying. Um, Liz Hollenbeck, this reporter, says it wasn't an argument. AB and that man were laughing. That's another layer to it. George McCutcheon says, no way. I literally never saw the man laugh. Didier says, that's not true. AB and I enjoyed a good laugh many times. Oh yeah, this dude looks like he'd be just a ball of fun, right? Like he'd be a barrel of laughs. Yeah, right. Okay. So yeah, multiple different versions of events. He was arguing with this person, that person. No, it was someone else. No, it was this person. No, he wasn't arguing. He was laughing. Oh no, that's true. I've never seen him laugh. It's just all a big muddied mess at this point. And that's where some of the comedy of this show comes in. It's just complete nonsense. It's like farcical at this point. It's turning into a farce. And then Peter says somebody crashed the party. Um, Liz says no, 2 people crashed the party. The electrician says the music entertainer didn't show. And Sheila says Kylie was a guest and they had to ask her to perform. Peter says the First Lady of Australia almost died, which is kind of dramatic. She just had an allergy attack over the flowers. Rachel here says she almost died, and then it just showed up another flashback to her with that weirdo. Like that was, terrifying for her. Uh, and someone else points out that, again, that there was no food. Um, and yeah, so like more, it just showed a succession of clips of all the chaos and shenanigans of the night. These 2 making out, Harry running down the stairs, bunch of people running out when there's a car accident, and another flashback to AB saying, I am going to be dead by the end of the night. And now we're starting to understand why he might say something like that. This whole night was a shit show, clearly. And Raleigh confirms that here. The maitre d', I believe, he says, I worked every state dinner since Ronald Reagan's first time, and this was easily the most stressful, the most unorganized, the most dramatically incompetent one I've ever seen. Cordelia asks whose fault was it, and Lily says, I bear full responsibility, but if you ask me who's really responsible for this disaster, it's the people all around you, and I don't mean the Australians. This house is a fucking mess. AB did the best he could, but they were constantly making his life miserable. The people who work here, the staff. You want to understand tonight, you have to go back to the holidays. So apparently this place has been a shit show for a while now. The holidays were a mess. There were terrorist attacks. Um, this is weird. It shows a model of the White House with like a little it looks like a dollhouse. It looks like a little model of someone with a knife stuck in his back. I don't know why it, it did this because this is not even well, she was talking about terrorist attacks when she said it, but there was a knife in the back of this little model person. So I don't really understand that part. But she was saying the terrorist attacks of March 4th and moving day was a mess. Um, they're all sitting on the floor. What the hell? Um, moving day was a mess. It was bad for everyone, but AB was constantly under assault, and I'm not sure he ever really clicked with the Morgans. Like Elliot Morgan in particular, he's indecisive. Then she does a funny impression of him, like, well, then we meet Elliot Morgan, the first gentleman of the White House. He's married to the president, and he's like, this is very upsetting, that AB is dead. And again, he does the Lily was right. He does the um that's tricky. He did seem distracted. I'll give you that. AB was an unusual character, not especially warm. He could be very uncompromising. My husband Perry, the president, he and AB did fight a few times, I'll be honest. Um, and so he's admitting that the president and AB fought a few times. I think that's a positive sign for this guy because he's being honest. A lot of people would lie and say, yeah, they had a great relationship with
Mhm.
AB, but he's admitting his husband, the president, fought with AB a few times. Makes me trust him, actually. Um, and he admits that today they fought on that very day and other days. He says, "Look, I liked AB, but not everyone did." So I actually trust Elliot. I trust this guy. Um, and then she goes through and asks a bunch of people if they liked AB. Um, Raleigh says that he was old school, that can rub people the wrong way, and did. But I respected him. He respected me. We made it work. I find that believable. He's he's not on my suspect list as of now. Um, Lily says a lot of people in this house had issues with AB, but not me. He and I got along great, always. We were just trying to navigate this shit together. I don't know. I could go either way with her. I'm not totally sure about that. Um, Everyone is saying that they had a great relationship with the guy, and I don't believe they're all telling the truth. Um, like Trip here says, I can honestly say I hate literally every fucking person in this house, starting and ending with my brother, but not AB. We were super cool. His brother is the president, if you don't remember. Anyone who doesn't, because it's hard to keep track of some of these people. This is a big group of people we're dealing with here. Uh, so they're all saying, yeah, that they like AB. In this case with him, I'm not so sure. I don't know about that. I could go either way with him right now. I'm not sure about Trip. Um, Bruce, the engineer, says I had no issues with AB Winter ever. I'm not so sure about that either. We'll see. Harry says I had the utmost respect for AB. Yeah, right. Elliot said I care deeply for the man. The florist said we never had a cross word. DDA sits there looking miserable, saying he brought me great joy. Yeah, okay. I don't believe that for a minute. Um, Sheila says, I don't think I ever met a finer person. The
Except maybe
housekeeper
you, Jack.
says, except for Hugh Jackman. Yeah, except for Hugh Jackman. And the housekeeper, Elise, says, very stoically, like without any emotion, though, he was like a father to me. I don't buy that for a minute. No, I don't believe that. She's full of shit. Doesn't mean that she's the killer, but she clearly seems to be afraid that she could be suspected of being the killer. So I don't buy that. Miss Haiti says she loved A.B. Winter. Nan is the only one who's really honest and says, "Nah, not my favorite." Gotta respect her honesty. Uh, it's like, not my favorite, but I vastly preferred him to my son's husband. And then she gags. It's great. I love her. She's hilarious. Marvella is asked if she and AB got along. Another flashback to "I am going to kill you." She says, the truth is, different styles. He was all right, always had my back. I definitely appreciated him. Most definitely. Um, she's like, you tried to kill him, or you threatened to kill him, rather, sorry. And she's like, oh, that's just the way we spoke. Not, I mean, it wasn't unusual. Yeah. Uh, I don't think she's the killer, but you can tell she's worried about suspicion, of course, because she did threaten him in front of witnesses.
Yeah,
Um,
calligraphy guy.
calligraphy guy. Um, and then uh, so so at first Marvella lies that she was not outside that night, but then it's obvious Cordelia knows she's lying, so she admits she was outside. She was with Rylance. She's like, "Don't you ever just need to fuck?" She needed to blow off some steam, she says. Another great line.
And she says no.
Um,
Cordelia Cobb says no, which I thought was funny.
yeah, Cordelia Cup says no. But but when she does say that though, like Cordelia says no, but I didn't get it, but there's a shot of Edwin Park kind of like nodding his head, like yeah, he understands. He does. Um, and then she says that she hopes nobody saw them, but Cordelia is like, well, you better hope someone saw you. Uh, because and then okay, at this point, Marvella admits that yes, someone did see her. It was Angie, the White House painter. Angie, so then they interview Angie, who says she came in the door around 9:15 or 9:30. So referring to Marvella, that Marvella came in the house around 9:15 or 9:30. Um, Angie says that this is traumatizing for her, that AB worked there for 23 years. He gave his life to this house. He was a good man, my best friend, and now he's dead. I'll be honest, I knew the man, but I didn't know the man. I found out things tonight I didn't know before, personal things. Whatever he was going through, he put it in his books, as in his journals. Do I think he would kill himself? He was enormously stressed and frustrated. He felt like bad things were happening here, and that hurt him deeply. After tonight, maybe he could have. So I believe this lady. This lady seems really legitimately emotional. Like it doesn't seem like she's putting on an act. She's genuine. I believe what she's saying. We see a flashback to her talking with AB and being there for him, touching his hand, looking emotional. So I think she's on the up and up myself. I trust her so far. And then so now we're coming to the end here. The end sequence where Cordelia is going over all the suspects, all the different pictures of everyone, like Harry, and she's remembering all the evidence, the crime scene. and there's just something nagging at her. She doesn't really know how to, what the next step should be. She's thinking about all the different things she's seen, the glass on the windowsill, the florist throwing out the flowers. Um, and then, oh yeah, and of course, Harry in Amy's room, in Amy's office, Harry's empty chair, um, Nan, the engineer. She's just thinking back through the sus housekeeper, um, the different parts of the crime scene, this set of keys. This person carrying a knife on a platter. And then she remembers something that she uses, a tactic from birding that helps her um, focus. And she goes out to the greenhouse. She finds a piece of broken glass on the greenhouse floor, and yeah, this broken glass thing keeps coming up, the glass. So it seems like that's key to this, the broken glass that keeps coming up. But I think he probably was poisoned from that glass that was on the windowsill of the crime scene game room. Um, then Cordelia goes up and orders that Amy's body be brought through the front of the house so that everyone can see, and that way she can watch for weaknesses like a falcon. She explains that she manages to see a falcon outside the White House. She explains that a falcon can identify even the most imperceptible weaknesses in their prey. Um, that you know, so that's what she's going to do. Like a falcon, Cordelia positions herself in a spot where she can watch everyone as this body is brought through and out of the White House and look for weaknesses in the various people, like look for clues in the way that they act. And a lot of people look kind of sus, to be honest. They all look uncomfortable. She's watching them all. But then the most sus thing of all at this in this ending scene is Didier, the pastry chef. He he kind of it looks like he has a stiff neck. He kind of like twists his head to the side, and then he makes his way out of the area. Adwin Park notices the FBI guy and follows him. He looks up kind of ominously toward Cordelia. And then we get a flashback to and there's a blue mark on the back of his uniform right there. Then we get a flashback to
From the
the crime
pool,
scene. What?
from the chalk, from the pool cue.
Right. Oh, okay. Is that what that is? The
Yeah,
blue?
they show the cue,
Okay.
and then that's the
Yeah.
same on his back of his shirt, that same blue color.
Okay. Yeah, because like
Denoting he
this
was in the game room.
he was. So he lied. He lied. He said he wasn't in that room or on that floor at all. But then we find out he was in there right before the body was discovered. This is right before, and he's shown picking up a knife and going through that door, which was supposed to be locked from the other side, but it wasn't. And that I assume is his office because they said his office is next to the game room. So, um, those guys, the group of guys in there were saying that door was supposed to be locked from the other side, but he was able to get through it, maybe because it's his office, I don't know, but he takes the knife and goes in there, and moments later Nan found the body. So the pastry chef is looking very sus, but again, it can't be him then because it's way too obvious. if you've seen enough murder mysteries like this, you know it's not going to be the one who's the most obvious like that. So I'm sure there's going to be some explanation. There could be he could be involved in some sort of cover up, but I don't think he's the one who killed the guy. He might be involved in some cover up though, which would be an accessory after the fact to murder. Still a crime. Anyway, that's the last of my images on that. And um hey Doc. Doc said Doc said I'm around just finishing my prep before the show and giving you all time for the residents. I'm actually loving the show. Well, I'm glad. We're wrapping it up now. So, um, so who are do you have top suspects, Scarlet? Do you have any top suspects yet?
The butler, the maid, well, the housekeeper, Elise. Probably the president, like the other person said. It's kind of sus.
The president is sus. Yeah.
Pastry chef is sus, but I don't think he did it.
Yeah. The pastry chef, like what he did do something shady. I mean, whatever what he just did, you you could say he's probably an accessory to murder after the fact because he picked up a knife. He did something, either that or a cover up. He picked up the knife and then left the crime scene with it. So
Mhm.
he did something wrong, but he's just not I don't think he's the killer. I don't
I
know.
mean,
In
as
terms of
far as as far as poisons go, maybe the florist has something that could poison AB.
yeah, that's a good point. The
Poison
florist might, the gardener or the
the
gardener
night
might,
gardener.
the night gardener. Um, yeah, so Bill Chill says top suspects in episode 2, Trip Morgan, Didier,
Mhm.
Sheila Cannon, and everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, Trip's a little
Everyone
sus as
is
well.
Trip is definitely sus. Yeah, he is. He can't stand everybody. He says, you know, he hates everybody in the house, but oh no, not AB. He and I were cool. Yeah, okay. Um, I don't buy that. He's a mess. Didier is definitely sus. Sheila is sus. Everyone is acting sus, but some of them more than others. Some of them are super sus, and some of them we've been seeing are lying. Harry lied about multiple things. Um, Didier lied, the pastry chef. Those two, I don't think it's them though, because again, too obvious. Miss Haley is too obvious. She's got clear motive because she wanted AB's job, but I don't think it's her either. Uh, the housekeeper, I don't know. We need more information. The housekeeper didn't say much, but she just has a sus look on her face every time we see her.
I want to know more about her idea. Well, her statement about AB being like a father to her. If that has any validity.
Yeah, I doubt it. She said it without any emotion at all. He was like a father to me. I- If this guy just died and you really felt that way, then I think you'd be a little more emotional. So I don't buy it. So I think she's lying about that. I think all the people that said they liked AB so much, most of them were probably lying, but just were worried they'd be suspected if they said otherwise. So naturally, you lie. You would say you like him even if you didn't.
Yeah, Ryan's
So
back. I wonder if Ryan has suspects. Did he watch both episodes?
I think so. Um, Ryan, Ryan, welcome back. Yeah, we're just wrapping up now on the residents. Uh, last thoughts on that. If you have any top suspects, I can't really identify any at the moment. I just know who I don't think it is a process of elimination. Anyone who looks like the most suspicious person, the people caught in lies, I don't believe it's them. So again, I don't think it's Harry. I don't think
Mhm.
it's Didier, the pastry chef. I don't think it's Ms. Haney. they all have motive and they all lied. And I don't think it's Marvella either, because she openly said, "I'm going to kill you." Again, it's
Yeah.
too obvious.
Mm.
Not Marvella. So
Yeah.
that's how I'm
Not
approaching
my
it for now.
girl. Not my girl.
Yeah, not her. It's way too obvious. So
She's
I can't
spicy.
really say who I would say is my I don't know who my suspect list would be yet. I just know who I think would not be on the list, and those people would not be on the list. Maybe um Trip Morgan, maybe the brother of the president, maybe maybe Sheila the butler,
Hmm.
maybe the president's husband, but probably not. The president's husband seemed very genuine the way he
Hmm.
was communicating. I believed what he had to say. Um, because he openly said that his husband fought with AB, including that day. He just volunteered that information. That shows he's honest, because that would make him look bad, but he said it anyway. So there's that. Yeah. Anyway, I'm loving it so far. I still haven't watched any more of it. I haven't watched beyond episode 2 yet, so I'm really just going in blind, with these lives. I'm not watching ahead. So I don't know. I don't have any further information to go on. This is a show I'm not going to binge. Uh, Bill Chill sent Sarah in there with a screwdriver. We'll get to the bottom of this mystery. Yeah, we might. We might be able to get some information out of people. Martin said Nan was my first suspect. I'm not really good with the names of the characters yet. Yeah, the thing that helped me was taking notes. Now the names are starting to, come to me more easily because of that. But I'm bad with names, and there are a lot of people. Nan,
Is it just
Nan,
Nan's over dramatic screaming that makes her sus?
maybe it is. I mean, her, yeah, her screaming was way over the top. It was like extremely histrionic, melodramatic. Yeah. Um, Martin, I know it's not what people really like with this type of show that's bingeable, but I was thinking we hold off on watching the next 2 episodes until next week. Um, Probably before the live, I'm thinking. So I'm looking forward to watching it too. But right now, think like generally we'd like to watch them right before the live. I mean, I guess we could do two separate. We could show them twice. We could show
Yeah,
them
I would think
earlier than that.
twice would be good. Because I think these episodes you have to watch more than once.
Yeah, I think so too. So we could show them twice. We could show episodes 3 and 4, maybe Tuesday night or something,
Yeah.
and then show them again Friday night before the live,
Hmm.
something like that. Something like that. I think twice would be a good idea though. Um, Tuesday would probably be the first day that would work. So yeah, Tuesday night, I'm thinking that we'll show them the first time, and then we'll do them one more time, either Thursday or Friday night before the live. Anyway, uh, Panda Kalima said the pastry chef must know who did it, and he is hiding evidence. Very well could be, yeah, like he's protecting somebody. Accessory after the fact, or obstructing justice, or either or both, which are also crimes, for sure. With Alice, I think that he locked the door after he went through. Yes. Yeah, he must have. Yep, he went through it and then he locked the door because they said it was locked from the other side when they found the crime scene like that. Hi, KP. Let's begin. Um, with Alice said the five George McCushins in the show reminds me of George Foreman. I think he named his 5 sons George. Jeez, that would get confusing. That would get really confusing. Yes, Lily is a terrible party planner. When does Boyd show up? Sorry, I'm back. Um, can everyone hear me now?
Yeah, I
Oh,
didn't know if it was.
okay. Can you hear me?
I thought my StreamYard seized up.
Oh, okay. Okay. Uh, okay, well, I hope people can hear now. Okay, good. Thank you, Bill Chill. Can you hear me now? Good. Yeah, remember those commercials?
Or else I would have just promoted myself if I knew you were gone for a little bit.
Yeah. My laptop died suddenly again.
Yeah.
Okay. So
So
Doc,
when we transition over, are we going to change it to a from background, or are we just
oh
going to keep
yeah,
this up?
yeah, I'm gonna switch back to from here, right on cue. Hey Doc.
Hey, I'm right on cue, I heard. So I guess my timing
Yeah.
was perfect.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, timing is great. So yeah. Unless you have any final thoughts, Scarlet, I'm all set. I think we've covered everything on the residents.
Yeah, I'm good.
So we'll cover episodes 3 and 4 next Friday night. Try to actually start a little earlier this time. Ideally no later than 10:30, and we'll spend about 2 hours on it and transition to FROMacademy from there. But we'll do our next watch party most likely Tuesday night. I would say Tuesday night at like well, I guess 10 p.m. We'll do 10 p.m. Tuesday night. I know that works well for Scarlet, and that works fine for me. So we'll do 10 p.m.
Yep.
Tuesday night in the Discord for episodes 3 and 4. So if you want to join us and watch episodes 3 and 4 with us of the Residents, that'll be Tuesday night at 10 p.m. Eastern. The link to the Discord is in the description of this video if you're not in there already. And we'll do that twice though. So if Tuesday night doesn't work and you can't make it, we'll have another one probably Friday night before the live. And sometimes it's nice to watch twice so that you can try to digest all this information because there's a lot. It's very detailed. Anyway, I am going to change our background as we switch now to FROMacademy. So now we're back to From.
We didn't even see the tree.
Didn't even see the tree. Yes. We're back to From. Yes, Aimee, I remember those commercials. You hear me now? Good. Yeah. So we're going to be discussing theories regarding crows and ravens in From, and so we have thank you, Panda Kalima. Appreciate it. 20 likes. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Yes, Aimee, tomorrow is Terminator 3. Yeah. Tomorrow at 10 p.m. Yeah, I think 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. We're gonna be doing that. The laptop died, another whodunit. Yep. Nightman. It's a little too late at this point. I mean, I could give Yellow Jackets a try, but it's too late, like, to get caught up on Yellow Jackets before the season ends. It's
Yeah.
too many episodes.
They make
And
energy drinks, Julie. You could just drink a lot of those, not sleep, and I believe in you.
yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, I can.
By the end of it, you will be wearing the antler headdress and everything, eyes bloodshot.
lot. Yeah, probably would. Eventually, I'll probably give it a chance, but it's just there's no time right now. Anyway, so we've got Robert's theory that he put in the Discord that we're going to discuss. Robert Saunders has a great theory regarding crows and ravens and from, so we'll discuss that. Robert goes to bed early, but he's going to listen on the replay to our discussion, and so we're going to go over some different theories. If you have any theory, if anyone in the chat has any theories regarding crows and ravens and from, what do you think the crows mean? The raven poem that turns up in season 1, that's definitely significant. And the crow on Elgin's shirt, at least we think it's a crow. So please share your theories if you have any, and we'll discuss.
There's also
Yes.
the Emily Dickinson poem that mentions feathers and stuff flying.
Yes, hope is the thing with feathers.
That's it.
Yep, in the diner on From, there's a poem up on one of the bulletin boards that says, "Hope is the thing with feathers."
Robert
And
pointed that out.
yeah, yep, Robert mentioned that. I didn't see it when I watched it because my TV isn't high definition enough, so I couldn't see it, but I saw it in someone's video breakdown that was there, and yeah, it's so interesting. Yeah, and I think that could be connected to the crows. What else? The imagery of, I'll just share my screen and show some of this stuff. Hold on. I'll share my screen so you can see some of these images posted in the Discord. It's a little bit, my Chromebook is a little bit slow. Just bear with me for a sec. Okay. So yeah, there's on the diner bulletin board, it says hope is the thing with feathers. And it has like, here it is. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tunes without the words and never stops at all. And then it says forever is composed of nows. That's actually a different Emily Dickinson poem, but there's a line from it right there. So that's in the background in season 1 and season 2 so far. I've seen it in From right there. So that could be connected to the crows. We've got one of Victor's drawings. It shows a car stopped at a fallen tree swarmed with crows. And that one I think is from the opening credits. There's, of course, the boy in white painting that we later found out was done by Miranda, which was revealed in season 3, and it looks like he has a crow for a mouth. A lot of people point to that as evidence that the boy in white is evil because the same people think that the crows are evil. Now I don't think so. My take on the crows myself is that they represent, so this is my opinion on the crows. I'll just start with this. I think the crows represent the Watcher entity, the evil entity that's keeping them trapped there and killing them all. And
Okay.
why do huh?
I said okay.
Now, this is why I think that personally, just from what we've seen in the show. So I'm trying to find a picture. Wait a minute. I think I have it here. Let me grab the picture I downloaded from. So which one is it? Hold on, give me a sec. So when the Matthews family arrives in town, one of the first things that greets them at the fallen tree is this. and it's a crow watching them, and you get this immediate sense of unease that they're being watched, and it's
Right?
ominous. Yeah, it's ominous. And then the crows start swarming through the air, and I have pictures of that too. I'll pull them up. But the crows start swarming, and you get this sense of unease, like something is very wrong here, and the crows go ballistic, particularly when Ethan gets on the tree. Hold on. Where is my Oh, here we go. My folder for episode 1 here. They go ballistic when Ethan gets on the tree, and it's like they're trying to scare them away. I personally think that if somebody were to step over the tree and continue in that direction, it's possible they wouldn't get stuck, or they'd be able to at least get back where they came from. So, but every time someone comes up to the tree, we've seen it 2 different times now in flashbacks. We've seen it with the Matthews RV, and we saw it with the ambulance. The crows gather always on the other side of the tree and go nuts, like they're trying to scare people from going that way.
Do you know what that behavior is called?
What?
And it's something that crows are known to do. It's called mobbing.
Mobbing.
Yep,
Interesting.
and they call for each other, and they all start to gather, and so they'll come from all over and reinforce each other and start mobbing whatever they find a threat, whether it's a hawk or a cat, etc.
Right.
In this case, it
Interesting.
was the
Yeah,
Matthews family.
right. See, because like Ethan wants to get up on the tree, and as if on cue, like the moment that he does, the first crow shows up and is just looking down on them ominously, and you get that bird's eye view from the point of view of the crow looking down at them, and then another crow on another side of the other side of the street. Like, so then you get that sense, like, not only are they being watched, but they're surrounded on both sides. They look up, and there's a whole murder of crows, as they call them, circling, going nuts. And they all look creeped out. And I think that's the intention, to creep them out. Now, you could say some people have suggested maybe the crows are trying to warn them of impending danger, but if they're trying to warn them, I mean, what good would that really do? They're already stuck. I just don't really see it, unless, I don't know. I could see it maybe being the case that they're trying to warn them, but what could they really do? They turn around and they go back the other way in their car and wind up stuck. If anything, I personally think there could be a way out on the other side of the tree, and the crows are there to scare people away from stepping over the tree. The same thing happens with the ambulance. They go nuts on the other side of the tree. And when you're in Fromville, no one ever actually sees crows flying around. You hear them sometimes, and they're in the closed captioning, but you never see them flying around. It seems like they only exist in, like, you see them in this liminal space, what I think is a liminal space in between the real world and
Yes.
Fromville, in this area where the fallen tree is. Right. So then later we get this other picture that Robert posted in the Discord. This is where I think the symbolism comes in, where the crows, I don't think they literally I don't think they necessarily work for the big bad, but they could be controlled by the big bad. It is possible they could be, and they're trying to scare people away. But at the very least, whether or not they're warning people, or whether or not they're trying to scare people away, like I think they function as a symbol because of this right here. The rats eating the crow in the tunnel in the caves. Now, the rats would have to symbolize the people because Jade literally compared them. He compared them in one of the first few episodes to rats in a maze nibbling on their cheese. That's what the people are. They're represented by this metaphor. I mean, why did think about it? Why did the show take the time to show us this? We have rats eating a crow in a maze of tunnels. So they're literal rats in a maze and they're eating a crow. The rats, we already know, represent the people because Jade called them rats in a maze. The crow then by default would have to represent the big bad, the evil entity that's watching them. We saw that crow watching the Matthews. That was the first time we ever saw the crows. And we know that the big bad is watching them and is aware of what they're doing. We've seen multiple examples in the show to emphasize that they're being watched. There is an evil entity or a watcher entity that knows what they're doing. That knew Tabitha was digging a hole in the basement, for example. So I think the crows represent that entity and the people are represented by the rats on a symbolic level. And you can
Okay.
take it a step further, like I do. I take it a step further with thinking maybe the crows are trying to scare people away from the fallen tree so they don't go over it. But maybe not. But at the very least, I think this symbolism makes sense in my head. That anyway, what do you think, Doc?
Well, I don't have too much in the way of my own personal theories regarding the crows, but I'm starting to formulate some. But I think I'll get to those a little bit later. I kind of wanted to start with oh, and also too, we do have some theories from Michael as well. And if we do call him later, I don't know, maybe he'll want to hop on and talk about them himself. Maybe. Um, anyway, I was wondering if maybe we could start with discussing some superstitions regarding crows, then some facts, some myths and folklore, and then what we know, and then go into Theoryland.
Sounds good.
And if anyone wants to read some poems, I posted some poems in the Discord.
Nice.
So throwing that out there too.
Okay,
and hi,
cool.
everyone. I don't think I gave everyone a proper hello. Hello, Scarlet. Hello, Julie. Hello, everyone in the chat. Hello,
Hey,
Dieter and
Doc.
Michael, Ryan, Aimee with Alice, Bill Chill, Scott, Martin. Oh my gosh, we got quite a crowd tonight. Hello, all.
Yes.
I'm sure I'm missing
Yes.
people.
Yes. Nice to have you as always. Everyone's saying hi in the chat.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've got 32 people. Nice. 32 people. Cool. Thank you guys for watching. We appreciate it. Thank you. Please hit the like button if you haven't already. Thank you very much. So yeah, and hey there, AA. Nice to see you. And Scott.
Hello.
Oh, Scott, you're sick too?
Oh no.
Scott and Dieter are sick. Then that sucks. Sorry to hear that. Oh no, wait, was it you or you're just? Oh no, you're saying you're sick too. You and Dieter, that sucks. Dieter's back. I'll take care of yourself, Dieter. Don't feel the need to stick
Right.
around here. If you need to sleep or rest, just get some sleep. Get some more rest. With Alice, yeah, with Alice, that crow is somewhere it shouldn't be. She says it was dragged there by the rats, just like the monsters dragged the children underground. I have a different take on that. I'll just say it really quick before we dive in here. Since Alice brought it up. So in season 3, we saw a crow go ballistic and crash through a colony house window and smash into a wall and die. Now, why did that happen? That was not explained. The only time we have ever seen crows inside Fromville, now I'm not talking about at the tree, I'm talking about like once you're in town. The only time we've ever actually seen crows, not hearing them, but seeing them, was when it crashed through the window in season 3, and when we saw the rats eating one in the cave. Now, both of those were unusual circumstances, and they both wound up dead. I saw a really interesting theory related to this, and I wish I knew who said it. I don't know who it was, but this part was not my idea. Just not. I'm not going to take ownership of it when it's not my idea. But I saw a theory that basically the crows, they only exist outside of Fromville and in that liminal in between space between Fromville and our real world or home dimension or whatever you want to call it. And every once in a while, when that portal or thin space opens up and a new vehicle enters town, a crow accidentally slips through. And because birds have a kind of internal GPS system, it goes nuts. Like it's in like a different, like the physics of the place are not the same. And as it enters Fromville, which is possibly like a pocket dimension of some sort, it goes berserk, which would explain why the crow crashed through the window and went nuts and died, smashed into a wall. And it could explain how a crow wound up in the tunnel. That another crow, we just didn't see it happen, but another crow went berserk and, found itself all disoriented, landed in the cave, smashed into something and died. And then the rats ate it. So I think that I really like that theory. I wish I knew who came up with it, but I think that makes a whole lot of sense as to why we hear crows and we see it in the closed captions, crows cawing, but we never actually see them flying around except at the fallen tree. So every now and then, maybe one slips through and goes nuts and dies in a similar fashion to what we saw in season 3. So anyway, again, I do think it's symbolism, what happened with the crow and the rats. Anyway, Doc, so where would you like to start?
All right. Let me try to get a dramatic voice ready. A murder of omens, the dark lore of crows and ravens, in the shadowed corners of the world, where the veil between the living and dead trembles, crows and ravens reign as sovereigns of the uncanny. Their ebony wings cut through the mist like shards of night, and their cries, jagged, guttural, relentless, pierce the silence with whispers of dread. To see one is to feel a shiver crawl up your spine. To hear their call is to sense the gaze of something ancient, something that knows too much. These are not mere birds, they are omens, specters and storytellers. Their presence a thread in a tapestry of mystery and foreboding. Picture a lone crow perched upon a gnarled branch, its silhouette stark against a blood-red dusk, its eyes twin voids of fathomless black, fix upon you with a eerie stillness, as though it has glimpsed the hour of your undoing. A single crow is a sorrow's herald, a quiet promise of grief. But when a murder gathers, a swirling cacophonous throng of them, the sky itself seems to weep, foretelling a calamity too vast to escape. This belief took root in the muck of ancient battlefields, where their beaks tore at the fallen, their wings a shroud over the dead. They are the scavengers of slaughter, bound to the scent of decay, and their arrival is a knell for the doomed. There are also messengers from the gods. In the frostbitten realm of Norse legend, two ravens, Hugin and Munin, meaning thought and memory, stretch their wings across the heavens, their feathers brushing the edges of eternity. They are the emissaries of Odin, the one-eyed god of war and death, who looses them each dawn to scour the earth for secrets. At twilight they return, their beaks dripping with whispers of blood and betrayal. To cross their path is to feel the weight of divine scrutiny, a reminder that the gods watch and judge from their thrones beyond the veil. Ravens are not just birds, they are the breath of the divine, carrying tidings from realms no mortal should tread. Familiars of the damned. In the flickering glow of witch fires, crows and ravens bore the mark of the infernal. They were familiars, sinister shadows at the heels of those accused of dark arts. Their presence a damning indictment in the eyes of the terrified. A raven settled near a suspected witch was no mere coincidence. It was evidence of a pact with the abyss, its feathers steeped in sorcery. Even now, in tales of the occult, they perch beside wizards and seers, their cries a cipher for spells, their gaze a window to forbidden power. They are the companions of the cursed, eternal witnesses to humanity's flirtation with the unknown. I have a couple more, but I'll pause there for now.
Nice. I like that. Where'd you get that from?
I had Grok making me a list of known superstitions, and then make it sound dramatic.
Nice. I like it. Grok, is that thing on X?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's Grok. I have Grok, and I don't really use it for much. I keep meaning to cancel it. I signed up for a
They
paid
make it hard to
account.
cancel.
They make it hard to cancel.
Yeah, well, like it seemed like I had to jump through hoops the first time that I did it. But yeah.
I keep forgetting to cancel it. I forget why I even signed up for it. It was only for one temporary reason, and then I was going to get rid of it, but I keep forgetting, and now I'm paying Elon Musk. I don't want to give him 5 cents, so I need to get rid
Yeah,
of it. I
I
need to
got
get
a
rid of
year
that.
subscription on Black Friday, and I like it because it's uncensored. So like I can do like sci-fi and horror writing and stuff with it. And it will talk crap about Musk if you ask it to, and if you ask for stuff. So it I kind of like that it's a little bit less censored in that regard. And at the time too, I was thinking, oh, sticking it to Sam Altman because I've been boycotting ChatGPT for a while. But I don't know that I made the right mistake. It was before DeepSeek came out. I probably would have gone that route. But I got Grok,
Mm.
so I'm using it.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's cool. What it came up with, I really like that. Nice. Um,
Do we have any comments that we want to read before I continue?
let's see. Uh, um, Aimee said probably the man in yellow is connected to the birds. I think that because Elgin's shirt has yellow behind the crow symbol. That's true. It
Ooh,
does. It does. There's yellow and there's red, and the man in yellow painting has obviously the yellow suit with red behind it, like a red aura. So, and I think the man in yellow is you know, the force that brings in people to manipulate to cause harm, like Elgin and Sarah. So, yeah, and I
yep,
think the crow symbolizes that watcher, big bad entity, like Bill Chill said here. The crows are watchers that slip through the veil of realities. That's right. That's why I think they go nuts. It slips through the veil, between that liminal in between space and Fromville, slipping through the veil and then going berserk. But yeah, I agree with that. Where did I see this? Aimee said, beautiful Doc, you have a soothing voice. You should do ASMR. You
oh,
should.
thank you. I did 16 years of telesales basically and customer service. So I guess that's where I can put on a voice for a customer comes from.
You do
And
have a
also a
really,
lifetime of dry humor.
yeah. Well, you do. I agree. You have a soothing voice, so yeah, you could do
Thank
ASMR.
you. I don't really understand the whole ASMR thing, but I appreciate that.
It's just certain sounds just feel satisfying or sound satisfying, and they just give you this sense of well-being and calm, and like it's hard to describe the feeling of it, but it's not just sounds, but like certain like visuals with the sounds and textures, like the all different kinds of ASMR, but I
Okay.
yeah. Yeah, I
I had
enjoy ASMR.
I had an ex that was into ASMR stuff, and I didn't quite understand it, but I let him appreciate it.
Yeah. Yeah, there's some weird stuff out there. Some of it's weird, some of it's unique to the individual, I guess, what if you like it or don't, or what kind you like. Yeah,
It
it
seems like
depends
it's
on.
its own art form.
It is. Yeah. Um,
Would you like me to continue now, or?
yeah, go for it.
Okay. So, prophets of the storm, heed the raven's call, for it sings the sky's caprice. When they climb the winds, their wings gleam with the promise of sunlight. When they skim the earth, their shadows herald the rumble of thunder. Their flight is a dance with the tempest. Their voice is a cryptic warning of nature's wrath. They see what we cannot, the unseen currents of the world, and in their eerie prescience, they mock our blindness. To hear them is to know the storm is near, its fury coiled in their piercing cries. Guardians of forbidden knowledge, ravens. Oh, I forgot to put a break there. With their
Mm-hmm.
sharp minds and fathomless eyes, ravens are the sentinels of secrets too vast for human grasp. They unravel riddles that confound the wise, their beaks prying open the locked doors of time. In hushed tales, they are the keepers of hidden truths, their intelligence a bridge to the arcane. To win their trust is to glimpse the edge of enlightenment. But beware, for their wisdom is a double-edged blade, and the price of their favor is a shadow cast long and dark. Guides
Mm.
to the afterlife. In the gloaming, where life fades to silence, crows gather like mourners at a wake. They haunt the places where the veil thins, graveyards, crossroads, the edges of forgotten woods. Their presence, a sign that departed linger still. Some say they ferry souls to the beyond, their wings a gentle guide through the ether. Others whisper a darker truth, that they snatch the spirits of the unwary, bearing them to realms of endless night. They are the shepherds of the lost, their black forms a bridge between worlds. The counting rhyme. An ancient verse chanted in the flicker of hearthlight, binds fate to their numbers. 1 for sorrow, 2 for joy, 3 for a girl, 4 for a boy, 5 for silver, 6 for gold, 7 for a secret never to be told. Now, I always associated this with the magpie, but I think the magpie is part of the Corvidae family as well. To count them is to weave your destiny, each bird a stitch in the fabric of your life. But dread the 7th crow most of all, for its secret is a weight that crushes the soul, a truth too heavy to bear. Actually, I used to know how to play that song. Anyway,
Oh, really? Nice.
yeah, because Patrick Wolf, my favorite musician, he made that into a song. Well, I think there's more to it in his version, but that's like part of it. And so yeah, anyway, so I kind of knew the song.
Yeah.
Shapeshifters of the wild. In the mist-wreathed wilds of Native American lore, crows and ravens shed their feathers like a cloak, stepping forth as men or beasts. They are tricksters, their forms as fluid as the wind, their laughter a taunt that dances through the trees. To meet one is to step into a game where reality blends or bends, where the line between flesh and phantom blurs. They are the enigma made manifest, their shifting shapes a testament to boundless power. The raven's revenge. Cross a crow at your peril, for their memory is a blade honed sharp. What's a crow? Okay. Urban legends murmur a flocking of, sorry, let me pause. All right. Urban legends murmur of flocks descending like a storm, their eyes glinting with recognition, their talons eager for retribution. They know your face, they recall your sins, they strike with a fury born of vengeance. To wound one is to summon the wrath of the many. Their cry is a chorus of reckoning that drowns the air. And the last one that I have here, the trickster's gift. In the tales of the Pacific Northwest, the raven is both creator and chaos incarnate. It stole the sun, the moon, the stars, plucking the light from the jaws of darkness to gift the world its dawn. Yet its generosity is laced with mischief, its laughter a prelude to upheaval, its duality of grace and ruin, a reminder that even the brightest blessings bear a shadow's grief and stain. And that's that last one wasn't really a superstition. That was part of that was more of a myth, but oh well.
Interesting. Yeah, God, they weren't kidding. You could do ASMR. You have like the nicest voice. It was like,
Maybe that's a career opportunity I've been missing.
seriously.
Well, thank you.
So in the chat here, I forgot about this. Michael pointed out that Ellis drew a crow on his pant leg. That's one of there's that, and then there's also the talisman that he drew on his pant leg. It's one of a number of things, but yeah, that's right. It's a good point. Clara's bag. Wait, what? Clara's bag. What is that? That doesn't have a crow on it, does it? If so, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if let me know if that's what you mean, if Clara had a crow on it or something. Anyway. What else? What else? Don't let the raven scare you away from the like button, guys. Someone had asked if we've seen crows and ravens in From, and it's just crows, right? It's just crows, but we have the poem "The Raven" by
Right.
Edgar Allan Poe that's featured.
Now, a lot of times, I've noticed that a lot of times in myth and legends, crows and ravens become interchangeable, or sometimes as stories are passed through oral tradition, it will change over from crow to raven or vice versa. So a lot of times they can kind of be lumped together, and I think the show kind of does that too.
Right. Right, because in the first episode, they after they encounter the crows at the RV, at the at the tree, they get back in the RV, and Julie bullies Ethan and says, you know what they call that? A murder of crows, because they, once they spot you, like, you're they're picking you as the one they're going to murder, and when you go to bed, they'll climb under your blankets and peck at you, and easily kill you, and Ethan gets all upset. Tabitha comes over and says, no, I don't think that was a murder of crows. I don't think those were crows. I think those were ravens. And you know what they call a group of ravens? An unkindness. And she's actually right, actually, that wasn't made up. It is called an unkindness of ravens, which is just weird. It fit perfectly thematically, because she was, Julie was bullying Ethan, and it was perfect thematically for it to be called an unkindness of ravens. So I was quite surprised to find out that that's actually true.
Yeah, I was too. Well, I kind of expected it would be true since they said it in the show, but I was still a little bit surprised because I didn't know that already.
I thought that she was just saying that because Julie was being unkind to Ethan, and she was trying to make Ethan feel better.
It
But
was poignant.
it's true. Yeah. So she was saying, I think they were ravens. I don't think that she actually believes they were ravens, though. I think she just said that because Julie was being unkind to Ethan, and a swarm of
That makes
ravens
sense.
is called an unkindness. That's the way I took it, but I could
That
be
makes a
wrong.
lot of sense. I didn't think of it that way before, but actually, yeah, that kind of makes sense. Almost like that was a message to Julie, from her to Julie, like you're being unkind.
Right. That's the way
And
that
that's
I
why
took
she groaned and rolled her eyes. Oh my god, it makes so much sense now.
right. Yeah. Yeah.
That went over my head.
That's that's just the way I took it, but it who knows? It could be up for debate. I mean, Scarlet would probably be able to tell the difference between a crow and a raven just based on the size, because apparently, ravens are which one is bigger? Ravens are much bigger than crows? I forget.
Yeah, generally.
Ravens are much bigger than crows. Okay.
Is Scarlett going to be giving us her insight on crows and ravens? Is she having
Yeah,
internet issues or something right now?
she probably just stepped away, but I'm sure she'll be
Okay.
back. Yeah. Ravens are much bigger, and so I think that what we're seeing in the show are crows, but yeah, the rapping with Martin went and and watched that little bit of me rapping on on a live stream last week. I don't think it was
Wait, I
live.
missed this. I have to go and find that.
It was, I think it was somewhere near the end of the Friday live last week, and I was by myself. It was either Friday or I forget when it was, but I think Dieter clipped it and sent it to Martin. So, if you want to see it, Dieter can just send you the clip. I'm just
Okay.
embarrassing myself rapping a little bit of a Kendrick song. That's all.
Oh, so now are you gonna rap one of the crow poems tonight? Like recite it rap style? All hip hop?
No way. I can do I mean, believe me, what I did was very amateurish and easy to do. I mean, so many people know the words to Not Like Us by Kendrick, and could do a competent job with what I did, believe me. But I was just fooling around. And it's fun. I taught myself how to rap the whole thing, even the parts that are faster, but I only did a few easy lines on the stream. I wouldn't attempt more than that, and I'd probably get it taken down for copyright if I had. Anyway, back to crows and ravens.
Well,
Um,
not if you didn't have well, if you had not if you didn't have the music playing, if it was just you like rapping it, then it would be fine.
I thought so. Yeah. I figured it would be okay.
Because people can make covers and stuff and also remixes. Um, and get away with that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I've seen a lot of that stuff, so um Bill Chill said collective nouns for a group of ravens include a conspiracy, a treachery,
Ooh,
a rave, and an unkindness. In practice, most people use the more generic flock. Um,
I like a rave.
yeah,
Rave of ravens. I've never been to a rave, so maybe if I ever find a whole bunch of ravens gathered together, I can take a selfie, and say I've been to a rave.
yeah. I've never been to a rave either, so a rave of ravens. It's a little on the nose.
Right?
Um,
Or on the beak.
on the
Or
beak.
bill.
I think beak. With Alice said crows have fan-like tails, ravens have pointy tails.
Yep.
Oh, the
A little
tail
more
that
V
we
shape. Yeah.
the tail that we saw and from looked like it looked fanned out, I believe, a little bit, maybe. No, you couldn't really see it. I just looked. But anyway, I'm pretty sure it's a crow.
And
Um,
crows. And crows are a bit more communal. You tend to see them together more than you see ravens together. And they tend to
yeah.
form larger groups, I believe.
Crows do.
Crows do, yeah. They're a
Yeah.
little bit more
Okay.
social than ravens are.
Okay. Oh, and Dieter dropped the link to your channel. Everybody, if you're not subscribed to
Oh, thank you,
Doc,
Peter.
yeah, please subscribe to our friend Doc Kaiju Labs channel. Here is the link, and the link is also in the description of this video. Please give him a sub. We would really appreciate it.
Yes, my
Anyway,
kaiju will spare you home when I invade your planet. So please sub for your own good.
yeah, yes.
I'm just kidding. In case you actually
Um,
thought I wasn't.
are you doing anything with your channel lately? Do you have anything going on? I meant to ask you that when you first came on.
Not right at this moment. I am hoping to do some streams in the nearish future. So I'm thinking like not this, so it won't be April, but probably May or June. I'm thinking that I'll start doing streams on movies, mostly stuff that involves like giantish monsters, and um, probably start doing some rewatch type material of Monarch Legacy of Monsters.
Hmm. Cool.
And
Awesome.
maybe some other random sci-fi stuff, maybe movie reviews. I'm not sure yet. We'll see how it all goes.
Yeah. So yes, please subscribe to Doc. Like the link is in the description of this video, and Dieter dropped the link in the chat. So anyway, yeah, thank you guys for. I think my rap was pretty amateurish and silly, but thank you with Alice and Panda Kalima. I appreciate it, and Martin.
Am I allowed to make a remix of it?
Sure, why not?
It won't be your voice anyway.
Sure, you can do it. The only thing that kind of screwed it up was in the middle of it. There was a word I couldn't say, so I stopped and I said I can't say that word. We have to say PDF file on YouTube. So I couldn't say the.
That's actually kind of cute. PDF file. Oh my god.
Yeah. So I stopped right in the middle of the rapping and said that. I really wish I could have just done it straight out without cutting out the word, because it really that word makes it just you spit it out with a lot of venom, just like Kendrick does it, and I had to immediately stop before that word, so it just messed it up. It would have been better if I didn't have to cut out the word, but anyway, YouTube rules and stuff. I didn't want to get the stream blocked because I said the wrong word. Some people say it. I mean, I noticed some people covering the whole Kendrick Drake thing last year. Some of them said the word and others said PDF file. So I don't know what I should be
I
doing.
think it depends how many other sensitive words you are saying in the stream or in the video. So the fewer, the better generally, I think is how it goes, but I'm not completely sure.
Okay. Martin just subbed to Doc. Thank you, Martin.
Oh, thank you.
Said, didn't you say you were covering Wild Force, or am I remembering that wrong?
Oh, I'm not covering Wild Force. I'm just watching it. Well, I already finished Wild Force. I'm on Dino Fury, Dino Thunder. It's the Dino one after Wild Force. I'm on that one. It's when they bring Tommy back. The season's actually pretty decent. I'm enjoying it so far.
Cool.
It's actually a really quick watch, and usually Power Rangers is like, oh my God, there are more episodes. And then like the last few are like, oh, these are kind of entertaining as they're wrapping up the story. But yeah.
Yeah. So Bill Chill said a group of crows is also called a horde, a mob, or a parliament. Oh, interesting. Okay. Did that bird barrel into the window? Ravens barrel, but crows do not. How did it crash into the window? It could be just it went nuts because it slipped through the veil, so to speak, maybe. Not normal behavior. Earlier, Aimee had said, I heard birds are messengers to the afterlife. That's why I was hoping it was that they were in limbo. Interesting.
That is a popular mythology, especially in India.
So there's that. There's a large dream catcher with feathers in one of these episodes. That's right, with Alice. Very true. These were some that I just missed from earlier. With Alice said, I was taught that crows are a symbol of the good watchers and rats are bad watchers. But since this is an upside down world, who knows? Right, exactly. It could be the other way around. Normally we associate rats with something, with negativity. But since Jade called the people there rats in a maze, I think it could be the people are the rats. The crows symbolize the evil entity controlling the monsters, perhaps. With Alice, yeah, I think Ethan should have stepped over the tree to the other side. The crows were flying free over there. I really do. I wish we've never seen anybody step over the damn tree. And if they
I
did,
want to.
for once, I thought we were finally going to get to see it, because normally there's no logical reason for anyone to do it, because you would be abandoning your vehicle and walking away from it. However, when Tabitha got back in the ambulance, this was a unique circumstance. She knew exactly what that fallen tree meant, and she wouldn't have been leaving her own vehicle. All she had to do was, I mean, she wasn't handcuffed at that point either. She was standing outside the ambulance, and all she had to do was break into a run and go over the tree. And I kept waiting for her to do it, but it didn't happen. That was our best shot at ever seeing someone do that. So we're probably never going to see it. Let's be real. It's never going to happen.
I just realized that you and I have a similar accent. We both
Oh,
say
really?
ambulance the same way.
Probably the same, because we're so close regionally.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, and turns out Phil doesn't live too far away either. He lives in Boston.
Oh, Bill Chill? Really?
No, Phil, the
Oh,
issues guy.
Phil. Oh, Phil, yes. Phil, I knew Phil is from Mass somewhere, but I didn't know where. Yeah. That's cool. Anyway,
So,
Martin's,
do you want to? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna just highlight this week because it was from earlier and I forgot to. We see a
Oh,
lot
take
of
your time.
Martin said we see a lot of bicycles. I wonder if anyone tried to go around or even over the tree with them. What I think that tree is, I don't think that would work, in my opinion. Yeah, it may not work. It would have been. I think they probably couldn't show us Tabitha running over it if the theory is correct that that's a way out, a way for you to avoid getting stuck. Well, then we wouldn't have had Tabitha make it back to town then, and she needed to get back to town for the sake of the story. So for me, that it's almost kind of fuel for my argument that that could be a way out. Because otherwise, if they wanted to show us that running over the tree, going over the tree doesn't help you escape, that it would just land you right back there, that would have been the opportunity to show us a really trippy thing where she could have run over the tree and found herself in town anyway. The same road that going the opposite direction could have led her the same exact way into town as she would have gotten there anyway, going the opposite way. That would be the time to show us, and they didn't do it. So to me, I think it's even more likely that there's a way out on the other side of the tree, and the crows are trying to scare people away from it. Anyway, man, Doug is really. I am getting like a million notifications tonight, and all of them are from Doug Hughes' social activity on various spots online. He is all over social media tonight, and I'm getting like all my notifications are Doug. He's doing this on Facebook and doing that, and it's on Instagram. Jeez. Anyway, Doc. A couple more old ones before we continue. Michael said kind of like guides or guardians of the liminal spaces or transitions between worlds, etc. Yes. I think that is a liminal space. I don't think the fallen tree exists in our reality or in the Fromville dimension. It's in between. That's why when they turn around and go the other way and go in circles, they never see the tree again. It's not in Fromville, and it's not in the real world either, because if it were, then more than one car would show up at one time at any given point, I think. And the tree, it would be cleared away quicker. Like, I think the tree exists in a space that's in between. Not necessarily an afterlife, but certainly a spirit realm or a magical realm, etc. From Victor's drawing, seemingly some kind of bubble world, snow globe, etc. I agree. Yeah, I agree with Michael here, where he said, I think that seeing the crows is certainly an indicator of crossing between worlds, whatever the world they're crossing over into it, some kind of other world, certainly. Like a pocket dimension. Exactly. That's exactly what I think too. Okay. And no, I haven't seen any crows in the sky on the show. I've been watching closely and I have not seen it. I've only seen them when they're at the fallen tree. Other than that, we see them in the closed captions cawing, but it doesn't actually show them, which is interesting. Ryan said the University of Boston also did a study of crows for facial recognition, and they found they will also dive and swoop over heads of people they recognize. Could it be some form of recognition of the people? Well, that's interesting. Cool. Anyway.
All right.
So.
Well, let me go over some facts about crows and ravens. So something going back to the superstitions is that crows and ravens have been superstitiously tied to those liminal times, dawn and dusk, because they start their hunting and they do most of their hunting in first and early in the morning, get their breakfast, and then they return to their roosts right before or around sunset. And so you'll see them gathering back at their roosts around that time. And so they've kind of become associated with those liminal times in that way. Then there's their association with death because they're scavengers. A lot of times, especially for crows, they aren't the initial scavengers, or at least they're not the initial ones to go and break up a corpse. It has to kind of be already opened up for them to get in there.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that got a little bit morbid. But anyway.
Yeah, a little bit.
So crows and ravens are both part of the Corvidae family, and that includes a bunch of birds. But then they're also part of the corvid Corvus genus. Yes, Corvus genus. And so for crows, they're about 17 to 21 inches, with a wingspan about 33 to 39 inches. They tend to weigh 11 to 21 pounds. They tend to be sleek, all black feathers with a slight glossy sheen, smaller, thinner beak than ravens. Their habitat is that they're highly adaptable, found in urban areas, forests, fields, and coasts across North America and parts of Europe. They're pretty sure they're no, because in a documentary I watched, they're in every continent except for like South America, pretty much. And that's because, at least in a lot of areas of South America, there are other birds and things that already take up those niches, and they're kind of late to the scene there, so they never really took root there. They are omnivorous. They eat insects, seeds, fruit, small animals, and hunt food scraps. Sorry, needed to catch my breath for a moment. Vocalization, sharp, distinctive caw-caw sound, often repeated. They are extremely smart, can use tools, recognize human faces, and solve simple problems. They are often seen in large, noisy flocks, form tight family units. They are monogamous. They typically live 7 to 15 years in the wild and up to 30 in captivity. For ravens, they are larger than crows generally, 22 to 27 inches in length, with a wingspan of 45 to 51 inches. Weighing about 24 to 57 ounces. They tend to be bulkier with shaggy throat feathers or hackles. They have wedge-shaped tail and thicker curved beak. They prefer wilder areas like mountains, deserts, and forests found across the northern hemisphere. They are omnivorous. They scavenge carrion. They hunt small animals and eat berries and grains. They have a deeper, throatier croak or gonk, often more varied than crows' calls. They are highly intelligent, known for complex problem solving, mimicry, and playful behavior. They are more solitary or in pairs, though young ravens may form small groups. They can live 10 to 15 years in the wild, with some reaching over 40 years in captivity. And both belong to the Corvus genus, which also includes rooks and jackdaws, and are celebrated for their adaptability and cognitive abilities.
Well,
those are just some brief facts about crows and ravens.
Did you say over 40 years in captivity for ravens? Wow,
Yep.
that's
So
awesome.
it's like a parrot or a goose. It's an investment.
Indeed. Yeah. Yeah. Um, Martin. Yeah, I think Ethan was right when he said maybe we should push the tree with the RV. I think once again, Ethan was onto something. Ethan is like the smartest person there. We think that it's Jade, but Ethan is the one who knows how everything works. And Ethan wanted to push the tree with the RV and he wanted to get right on the tree. There's something to that. With Alice said the tree itself across the street may be a bad entity or spirit trapping newcomers inside Fromville. Could be. They need to take a chainsaw to that tree. Yeah. Panda Kalima. It'd be nice if someone showed up who had one there. That would be cool. But anyway, thank you so much, Panda Kalima and Scott, for your help with the modding and getting the likes up. Appreciate you. Anyway, moving on. What other stuff have you found, Doc?
All right. So let's see. For crows and myth and meaning and from. This one I didn't break up like the other ones, so it's a little bit messier. And one moment, just need a sip of my sample here.
Birds are cool as hell. Yes, Aimee. I love birds. Of all kinds. Love birds.
All right. Crows and ravens in mythology. In Norse mythology, Odin's ravens are intimately tied to Odin, the All-Father and god of wisdom, war, and death. Odin was accompanied by two ravens, Hugin thought and Moon. I might be mispronouncing these, and Munin or Munin, memory, who served as his eyes and ears. Each day they flew across the world, gathering news and secrets, then returned to perch on Odin's shoulders and whispered their findings. This made them powerful symbols of knowledge, foresight, and the unseen connections between thought and memory. The ravens' association with Odin underscores their role as messengers and keepers of wisdom in Norse culture. In Celtic or Celtic mythology, the Morrigan is associated with the crow. Crows and ravens are linked to Morrigan, a goddess of war, fate, and sovereignty, known for her ability to shapeshift into a crow. The Morrigan often appeared on battlefields, foretelling victory or doom. Her presence as a crow symbolized prophecy and transformation, reflecting her dual nature as a bringer of both destruction and renewal. The crow's connection to death in this context is not merely ominous, but part of a larger cycle of life, making it a potent emblem of fate and change. In Greek and Roman mythology, Apollo's crow. In Greek mythology, the crow features in a tale involving Apollo, the god of prophecy and the sun. Originally white, the crow, and in some tales a raven, was sent by Apollo to watch over his lover, Coronis. When it reported her infidelity, Apollo's wrath turned its feathers black or burnt them black, forever marking the crow as a bearer of truth, however unwelcome. This myth explains the crow's dark plumage and ties to its theme of honesty and retribution. In Roman traditions, raven similarly carries prophetic significance, often seen as omens of future events. In Hindu mythology, the crow is associated with Shani, the god of justice and karma, who is sometimes depicted riding a crow. This connection highlights the bird's role as a symbol of fate and cosmic balance. Additionally, crows are revered as representations of ancestors in some Hindu practices. In some Hindu practices, feeding them is believed to honor the departed and maintain harmony with the spirit world. Here, the crow serves as a bridge between the living and the dead. In Japanese mythology, the Yatagarasu, a three-legged crow, is a divine messenger and symbol of guidance. This mythical bird is said to have led Emperor Jimmu, Japan's legendary first emperor, through treacherous mountains to victory. embodying divine intervention and leadership. Associated with the sun, the Yatagarasu represents light, change, and the promise of a new path, showcasing the crow's role as a harbinger of hope and direction. In Native American folklore, among some Native American tribes, crows and ravens often embody a dual role as trickster and creator. In Pacific Northwest cultures, such as the Haida and the Tlingit, Raven is a central figure in creation stories. One famous tale describes Raven stealing the sun, moon, and stars from a selfish chief and scattering them across the sky, bringing light to humanity. This blend of mischief and generosity reflects the Raven's complex character, clever, unpredictable, yet benevolent. Elsewhere among tribes like the Lakota, crows act as messengers, warning of danger or guiding heroes, symbolizing adaptability and insight. In African folklore, in various African traditions, crows and ravens are viewed as protectors and spiritual mediators. Among the Yoruba of Nigeria, for instance, crows are linked to Shango, the god of thunder, and are believed to carry messages between the living and ancestors. Their presence is thought to ward off evil spirits, casting them as guardians rather than omens of doom. This positive portrayal emphasizes the crow's role as a connector to the divine and ancestral realms. In European folklore, they are omens of death and beyond. They are frequently cast as harbingers of death or misfortune, a reputation tied to their black feathers and scavenging habits. Their appearance on battlefields or near gallows reinforced this grim symbolism, with medieval beliefs suggesting that a lone crow could foretell a family death. Yet not all tales were negative. Some regions saw crows as protectors of the land or signs of good fortune, revealing a nuanced view of these birds as both ominous and auspicious.
Mm-hmm.
So those are some myths and some folklore.
Nice.
Yeah, you should give me your notes ahead of time, Doc, so I can get pictures of all these myths so we can put them up while you're talking about them.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
No, that's not a problem.
For next time.
I just thought for the viewers out there to have a visual as well, you know?
Yeah, that would have been cool. All right, next time we'll do that.
Yeah.
Well, we also have some at some point where we're going to show like some pictures. I already showed some, but there are some more pictures in the Discord too that I'm going to put up that were posted in the FROMacademy channel. Let's see.
Does anyone know of any other myths or folklore regarding crows or any superstition?
Not me not personally. I mean, I've heard about the, messenger of the dead one, of course. I've heard about that more than once. Being messengers of the dead, and so some people thought that From was maybe like a limbo when everyone's actually dead or in what do you call it?
Purgatory?
Purgatory. Yeah. I don't think so. I think that would be a terrible ending. But but I've heard that myth regarding crows and ravens. But oh yeah, and of course, there's the myth with Odin, Odin's raven. But beyond that, this is all new information for me. Interesting stuff.
Oh, and I think in association with the Grim Reaper. Perched on his shoulder or flying around him.
Mm-hmm. The Grim Reaper. I've seen that too. I've heard of that.
I was gonna say Maleficent has a raven.
Oh, yep.
Maleficent. Yeah.
Love her. Hard.
Yeah.
But see, there can be good and bad omens, so I don't know. Sometimes I think the From crows are trying to help rather than hinder.
Right. I kind of feel like the crows might not be actually delivering like warning so much when people get to Fromville in that down tree, but I think that they might be more just announcing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Or just defining a territory border.
yeah,
Who knows if you go on the other side of the tree? Nobody's ever made a run for it, like around it or over it, so
Yeah.
we won't know.
We missed our chance with Tabitha. That would have been the perfect chance. Hey,
Yeah,
baby
that's a
Clay.
disappointment.
Right.
Or like, I should
Hey,
not go
baby.
over the tree. She gonna go to the woods. No, she's just gonna say no, 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 and stand in the spot.
Yeah. That really frustrated me. That would have been the ideal time to do it because she wouldn't have had to leave her vehicle to go after, to go over the tree, and she knew what that tree meant. So I don't think we're gonna get an opportunity like that again. But hey, baby Clay, nice to see you. Everybody, check out baby Clay's channel. He has a channel as well. And you're welcome, Alexis. Yeah, Alexis popped in. She does make beautiful, beautiful dolls. I absolutely love my jade doll. Yes. Yes, baby Clay, we are finally talking some From. Yes. I mean, we do that a lot here. We still do that a lot. Trust me. All year round. It's not going to stop. So if you're missing talking some From, then this is a good place to do it. Tonight we are talking about crows and ravens and different mythologies connected to them, and theories connected to From regarding crows and ravens. That's the theme for tonight. On Wednesday nights, we do the Rewatch lives. This week, we rewatched season 2, episode 3. So, anyway, that's what we're doing right now. Good night, Alexis. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate
good night,
you.
Alexis.
Anyway.
Yeah, I didn't get my clip of Rocky the Raven, the one from the zoo that says "Come here."
Oh, too bad.
Did you guys talk about mimicry? Mimicry.
Mimicry,
It was only
no.
briefly mentioned.
Okay.
Only briefly mentioned.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because when I go to a zoo, I can get like the ravens there that do different things, like say "come here." One says "come here," and they make pig noises, and they tend to live in pairs instead of in a flock. So there's a pair of them, and the female will woof like a dog. She'll go woof woof. I find it endearing.
It's great.
They always have sticks and stuff. They're always trying to build something. They're pretty intelligent birds. But like I was saying before in the other live, if you were in the woods and you just heard this "come here, come here, come here."
Oh God.
Oh my God.
I couldn't get the video off my boyfriend's phone, but it's great. It's a little more guttural. Just "come here, come
So
here."
everyone in the audience, tomorrow go out and try to teach wild ravens to say "come here."
This one's not wild. This one's at the local zoo. If you have a local zoo, that has ravens, go into the local zoo, volunteer or find a zookeeper, and ask them what vocal range, like what the raven mimics, and then go do that noise. I don't know how many times I oinked like a pig before like Rocky would oink back.
I think crows can mimic too, but I think it's more common with ravens.
Yeah.
If I ever get a parrot or anything that mimics, I think I'm just gonna play Godzilla vs. Mothra for it on loop, the original, when I'm at work and stuff. This way, maybe hopefully it'll learn the monster sounds and maybe the Mothra songs.
I mean, there was a bird show in San Diego Zoo where they had a parrot that could like make the noise of phone ringing, could sing songs.
My aunt had
it could happen.
my aunt had some sort of gray parrot that it would make the noises of the dog and the cat that she had. And so yeah, I thought that was funny when I was a kid.
That's hilarious. It's creepy to me. It just blows my mind that certain birds can actually mimic sounds and words and whatnot. It's crazy to me. I don't know how, because they don't make those noises using the same techniques that we do. They do it some other way, and I don't understand how it's even possible. It's like they're not taught how to do it with certain movements of the tongue the way humans are taught. It's so weird and awesome. It's really cool.
So that's probably how they get a reputation as messengers, because they can just say random things like "come here" in the woods. And they probably think that there's some kind of, they're getting some message from the ancestors.
And crows are also really inquisitive of people. So I watched some videos of this guy who does crow calls to crows out in the forest and stuff, and he's made friends by feeding some of them. But and he pointed out that if you mimic their call, they're like one of their like alert calls that they'll often call back and even start like coming around to see what made that sound, if it was really a crow, and try to figure it out. Often after they say, oh, it's just people, if they don't have food or anything, they'll just fly away and the call won't work on them anymore as much. But yeah, I found that intriguing.
Did you do anything about crows having vendettas?
I saw about that. Yeah, there was research done by some research group that put on caveman masks and went out and harassed crows. I think it was on a university campus, and they found that, I think it was for like 15 years or something like that, that the crows would associate the caveman masks, if the research has been out there with them, with danger or whatever, and start alerting each other. And yeah, they will swoop in an attack and mob too.
Yeah.
I starred a few things that I saw here. Where is it? Bill Chill said, in biblical symbolism, crows, often confused with ravens, are generally associated with impurity and are listed as birds unfit for consumption in Leviticus. However, they also represent God's care and provision, as seen in the story of Elijah being fed by ravens. Cool, Sam.
I don't know. I don't think I would try to. I don't know if I would eat a raven. It doesn't seem like it'd be delicious.
Yeah, I don't think so.
They're big
either.
too. Like Rocky's big. He's probably as big as like a medium-sized eagle.
That's huge.
I mean, they're big and bulky, and they're beautiful. When the sun hits their feathers, they're all different colors, like purples and iridescent.
Oh,
I don't think you really want to eat a carrion feeder eater either.
Yeah.
Maybe if it was captive bred and captive kept, farm raised.
Panda Kalima also mentioned the crow flew away from Noah's Ark, but the dove came back with a twig in its beak. Another bit. And then with Alice said, I see now that crows are good omens for some groups, but bad for others. Yes, indeed. Indeed. Michael said earlier that he's talked about crows as psychopomps. Yeah. So, messenger bird or carrier bird. Yes, Bill Chill. So, what next, Doc? What else we have? What should be next on the agenda?
Going back to myths real quick. There was there's in this long ass documentary that I was watching that I only got about an hour and a half into. It was like 5 hours long, about myths and legends about crows and ravens. It was like kind of like a compilation, it seemed. But talked about one from the Blackfoot Native American tribe, a warrior that thought he was dying, and or was dying, and a crow or raven perched near him, and he thought that it was this like a sign. Oh, this is it. I'm dead. Okay, goodbye, world. And he was actually given like kind of like revived, and I don't remember how the rest of the story went, but I found that kind of interesting with the whole rebirth theme in From.
Yeah, I mean, there's two stories already about like ravens providing sustenance to people in times of need.
Mm.
I personally really like both of them. I kind of like ravens better than crows. I mean, because crows can get big flocks.
Mm.
I kind of like the more chill. Ravens are a little bit more chill.
And the crows, they got the big flocks. They're kind of set. They don't need us as much as the ravens, right? Because the crows have all that company, so they already have that appreciation. Let's see here. All right. Getting to the notes about.
You talking about Vincent Price as a raven?
No, I didn't. No, I don't know if I've actually seen that. No. Wait. Oh, I did see that. That was actually interesting. It was not what I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I think I thought it was going to be like almost like an exact like iteration of the poem.
Yeah, he did. Vincent Price did do a Night of Edgar Allan Poe where he just read Edgar Allan Poe stories and The Raven.
That I have not seen.
I mean, I think a lot of people in horror movies they associate them both because they want the bulkiness of a raven, but they want a flock. You know, they want to, I would say, murder ravens, unkindness of ravens, but they don't want, you know, the ravens don't do that. They just like go off in couples.
Makes me think of how the velociraptors in Jurassic Park and Jurassic World were based on Deinonychus, but they thought velociraptor sounded cooler.
Yeah. And dinosaurs are birds.
Yep, and dinosaurs are birds, so we're kind of talking about dinosaurs tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's right up your alley, Doc.
Yep.
Bill Chill brings up more mythology, saying crows are considered sacred and spiritual. Tribes like the Hopi and Sioux see them as spiritual guides, bringing wisdom and messages from ancestors, symbolizing change and personal growth.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And I have some notes on their symbolic role in From. So in From, crows and ravens are woven into the show's unsettling atmosphere and thematic depth, their presence often aligning with moments of tension or revelation. Several symbolic interpretations emerge from their appearances as omens and harbingers of danger. Much like their folkloric counterparts, the crows and ravens in From frequently signal the stirrings of supernatural forces. Their dark forms and haunting calls precede the eerie event of them arriving in town. And we also had, you know, the tarot scene. Let's see here. Surveillance and omniscience.
The infamous tarot scene. Yeah, that was pretty out there. There was some pretty bad CGI with the crow crashing in the window. It was obviously a fake crow, but yeah,
I've seen worse.
Yeah, it was interesting, and I honestly think it was just the timing of it with the tarot card reading was just a red herring to make us think Tilly was even more sus. You know, Tilly's up to some shit, and the crow has to come in and stop it. I think it was just I think it was a red herring. But I do think the crow was just, I wish I knew who said that awesome theory about birds, crows just slipping through the veil, making their way in every once in a while, and then going berserk because of their internal GPS system being off. That makes so much sense to me. That makes
Yeah,
so
I
much
don't know.
sense because we never see them flying in town other than that one time where it went berserk and the dead one in the tunnel. So it's a
Was
completely
it in the
logical
chat?
theory.
Was it in the
Mm.
chat during a live? Because I feel like I'd heard this before you mentioned it tonight.
Well, I know I've cited it before, so you might have heard it
Okay,
from
that's
me,
probably why.
who heard it from someone else. But I
From
believe
Theory
it was,
Telephone.
yes, I believe it was someone originally that I heard from. I heard it in the chat, and I read so many comments that I can't remember who said it. But at least when that happens, I just say, yeah, it's just an awesome idea. I just don't remember who said it. I don't take credit for it myself. I never take credit for theories or ideas that are not mine. So anyway.
So, surveillance and omniscience. The concept of crows and ravens as watchers is a recurring motif in From, echoing Odin's ravens who gathered knowledge from afar. The birds in the show appear to monitor the characters, amplifying the pervasive sense of surveillance that defines the town. The town itself seems to be a sentient entity, and the birds may serve as its eyes and ears, reporting back to an unseen power. This omnipresent scrutiny heightens the show's atmosphere of paranoia and claustrophobia, suggesting that escape, whether physical or psychological, is impossible. And then for intelligence and problem solving, crows and ravens are renowned for their intelligence, excelling in problem solving and complex social behaviors. And From, this trait could symbolize the character's need to rely on their wits to survive the town's unpredictable horrors. The bird's presence might subtly underscore the importance of adaptability and critical thinking in a place where conventional logic fails. As the characters grapple, not grackle, with the shifting realities and cryptic threats,
Nice.
the crows and ravens stand as reminders that survival hinges on deciphering the town's mysteries, a task requiring the same ingenuity these birds are known for. In connection to the supernatural, given their mythological ties to the divine and afterlife, the crows and ravens and From may bridge the natural and supernatural realms. They could be manifestations of the town's malevolent force or conduits for its influence. In some traditions, these birds are psychopomps, guides between life and death, a role that resonates with From's blurred boundaries between the living and the otherworldly. The town exists as a liminal space, and the bird's presence reinforces the character's entrapment in a realm where mortality's rules are distorted. And
Well, completely agree with that. The liminal space thing. Oh yeah. And the crows. I like how that described it as, reinforcing the sense of claustrophobia. I think something like that.
yeah,
Yeah, completely agree with that. And the idea of a liminal space in between whatever dimension they're in and where they came from. I know this is like it's not as science fiction-y as you would expect from a show that is marketed as horror / science fiction. But how else would you explain people turning up there from different points all over the country but winding up in the same spot? To me, it seems like there are thin spots. People are passing through into another dimension, a pocket dimension, possibly. And then there's a liminal space, and that liminal space is where the tree is located. That's what I think. Not every time. It's not the same tree every time. We've seen there are different trees 3 different times. So there's more than one space like that. So I think of it that way. And the birds, the crows, are kind of like guarding that spot. Yeah, interesting stuff, Doc. So
yeah, they have a great visual and atmospheric impact. Like they amplify the horror aesthetic. Um, They have those sleek and shadowy forms and those sharp eyes and beaks to evoke unease. They have those rasping calls that pierce the silence and heighten tension. And I think the show does a great job in leveraging these birds to craft a pervasive sense of dread, and puts them in contrast to the town's deceptively ordinary setting. Um, and they have that association too with death and decay that ties into From's exploration of mortality. I mean, the town is kind of a place where death looms constantly, and crows are ravens are scavengers, and they kind of embody this grim reality. So their presence kind of subtly reinforces the character's encirclement by mortality, both literal and existential.
Did you guys talk about if Elgin's got a crow or a raven on his shirt?
Oh yeah, we did, and the yellow and red tones, how they might tie to the man in yellow.
It's a crow or raven.
That I'm not sure. What do you think?
Probably a crow.
Which is a crow?
Elgin's shirt.
On Elgin's shirt.
I think it's probably a crow too. Yeah.
That's what I say. I think the show likes the raven aesthetic with Poe and everything, but they're going for crows. Mainly because of what Doc was talking about with the atmospheric dread of having like a whole bunch of them in the sky as opposed to a mating pair of ravens.
Right.
Which you would see in the wild.
Yep. Yeah, I think we're dealing with crows. So it would make sense for it to be a crow on his shirt. And someone earlier pointed out that also on Elgin's shirt there's yellow and red around the crow, and so you can associate KP. It's not a creaking bed, it's a treadmill. It's a treadmill, which I just paused for a minute. It is.
A little after dark.
I'm going to get something that gets rid of the background noise, but in the meantime, there is a little treadmill noise when I unmute myself. Anyway. Oh, Tony's here. Hey, Tony.
Hi, Tony.
Wait, I missed it. I missed it. Where is it? Tony said it's a red wing blackbird on his shirt. Look it up, please. I've heard that said before. Actually, I've heard that said before, and I forgot about that. Come to think of it, yeah, I'll look up a picture of Elgin's shirt. Hey, Tony, nice to see you.
Well, you mean like Tony? Do you mean like a scarlet wing blackbird, like the ones that have a little tiny bit of red and yellow on their wings? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know if he's here or not. I'll say it into the ether.
We have loads of them around here. Red-winged blackbirds. They're just these pretty little blackbirds with red tipped wings. It could be
red tipped wings. See, the ones around here have it more on their shoulder, like a little like band of, which would be interesting because it's from colors of red and yellow and white. Like on their wing, like across their wing towards the top. And they have a really interesting bird song. And I can identify their bird song because a lot of them like hang around ponds.
Yeah.
So now we got blackbirds in the mix.
I'll look up a picture of Elgin's shirt so we can take a look at it. Dieter dropped the link to Tony's book. Make sure you check out Tony's awesome book, Darkest Before the Dawn, on Amazon. You can order a copy. There's the link right there in the chat. Support our awesome friend Tony. I'm looking forward to Tony doing From Lives again. Hopefully, maybe when Yellow Jackets ends, he'll do some From Lives. We hope so. And we would love to have you back on the show, Tony, anytime at all. You are welcome here, literally anytime. Like, just say the word. And we'd love to have another theory chat with you. That was a blast. I thoroughly enjoyed that. It was one of my favorite lives we've ever done. The theory talk with this whole panel, like you guys and Doug and Tony, and it was awesome. It was so much fun. Doug enjoyed it too, and Doug isn't usually a big theory guy, but he had a great time with it as well too. He like Doug likes to make like to listen to theory talks and stuff like that. Yeah, he just he doesn't really get into like the really tinfoily ones, but he enjoys theories too, believe it or not. He does, and he enjoyed that conversation a lot. We miss him. Hopefully. Oh, Tony sent me a message. Wait a minute. I think Tony sent me something. I'll get it from my Facebook. Yeah, we miss Doug. We hope he's having a good time on his trip. He just started his immersion program for the next week, helping Spanish people learn English. So that's cool. Anyway, oh, cool, Tony. Well, I'm sorry to hear it. Man, everyone's sick. What the hell? Everybody's sick right now. Tony's under the weather too. Dieter is sick as a dog. Scott is sick. Martin is sick. Tony is sick too. I guess it's just our bad luck in the From community right now, where a lot of us are getting sick at the same time, because it's not exactly cold and flu season anymore. It's spring now. We're coming out of that, but just kind of going around at the moment. But feel better, Tony. Hope you feel better soon, and maybe next week would be great. Next Friday or something, we could do another theory talk if you're better by then. That would be fun. And so Amy's sick too. Damn, feel better, everybody. Feel better, Aimee and Dieter, Scott, Martin, Tony. I'm sorry. I'm not laughing. I just find it odd that everyone's sick at the same time. I'm not laughing at you being sick. It's just like weird. It's like we all hung out together and got each other sick virtually, which is impossible. But it's just weird how it's all going through the Fromaholic and Fromelia community right now. Scarlet. Scarlet has internet problems on Friday nights, so I'm sure she'll be. I'm sure she'll be back. Let me see what Tony sent me here. I think he sent me a picture. In the meantime, Doc, what where were we? Where were we with our discussion? Come
Sorry,
on now.
I'd need 2 minutes.
No problem. I'll babble. I'm trying to get this to load, but my internet is being very, very slow right now. Come on now. What the hell? Open. My Wi-Fi sucks. I just got a new router. Oh, here we go. Tony sent me a picture. I'll share my screen so you can see it. And it does look like the bird that's on Elgin's shirt. So here you can see right here. You can see this is a red-winged blackbird. We have loads of them where I live in Rhode Island. Loads of them. So it's like that. And I'm gonna find a picture of Elgin, which will not be difficult. I have like a million pictures. I'll find a picture of Elgin's shirt so we can take a look at it. But I'm pretty sure Tony is correct. It's odd though, because with the theme of crows in the show, you would think they would put a crow on his shirt and not a red-winged blackbird. But let's see, Elgin. Where's one that has Elgin in it? I mean, there's so many episodes that he appears in. I'm gonna try. I'll try the latest episode that we just watched. Let's see. Sometimes the fact that I take this many pictures is a hindrance rather than a help, because it takes me a long time to find what I need. I've got like over 1,000 pictures for episode 3 of season 2. That could be a problem. Elgin was out at the pond at the Brundles with Fatima, and so I should be able to get a good shot of him and his shirt from that. Just have to find the scene. Now I wonder, so why would they put that on his shirt? Maybe it doesn't mean anything. It's just odd how it's in our face all the time. Elgin has the nickname Smelgin now for a reason, because he wears the same clothes every single time we've ever seen him. He's never changed. Everyone else at least has a change of clothes. Okay, I found one. Everyone else at least has a change of clothes. And not him. Not him. Like, he always wears the same shirt, the same multiple layers. In season 3, when it got colder, he just added an extra layer over his existing clothes. But
Actually, doesn't the
here,
cop keep her clothes on? The same one? I mean, the same clothes?
yeah. So she keeps the same clothes. Elgin keeps the same clothes, but pretty much everybody else changes at some point. Tom doesn't. Tom wears the same clothes. So there are like a select few. So yeah, this right here, you can see there is a white patch, and it's hard to see in this shot. I'll try to find a better one, but I do think there's red. I just can't see it in this particular picture on its wing. So crows don't have a mark like that, and neither do ravens. So I'm pretty sure that's not a crow or a raven. Let me see. Is this better? Maybe if I enhance the color, I can actually see the red. And thank you, Tony, for the assist, sending me the photo so we can debunk that. Yeah, I think this one will show me the red on its wing. I just have to enhance the color. Anyway, Doc, where were we? Where did we leave off with the
Okay. Oh, and good night, Scott.
theories?
Yes,
Good night,
Scott's getting
Scott.
some rest.
Good night, Scott.
Thank you
Feel
for all
better.
that you do.
We appreciate it. So, oh yeah, I see the red on its wing. If I enhance the color, it's a little hard to see in this shot, but there is a little bit of red and white. So it's definitely not a crow or a raven. They don't have that. They don't have that coloring on them. Interesting. It's weird though, because other than that, it has like similar looking wings, those spiky wings, but yeah, not a crow. Anyway, so where were we, Doc?
Okay. So what do we know for a fact so far about the crows in From? Not a whole lot, right? But what do we know? Like you pointed out that we really only see them in that liminal space there. We only see them what kind of like during like almost like the late afternoon or early evening, right?
Yes. Yeah. I think so. So yeah, there's not a lot that we know. Oh, sent me another message. Yeah, they show up at the. We've only really seen them in person, like seen them flying at the tree, and that one that went berserk in Colony House, the dead one in the tunnel. They're always on the opposite side of the tree. They're always in that spot, which is interesting to me. It's like they're guarding one, like a boundary back to the real world. It seems to me it's like they're guarding that spot. They were always on the other side of the tree from where the vehicle is stopped. Now I know we don't have a lot of examples to point to, but it happened both times that the tree we've seen 3 different arrivals. With Boyd's arrival, we didn't see the entire scene. We didn't actually see the crows, which is kind of odd.
No, we
Everyone
did.
sees the crows.
I just
did?
rewatched that. Yeah, I just
Did
rewatched that scene. Yeah, you do see the crows.
Okay, I forgot. Okay, so it does. Okay, then it's consistent. Good. So it's
Yeah, I was
so
watching.
the crows are there every time, all 3 times. Good. Okay, go on.
Oh, I was rewatching those scenes to try to listen to the crow calls to see if I could determine anything of them from the videos that I watched on crow calls and then comparing them to a couple of videos of crows that do different types of things, and it just seemed like they used kind of like sounds of crows flocking when they're traveling in mass. Not really. It sounds kind of similar to when they're mobbing, but it's not quite. It doesn't sound as agitated.
Mhm.
Yeah, no, that. Sorry, you mentioned those scenes, and it made me think of that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, absolutely. So it's similar every time, right? Like
It's pretty similar. It's not exactly the same, but it's pretty similar.
I remember comparing the first one with the Matthews to the one with the ambulance, and it starts with one at a time. One shows up on one side on a branch, and then another shows up,
Yep.
and then a swarm follows. So yeah, I'm gonna plug in my Chromebook so it doesn't kick me off again. Critical battery low. It's possible my Wi-Fi could kick me off. I'm just FYI, just to let you know. Oh, Tony sent me this. So this is interesting since we're talking about birds in general on the show, the meaning of them. So like there are meanings to blackbirds too. So that could be something interesting to look into as to why they decided to put a blackbird on his shirt instead of a crow or a raven. There's meaning behind them. Dream meaning, symbolism. So that's something we should look into as well. Interesting. Anyway, what else?
Now, was there ever a scene where we saw? There was never a scene when we saw them in town.
As far as I know, no. As far as I know, they've never been shown on screen in town, only in the closed captions. I'm watching.
Okay, that might be just what I'm. That might be what I'm thinking of is seeing them mentioned in the closed captions and just thinking that I missed seeing them like actually shown on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so, as far as I know. But in several circumstances, it's in the closed captions where it says crows cawing, and one of the times it happens, it's right around the time that the ambulance comes to town, which is interesting. To me, that could be a clue again that the sound of the crows is actually coming from that liminal space where the fallen tree is, rather than in town. Like the sound is coming through, but they're actually not in town. They're just outside beyond the veil where the fallen tree is, possibly. Oh yeah, Aimee Blackbird is one of the most beautiful songs ever written, I think. Absolutely. Scarlet says she will be back. So Scarlet will be back. Anyway, the colors on Elgin's shirt. So like around the bird itself, there's like a pinkish color and yellow. Yeah, it is kind of pinkish. Yeah. Let's see.
We can start on theories now, unless
Yeah.
there's anything that if we please let us know if we missed any scenes that involved crows or ravens or anything like that, or any symbolism with blackbirds, what you think about those, and yeah, and any other things that you think that we know definitively, and then give us your theories too.
Okay. Don't mind my treadmill noise in the background.
Okay, I can't hear it right now.
Okay. So I'll also pull up some photos too in the background while we get into theory discussion on the crows.
So now, did you want to go more into Robert's theory, or
Yeah,
presenting your own?
yeah, let's get into Robert's theory. He's got a nice lengthy theory he posted in the Discord.
Okay, pull it up here.
Hmm.
Yeah. You'd already pulled up the pictures before,
Oh,
I think. Or you pulled up some of them anyway.
yeah. Yep. And before I pull up, I'll pull them up again, but
Okay.
I'll pull them up again, but before I do, this is a shot of the crows showing up ominously looking down at the ambulance. And it's similar, you know, first one lands, then another lands, and they're looking down, and it's once again a bird's eye view from the point of view of the crows looking down at the people who are about to be trapped there. It's ominous, and to me it suggests they are at the very least symbolic of the big bad entity that's watching them all the time, the evil entity. And then a bunch more show up and swarm, and and you know, every time it happens it weirds people out. They have this instinctive feeling, like you can tell they're creeped out, and just stand there staring at them, like same as the Matthews family did, like I showed earlier. So I do think, and notice how they're all on the other side of the tree. It looks like they're on the other side. There's one that's slightly closer to the front, like it might be on this side of the tree where the people are, but it's a little hard to say. I think for the most part, I think they're on the other side of the tree. So they could be guarding that area to try to drive people away so they don't go over the tree. I'll let Scarlet back in.
And do we want to run a poll?
So that's what Scarlet Winged Blackbird.
Yeah, the scarlet. You think it's the scarlet winged blackbird on his shirt?
Well, it's on in my circle, my icon circle.
Oh, okay.
But see how it's red and yellow though, and it kind of looks like the red and yellow theme of a lot of From.
Yeah, it's like it is. It is. It's got red and yellow on it.
And some have red, yellow, and white even, but it's the best one I could find that like looks good as an icon.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, you picked a good one. That could be the type of bird that's on Elgin's shirt. Yeah. So that's.
Oh, we had those in Swansea. When I lived in Swansea, out in the woods, you had to drive through a farm to get to where I lived, and we had those. They lived kind of like in the cornfields.
Oh yeah, we have loads of them in Rhode Island. Loads of those, for sure. And they have a distinctive call. They all make the same type of noise. I recognize it immediately because I've seen so many of them. Really pretty birds. I'm trying to find Boyd's arrival scene because I showed 2 of them. I just want to show the third one. I think it's episode 8 of season 1.
Yeah, it's episode 8.
Season 1, well, mixed up with my From ones and my Severance ones. They're all kind of a jumbled mess. Here we go. It's this one.
Yeah, the internet had lied to me and told me it was episode 7. It wasn't.
Was it an AI search engine that lied to you?
It was Google. It picked it up off of something that was faulty because it showed me the source. I can't remember. It was some article.
Sometimes the AI can be wrong. The AI, like automatically generated AI response, can sometimes be wrong.
Yeah, we'll prioritize a source that might not be reliable, and then we'll go by that information. And sometimes that source might be like a Reddit thread, and it could like mix up conversations in that thread as well, and people that it's referring to and stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the scene with Boyd. Wait, I thought I had it. It's the one where he was already in town. Wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, this one right here. I don't see any birds. Maybe the one I was watching cut out part of it because I don't see any crows. MGM Plus cuts out parts of some of it in some cases. See, look, he gets to the tree. He gets to the tree. And I take a million screenshots of everything.
Yeah.
He takes his. He gets to the tree, and nothing. He's looking at it. I don't see any birds. Very strange. Maybe MGM Plus cut something out.
I thought they just circled
Weird.
in the sky after.
Weird.
It was a.
No, I
was a
take
much
your word
briefer
for it.
scene it was a much briefer scene than
Yeah.
when the Matthews family arrived because I was like watching for it and I missed it the first time. Then second time I missed it because I got distracted by my phone. Then I watched it again because I was like, no, I have to show it. And then yeah, it showed it like very briefly.
Maybe it was like a split-second thing, and that's why I didn't get it in a screenshot. But
Yeah.
I take a million of them. It was a shorter scene for sure. But anyway, then there was, of course, the scene with the crow crashing through the window. But I don't think we really need to relive that trauma. The bird, the kamikaze bird. We all remember that. Anyway,
Can
so
we run
we
a
can get into
poll?
Robert's. Yeah, sure. We can run a poll.
I was thinking for the first questions on the poll, are they helpful? Are the crows helpful, not helpful, or neither? Are they just barometers of the bizarre?
I like it. I like it. Give me a sec to refresh my YouTube tab, and I'll make the poll. And while we go through Robert's theory, I'll pull up the images that go with his theory too.
And you might want to hold off on answering that until you hear Robert's theory too, because he has a different take than Julie does.
Yes.
Kind
of. My internet is so slow.
And go back to chat. Michael, did you want to call in after we discuss Robert's theory?
Yeah. If Michael wants to call in and share his theory after, yeah, you're more than welcome to do so.
Because I can read it,
Okay.
but it'd probably be better if you hopped on. You'd be able to explain it better than me.
Yeah, just let us know, Michael. We can either read it or you can join and offer your theory after. Okay, what was it? So are the crows? What's the nature of the crows?
Do you think they're trying to be helpful, not helpful, or neither?
Okay. Okay, there it is. KP, if you have a theory on the crows, then yes, you can call in. But first, we're going to get to Robert's theory that he wrote up for us in the Discord. We'll get to that first. But if you have a theory on this topic, then yes, KP, just let us get through this first, and then we can open it up to anybody that wants to call in with a theory on the crows or the ravens. So here's my Discord tab and Robert's theory. So Robert posted a bunch of pictures to go along with his theory. So
You want me to read it?
okay. Do you have access to it? Can you read it?
Yeah, I have it in front of me.
Okay, good, because then I can mute myself so people don't have to hear my treadmill.
Okay. All right. He calls this theory contraventions and crowns. I'm not sure if that was a typo and he meant crows, but it could be crowns because it does refer to a crown in here too. All right. In order to properly understand the dual meaning of the crows and from, I think it is important to first analyze 3 poems. The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe, Hope is a Thing with Feathers by Emily Dickinson, and Forever is Composed of Nows, which is also written by Emily Dickinson. All 3 poems are covertly referenced in from and hidden in the background, whereby only viewers with the keenest eye will recognize them. And when read together, I believe these 3 poems reveal the true meaning and symbolism of the crows in from. The question has been raised as to whether the birds in from are ravens or crows, and in my theory, the distinction is irrelevant since ravens and crows are directly related. Both ravens and crows belong in the bird family of Corvidae, in the genus Corvus, where they share many similarities, including their vast intelligence and obvious differences, including size and vocalizations. Nevertheless, although they have been referred to as crows on the show, ravens and crows are essentially cousins. Therefore, the terms can be used interchangeably throughout this analysis. Crows seem to be esoteric, but also a very important part of the iconography of from. They are not omnipresent, but they do appear in many drawings, paintings, the opening credits, Elgin's shirt, mural in the caves, the peach truck map, and of course, flying in the sky above. In fact, the very first drawing in the opening credits is a car on the roadway blocked by a massive tree with black birds flying above. Later in the opening sequence, we see a painting of the boy in white, or man in white, surrounded by trees with what appears to be a crow for a mouth. During the opening sequence, we also see a few live shots of birds flying above, as well as drawings of the homes on Main Street, with crows flying in the sky. Further, in the first scene of the show, Matthews arrive and we see the fallen tree and birds flying above, and Donna later explains that everyone sees the tree and the birds. What does all of this mean? Contrary to many theories that I have read regarding the crows, I do not believe that they are harbingers of death or covert operatives of the big bad entity. I understand that the crows are often associated with the macabre, and a flock of crows is called a murder, and a flock of ravens is called an unkindness or a treachery. However, I posit that the crows represent hope and concomitantly symbolize the cyclic nature of from. The crows are not evil, but rather they are most likely a creation of the Ankui kids or ghoulish children. As we have learned, when the Ankui kids were being sacrificed, they poured their hope into the tree roots above. And as a result, the magical faraway trees were created. Like the faraway trees, who were created out of a sense of desperation, the crows who perch on the trees were also imbued with the hope of the children. The Ankui kids' hope not only flowed into the roots of the trees, but also into the birds that live and reside in the trees. In other words, the crows themselves were also a manifestation of the children's hope, and I believe that the writers left us a clue in Emily Dickinson's poem entitled Hope is the Thing with Feathers is proof of this theory. In the early part of season 1, we get our first clear look at 2 quotes from Emily Dickinson, written on the 2 blackboards in the diner. The first quote is from Hope is the Thing with Feathers, and the lines quoted are from the first stanza. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tune without words and never stops at all. Dickinson's masterpiece was first published in 1891, and the poem sings of the robust, enduring nature of hope. picture of a tiny bird against gargantuan storms and gales reminds the reader of the immense power that even the smallest fragment of hope can hold, no matter how deep the soul is buried. No matter how deep, no matter how deep in the soul it is buried. The poem suggests that hope is a source of strength and comfort, and Dickinson emphasizes that hope is always present, even in the chillest land and on the strangest sea. Hope is metaphorically transformed into a strong-willed bird that lives within the human soul and sings its song, no matter what the dire circumstances. I posit that the writers chose this poem as a literary device that reveals to the audience that the crows are a symbolic representation of the children's hope and a literal manifestation of their enduring spirit. The poem seems to aptly describe the world of From, including the fact the numbers on the show represented music, and the birds in the poem sing the tune without words. Dickinson reminds us that even in the darkest of times, a small bird can be a beacon of light, guiding us towards a brighter future. Based on the title of the poem and the quote that was carefully selected, I suspect that the crows in From are performing a similar service. The ever-watchful eye of the bird in the sky perhaps represents a central theme of hope that endures in each cycle and From until the cycle is eventually broken and the spirits are freed. The last line on the blackboard in the diner is the quote, "Forever is composed of nows," which is actually the title of another equally famous Dickinson poem. I believe the writers purposely combined the two poems into one to demonstrate the eternal nature of From. In the poem, time is merely a series of nows, and Dickinson's poem recontextualizes forever as a stream of present tense experiences. In other words, each moment in the past was at one time present when it occurred. Each moment in the future will also be composed of present when it occurs. This suggests that eternity is not a distant or abstract concept, but is built from the accumulation of present moments. The nows flow along a path that winds its way forever, taking the form of a snake biting its own tail, like the mural in Alice's and Fatima's room. In my theory, the residents of From are living this very existence, vis-a-vis reincarnation. The writers shortened and combined the two poems to demonstrate a dual concept that time in From may represent seemingly forever, but so does hope. The eternal hope of the children is embodied in and symbolized by the birds, and until the cycle is broken, the children's spirit will live on forever. The last quote that we see is from The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. It is located on a chalkboard in the clinic, and it is difficult to read since many of the words are incomplete. The quote is taken from the fifth stanza of Poe's seminal work and says, "Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming, dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before." These words depict the narrator's descent into grief and despair after the death of his beloved Lenore, expressing his intense emotional turmoil as he grapples with the loss and the unknown. Besides the obvious correlation between Poe's dreams and the quote, and the dreams, nightmares, and weird premonitions afflicted by a few in From, as declared by Fatima and Elgin at the Brundles, I believe the writers chose this quote because of the greater significance of the raven in the poem itself. According to a much more learned scholar than I, the raven symbolizes mournful, never-ending remembrance and the speaker's unyielding grief over the loss of Lenore, as well as the finality of death and the impossibility of forgetting. Like Dickinson's Forever is composed of nows, the raven is the personification of the inability to forget. The raven in the poem is a constant reminder of grief and loss, and the crows in From perform the exact same function. The raven's presence and its constant repetition of nevermore underscore the speaker's inability to move on from his grief over Lenore's death which parallels Tabitha's and Jade's journey. The raven constantly repeats nevermore, which reminds us that we can never forget, just as the ghoulish kids repeat Ankui, which encourages us to remember. In conclusion, I believe the crows or ravens in From perform a dual purpose. First, they are the symbolic representation of the children's hope and were created in the same manner as the faraway trees. The crows were imbued with the children's eternal hope, and they perhaps have magical qualities like the faraway trees that will be revealed in the future. Ghost Abbey told Boyd in the dungeon that this place feeds on hope, not fear. And consequently, I believe the death of a crow is the death of hope. I think the entity that wears the evil crown in From wants to kill the crows and contravene in their mission. Example, dead crow in cave and in Colony House. And Elgin's shirt, when compared to my color theory, represents the extreme danger and high probability of death that the crows and hope may eventually face. Second, the crows or ravens are the constant reminder that time is seemingly eternal in From, but so is hope. And the only way to escape the cycle is to remember the original sin in order to receive atonement. The answer or way to escape is actually found in the beginning, and Tabitha and Jade have to remember their loss before they can overcome it. This is just a crazy tinfoil theory. If you made it this far, I hope you enjoyed it. Remember, we are only on this planet for the blink of an eye, my friends, so be kind to one another. I look forward to hearing your thoughts and comments. And by the way, interesting side note, Emily Dickinson was a recluse who only wore white clothing later in her life and often wrote about time itself and immortality. Girl in white. And that's Robert Saunders' theory. I have to step away for a few minutes. I will be back.
She's the lady in white. If Julie's not going to come back, I could do promo. You back, or do you want me to promo for a bit?
Yeah, you can take it away for a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Take it away. Promo my stuff first. I don't even know what we're doing next. Oh, I know what we're doing next Monday. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so what we're doing coming up here, I am doing a breakdown of season 3, episode 9, the penultimate episode of Yellow Jackets with Jamie Ruby on the channel Sci-Fi Vision at 11 p.m. EST. We will be breaking down and theorizing along with another channel that's called Seaview Circle, and they have very good videos and they're very funny people. So we should have a good night with that. And then on Monday, we will be having our Severance breakdowns and theories. But what we'll be doing that night is that we will, and hopefully you will have time to also do this yourself, read the UUR sample PDF or listen to the audiobook from the UUR that's free on Apple. It's free on downloads at iBooks and iTunes. That's where I got mine. And it's the actor who plays Rickon reads excerpts out of his book. It's hilarious. And we are going to be interacting with the chat to find out if you are, as Rickon would say, a dove, a scribe, a warrior, a vestal, or a coward. And then there'll be some other things. We can do some acoustic poetry and some other stuff that he recommends, but it should be a fun time for everybody involved. And that's around 10:15 EST-ish on Monday. And then on Tuesday, I think we're going to have a residence watch party at 10 o'clock. Like what Julie was saying earlier, we're going to watch episodes 3 and 4. And if you haven't seen The Residence, please feel free to start this video over at the beginning, where we are breaking down episodes 1 and 2. And you can watch it and see if you're interested in going forward. Episodes 1 and 2 were kind of like the beginning part, like almost like a little encapsulated to our movie that set the whole thing up for the, further mystery. So we'll be doing the watch party in Julie's Discord at 10 PM EST. And then I don't know really what we're doing on Wednesday. I think I might be doing the From Rewatch party. That would be season 2, episode 4. And that would start about 10 PM EST. But other than that, I'm not really sure. I'll have to wait till Julie gets back because I'm not sure really. I guess we're just doing another split Residence and From on Friday, which would be episodes 3 and 4. And Julie expressed she was going to have another watch party because The Residence is a show that you need to watch. You need to watch all the episodes more than once because there's so many suspects. There's 157 suspects and so many clues that you will definitely have to watch each episode more than once. And unfortunately, it was all released at once and in the binge model instead of episode to episode. So we're like going to do it the old-fashioned way, episode to episode, so we're going to trace the steps of the victim, like make a timeline, maybe make a little map of the White House and see where everybody was, and then come up to our own conclusions and maybe a top 10 suspect list, since there's 157, of who we think might have done it. And this might go from episode to episode. I noticed that some people change from episode 1 to episode 2 on who the suspects were. So we'll be doing that on Friday. And if you're interested in what? Are you back?
I'm back.
I'm finished.
Okay.
Let's babble on about all the stuff that we do in a week.
Okay. Cool. So as for Robert's theory here, I love it. I think it makes so much sense the way he tied it in with the poetry, and it's just freaking genius that the show chose an excerpt from The Raven to put in a show like this. Just looking at what Robert wrote here, just this alone blows my mind. That because The Raven is symbolizing mournful, never-ending remembrance and the speaker's unyielding grief over the loss of Lenore, as well as the finality of death and the impossibility of forgetting. I mean, what's happening in this show? You've got the Ankui kids going around saying Ankui, which we find out means remember. They're trying to get Tabitha and Jade to remember their loss. It's so fitting. It's that grief over those kids, it hangs over the whole town from the very beginning. They just don't remember, and so it's fitting too that even like it's fitting that it's genius. Look at this image. Where is it? It's fitting that it is partially erased because they're not remembering. It's like it's for one thing, it makes it more difficult for us to figure out what the hell it says, and I didn't see it. I had to rely on someone else who had a better definition.
I saw it because I'm familiar with the poem.
Yeah, I couldn't see it on my tiny screen.
Yeah.
I didn't have the high definition to see it, but it's so perfect that they put this. They planted this in the show in the very first episode, which tells us that thematically it's important to the narrative. It's partially erased. Their memories are erased, and it's a poem about a man who can't get over his grief over the loss of someone. That memory is he can't escape it. The Raven following him around saying nevermore, nevermore. It's that's all in his mind. That's just him being unable to forget his grief over that loss. Now, conversely, Tabitha and Jade are unable to remember. So, that's the inverse of what this poem is saying. But this place remembers. As Victor says, the pictures remember. There's evidence that remembers even if they don't. And having this up on the wall, it's like a remembrance of that original loss of those kids and the sacrifice, even though the people showing up there, even though Tabitha and Jade don't remember their past lives, the evidence is there. This is, evidence just like the raven and the presence of the crows. Like Robert said in his theory, I didn't know that crows and ravens that they come from the same origin, or what did he say? That they're, what was it? I forget how he described it. That they're in the same bird family and genus, so they can really be interchangeable thematically for the purposes of this show. So it's fitting that when people show up at the town, right before they enter, they encounter crows / ravens. I mean, since they're in the same family, they can be considered interchangeable. Then you connect it with this poem, The Raven. I think what he's saying makes so much sense. The symbolic meaning of them, and the connection to hope. To hope is the thing with feathers, the poem, which is displayed in the diner. Another thing I couldn't see on my tiny screen that I needed to rely on someone else to point out. Hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul. So it is suggestive. It does imply that perhaps the crows symbolize the hope of the children. Maybe not only, I think that the entire place was manifested by the hope of the children, not just the bottle tree, but really the whole place. And maybe the crows. And that represents their hope, and the indomitability of that hope, that no matter, even in a place this dark, hope is the thing with feathers that perches in the soul and sings the tunes without the words and never stops at all. Even in a place this dark, the hope of the children, like Robert was saying in his theory, the hope of the children is eternal. It's this place is the embodiment of it. I mean, that bottle tree is symbolic of the children's hope. The roots, the symbol in the roots, even though it seemed like an evil symbol dripping in blood, that's only because it was their blood sacrifice that created it. But it represents the hope of the children. The bottle tree represents the hope of the children. The fact that these two poems are combined, I agree with what Robert said about that as well. Forever is composed of nows. It hints at the endless loop that they're trapped in via this reincarnation cycle, the endless loop of being born again and returning to this place forever, unless and until they can save the children. So yeah, I think his theory makes so much sense, and it's beautifully written. Of course, I would expect nothing less from Robert. Such an incredible theorist. I mean, it's just always a pleasure exchanging ideas with Robert. And if we did this at an earlier time, we would have him on to just present it himself. But I'm glad I appreciate that he took the time to write that up in the Discord, because it was beautifully done. And he shared some of these photos, like this is the Peach Truck map, which does look like the outline of a crow on that too. So he shared that. Yeah, what do you think, Scarlet?
Oh, I was just thinking more about the Emily Dickinson at the end, the woman in white.
The woman in what woman in white?
When he said at the end about Emily Dickinson.
Oh,
or was
yeah,
that Doc's living?
How she only wore
Was
a
that your
white
outlet?
cloak. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Nope, that was Robert.
Yeah, I took a class in college on Emily Dickinson. She was very interesting. She's a lot more. She's a lot more than what people expect because they think she might have fallen in love with a priest and had a romantic attachment to a female friend.
Oh.
There is a movie called Wild Nights at Emily with Molly Shannon playing Emily Dickinson. That's actually pretty good. That kind of explains that relationship.
Is it a Skinamax film?
No, it's not. No, she wrote a
From the
poem called
title, it
Wild.
should be.
She wrote a poem called Wild Nights. Yeah, she's
Okay.
I mean,
that makes sense.
she when they say she was only around the grounds of her house, she had a really large house with a lot of ground. It wasn't only later in her life that she just kind of stayed in her bedroom. Most of the time she was walking around the grounds, and having kind of like a life out there. So
Mm.
He's
Yeah.
an intriguing character. Sorry
Yeah.
about my little breakaway. I had to get hubby up for work.
Yeah.
He goes to work really early.
Yeah, I saw your message.
He only
That's
got 3
okay.
hours of
No
sleep,
worries.
the poor man.
Yeah.
That sucks. That sucks. No worries.
But
Hey Debbie.
yeah, that was
Debbie, Bo Babby.
hi Debbie. And yeah, Debbie's right. That was a beautiful theory. I love how it
Beautiful and
tied everything
elegant.
together. Yeah, beautiful and elegant. And I
Yeah.
love how it tied together with the Ankui children and the trees. Because that kind of makes sense in a way. And I love that it brought up the different scenes too. It was very detailed and incredibly well thought out. And I think
I
it
agree.
does help pose the argument like that, maybe the crows could be good. And Michael has one that I think ties more to the barometers of the bizarre. But I think maybe we might want to let him explain it if he's willing to hop on here and explain it.
Mm.
Also
Do we have any more commentary? Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead.
Also, Robert posted this picture that Victor drew, and it looks a lot to me like a crow with loops around it. So, if the crow is a representation of the children's hope is the thing with feathers, it would make sense for there to be loops around it. There are circles all around it. So I always found this particular drawing interesting.
Yeah.
I'm looking at it in a different way too. So, good morning, good early morning, Mark. It's been one of those insomniac battles for me, so I saw you all on here. Well, sorry you're having insomnia, Mark, but glad you could join us anyway. Nice to see you as always. Please hit the like, anybody that's joined recently, if you haven't already. I'd appreciate it. Anyway, yeah, loved Robert's theory. I think that I'm not 100% on the crows being a symbol of good necessarily. But it does. But the way he explained it does make me think more about that. I'm not sure, but it was interesting though.
How's that poll going, Julie? How's the poll going?
Oh, I'll check. Another thing too, what he said about it was interesting, his take on the crow crashing through the colony house window, that if the crows are a symbol of hope, that killing off crows could be symbolic, at the very least symbolic, of the increased level of danger that they're in as things are getting worse and worse, and that is happening in season 3. So that would make sense. All of a sudden a crow crashes through the window and dies, could be symbolic of how things are escalating, and then the season ends with the man in yellow showing up. So that makes a whole lot of sense. So yeah, I love that theory that Robert shared. So eloquent, well thought out. Yeah, and the way he tied the poetry in, the way he tied it all together was just brilliant. I am checking on the poll, but it's taking a while to reload, so I'll let you know when it's loaded. But okay, here it is. Never mind, it's right here. So
I'll be right back.
we've got okay. So right now, it's a tie between what is the nature of the crows. it's a tie. 42% said good/helpful. 42% said neither or barometers of the bizarre, and 17% said not good or unhelpful. So, and that's just based on 12 votes. I'll leave it up there if anybody wants to add your vote in. It is still there. Probably should have started the poll at the very beginning, but regardless, Michael said, "Don't know about the lighthouse, but I think I agree on the kids' life force / hope magic or whatever powering Fromville." Yeah, oh, I definitely agree. Debbie says Emily
thanks,
Dickinson was
Debbie.
in love. Yeah, was in love with Susan
No, I
Gilbert.
couldn't remember her
compared...
name. Sorry.
Okay, so that was the
Sarah,
person you were
Susan-
talking about.
Okay.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going
What
to
were you gonna
say I
say?
couldn't remember Susan Gilbert. She's the one that's in Wild Nights of Emily.
Got it.
If you'd like to check that out.
That sounds it's got to be their actual story in real life has to be tragic though, because people who had same-sex relationships
Yeah,
or
but this
feeling
is very cloaked. This isn't like, and she also there's rumors that she had a relationship with a priest, but I'm just saying this is like looking across each other knowingly across the room, or maybe standing close to each other and talking, not like getting it on.
Okay, yeah,
that kind of Victorian love desire,
right,
but not being able to do really anything about it. But maybe, because you don't know.
and back
Because she
then
might have.
I hate watching any period piece on a same-sex relationship from the past because it is so tragic, because you just know that people couldn't be together. If God forbid you love someone from the same sex, then you're doomed to never be able to be together unless you somehow go off into the wilderness and live alone out of society, I guess. But
like Yellow Jackets. I was gonna say like Van and Ty and Yellow Jackets.
Like Yellow Jackets.
Yellow Jackets. R.I.P. Van. Sorry, spoiler.
So that love affair must have been sad and ill-fated and tragic, and it just makes me sad to think of all the people in history who couldn't be with the person they loved out in the open and have a life together without fear of being ostracized, persecuted, murdered. And it's still happening to this day. It's just that thankfully today things have changed a lot in many societies around the world. But back then, forget it. Thankfully now things are a lot different. But Debbie said, compared her love for Susan to great loves throughout literature and history in her very romantic letters she sent to her. So that just makes me sad, because I was just, I think, well, that's all they had then. They couldn't really be together. It's sad. But yeah.
But she was also a very isolated person, but people think she was just totally isolated, which she wasn't.
Oh, okay. Emily compared her love for Susan to Dante's love for Beatrice, Swift's love for Stella, and Mirabeau's love for Sophie to Ruffey, and compared her tutelage with Susan to one with Shakespeare. Well, that's beautiful. Hopefully they at least had some time together, at least a tiny bit of happiness at some point. But back then, I can't imagine they had much. No,
yeah, but Dante's love for Beatrice was just seeing Beatrice like 3 times and not doing anything romantic at all, just loving her from afar.
Yeah, you would always want more, though. The human nature is to be, to want to be with the one you love. You would naturally want more. I mean,
yeah, but unrequited love makes great poetry.
Oh, it does make for great poetry. I'll give you that much. Yeah.
Required love. Bleh.
Who
wants that?
Did I hear Doc? Is that you, Doc?
I'm back.
Okay.
I heard a thunderous noise. I think it was Doc.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, and I forgot to show this part too. I'll show this one last picture that Robert shared. I closed my share screen just a moment too soon. I found one that I forgot to show you. Robert shared this one too. I never took this close of a look before, but there's a crow there too. There's a crow on Ellis's jeans along with the talisman and a faraway tree. It looks like possibly a faraway tree, I think. And I think that's a crow right up there. Yeah. So we appreciate it, Robert. I know you'll listen to this on the replay, and we appreciate you sharing. Oh, and there's a scarecrow. This is one of Victor's drawings. So it's on, excuse me, on theme with the crow
Early
situation.
one.
Yes. And this right here, I mean, these could be crows that are just depicted in white instead of black, potentially. And, if you look at it another way, well, you can't see it in this particular version. It's very hard to see, but that could be part of a dragon's head. But that's a subject for a whole other FROMacademy. Maybe we could do a FROMacademy just on the cave mural or something. But anyway, that's that. And of course, I showed this one earlier, but the rat's eating the crow. Now, I would have to add, I want to see what Robert has to say about this, though. Like, I can't get past this particular symbolism, and everything that he's saying makes total sense. But I would have to ask him, and I'm going to in the Discord. I'm going to see what he thinks about this. If we're to believe that the crows are a symbol of good, pure goodness, then why? I mean, and that by extension, then this would be a bad thing. The death of a crow. He was saying that the death of a crow is a negative thing and it's symbolic of trouble. Then I find it so odd that they would show us literal rats in a maze nibbling on a crow. The same season where Jade compared the people to rats in a maze nibbling on their cheese. To me, that just automatically makes me think, okay, the rats are good, the crows are representative of the evil entity, but maybe that's a red herring, what Jade said. And so you could explain it that way. It could be that what Jade said in that whole scene is a red herring, or it just doesn't
Or a foil.
necessarily. Right. Or a foil to this.
Or it could be the phrase "eating crow."
Or eating crow.
Mm-hmm. Or is that where the monsters are? That's also where the monsters are, though?
It is, yes.
So it could be the good entity being eaten up by the bad monster entity being the rats.
And yet, why? And that Jade called the people there rats in a maze, and these are literal rats in a literal maze. That's the thing I'm stuck on. That's the thing that I can't get out of my head. It just, the symbolism of it. To me, I look at this as a hopeful sign.
Maybe they're eating a messenger.
Maybe. See, I look at this as a hopeful sign, believe it or not. I look at this as potentially hopeful symbolism that the rats, aka the humans who are trapped in a maze, like the maze of the cave tunnels, that the humans that they will break the cycle in the end and defeat the Watcher entity, aka the crow entity that looks down on them, and from the very first shot of a crow, it's watching them ominously from a tree branch. I look at this as like a positive, potentially positive foreshadowing, but everything Robert says makes so much sense too. So
it could be taken the other way as like the rats being in a maze, but basically killing the messenger that's trying to help them.
Yeah, it could be.
Because they never talk, Julie. They never communicate. They never get the message.
No, they don't.
They literally eat the message, so nobody can know.
Yeah, that's a good point. A good point. Robert also one last thing that Robert pointed out. He said, I always found it interesting that the monsters kept a bird cage in the caves. Perhaps that too has something to do with the crows. It could be like they, wanting to cage this hopeful entity, put it in a cage. If it is a hopeful entity, that makes sense. why
Cage
they
it
would
if
have a
it's
bird.
not. If it's
Right.
it works both ways. If it's not, put it in a cage and keep it, from getting out.
Right. So it could work both ways.
Mhm.
And either way, whether they represent the evil entity or a good entity, I agree with everything he said about the poetry, though.
Mhm.
So I completely agree with the significance of the poetry to the show and just a lot of his other points. And he makes just a beautiful argument. So love it. Love it. Great stuff. And this is something that somebody shared. Yeah, so this is something. Okay, we already covered this. I just wanted to make sure we got to everything that was in here related to crows. Yeah, this was from the Raven. Yeah, okay, we saw that part already. We went over that with Doc. Yeah, dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. It's interesting that that particular line was chosen. I have to point out because, okay, of course you have the obvious reference to dreams and the dream references in this show being everywhere, but no dreaming dreams no mortals ever dared to dream before. Mortals as in human beings who die. I think that was foreshadowing that there's the theme of immortality on the show. There are immortal beings on the show. The monsters who were once mortal but sacrificed their children to live forever. And Tabitha and Jade sort of have a form of immortality in that they keep getting reincarnated. So again, brilliant choice of poetry that they included in the beginning of this. Amazing. Anyway, so what else do we have? So I know Michael has theories regarding the crows and the ravens.
Mm-hmm.
So
Is it going on?
I don't know. I'm gonna put the link in the chat if I don't know if Michael, if you're even still here, but oh yeah, I think he was
I
here.
think he is.
Okay, I'm gonna put the link in the chat if you do want to come on and share your theory, or just you can drop it in the chat. I'm gonna get back on the treadmill myself, but let's see. Okay, no,
He
that's the
also made
wrong kind
us.
of.
Okay, he's still here, and he also posted a new song to the Discord about pros and from.
Oh, cool. Did you have other stuff, Doc, that you wanted to get through, or did you
Just
share it
people's
all?
theories. I do have a couple of questions that I wrote down that I thought that kind of just oh, hold on. I have to mute myself for a second to go and grab my other phone where I had it noted, and Crystal
Okay.
still has a TV running in there.
Okay. And Doc had posted some poetry about crows that we can check out as well. Michael's got. Oh, this will be a good way to end it. This will be a good way to wrap up once we finish with the theory talk. So I'll click the link for this song Michael posted, and I'll have it ready.
All right, sorry, I didn't want you guys to get a copy strike. So, all right, so the questions I wrote down. My outstanding questions are what we basically put the poll of are they helpful, not helpful, neither or both. The other questions I had are how much agency do the crows have? Are they used as agents or are they used as instruments? Neither. And why was the crow willing to sacrifice itself to ruin the tarot reading, or was it being used as an instrument?
I think it was. I think it was probably. I still like the idea that it wasn't being used by anybody. That it was disoriented. Like slipped through the veil into this dimension where they are and crashed through the window as a result. But I also like the idea that maybe that maybe the evil entity caused that to happen and sent it careening through the window, and And that's like what Robert was saying, like it's a negative thing. It means that they're in more danger. That crow crashing through the window. I like that. Hey, Michael, welcome.
Can you hear me now?
Welcome.
Good.
Yes.
Yes, we hear you. Thanks for joining.
Always
So you have like a theory regarding crows, ravens, or both?
I mean, I don't know if I'd call it a theory so much. I mean, it's just stuff that I'd written kind of while I was theory crafting and kind of talking with ChatGPT about some just kind of general stuff, and just kind of asked it, if there's any, kind of symbolism in mythology for, fallen trees, for crows and ravens, that sort of thing. And so it had, I guess, kind of implied that both of them can kind of be seen as, I guess, kind of demarcating like liminal spaces or kind of like the kind of transition between like the real world and the other world, whether that's the fairy realm or the afterlife or just some type of generic other world, some other place that's different from the real world. And so if you like come across like a tree in the road, and that's kind of again symbolizing like a again just kind of that barrier that you're then like crossing over into kind of some new place. It's just kind of acting as that kind of liminal space, kind of in between worlds and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I have any specific like theory as far as, I mean, the crow's having some greater significance in the show. It did seem interesting that the crow like crashed through the window like right when the tarot reading was happening. I mean, it's clearly they were trying to do something there. Whether it was specifically to stop the reading for some reason, maybe so that Fatima wouldn't find out, that the baby was Smiley being reborn and like try and stop it, or, who knows. But I mean, clearly it seems like they put it in there for, some narrative or dramatic reason.
Oh yeah.
What it is, they didn't make entirely clear, but certainly seemed like it
Right.
had the effect of stopping the tarot reading, so that Fatima didn't get any answers, and I guess neither did Tilly or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Or Tilly.
Yeah. I mean, the timing of it was sus. The timing of it was definitely suspicious. It seemed like it was trying to. There was some force trying to stop the reading from continuing. Either that or that was just a red herring. But the timing of it was just too perfect. Right as Tilly was about to turn over a card, just as she was doing that, it.
Well, and plus it wasn't just one event.
crashed
It was technically, I think, two events. You had the bird hit the window, which kind of like stopped the reading. But then I think they were like going to start again, and then it like actually broke through the window and started like flopping around and dying, which like totally killed the reading.
Oh yeah, no, it was the first time it just it went up against the window and like it tapped, it banged on it, and it didn't break through. And then Tilly tried again, and the second time the bird crashed through. So it seemed pretty intentional that we were supposed to get the impression that it was trying to stop the reading from continuing.
Kind of seemed like a narrative. No, really, stop.
Exactly, because Tilly paused after. This was the moment right after it banged on the window the first time, but didn't bust through. Tilly stopped, and that was just her facial expression. She just looked at Fatima, and then she went back to the cards again, and then it crashed through the window. The second she tried to pick up a card, it crashed through the window. So I mean, what else are we supposed to think other than that there's a causal link between the two? So I definitely think there's a causal link there. And the poor thing kamikazed its way around and crashed into a lamp bloodied itself. Okay, this was. I was trying to find the picture of this. Was where it first tapped on the glass. This is so creepy. Like, this is the first time before it crashed through. Like, what the hell? And it didn't bust through the first time, and then Tilly stopped, and then and then she tried again, and it crashed through. And it went berserk. It was not easy getting screenshots of it because it's very quick. It went berserk, and then this dude actually reached up and like hit the bird. Like, he just like slammed. I don't know why that was necessary, but I guess because the bird was kind of attacking people. And then the bird just crashed into a wall and died. And yeah, was it trying
Didn't
to
it
prevent?
also like wake up Elgin or something?
It did. It did. Elgin has been having trouble sleeping ever since his bathtub dream with the kimono lady, and he was finally taking a nap, and he woke him up. He right here, yeah, it knocked a lamp onto Elgin and woke him up. Right there. Yeah. So
Don't know if there's any significance to that, but
maybe it's possible. He was finally getting some sleep. And once again, a dead crow. It's the second dead crow we've had. First one was in season 1, and another one. So yeah, that's interesting. And Robert thinks that, in Robert's theory, that that's symbolic of the danger level for the town rising. And that, I mean, it does make sense, because that's certainly happening in season 3. The threat level is rising. If hope is the thing with feathers, and the crow represents hope, then based on the Emily Dickinson poem that's on the diner wall, then this would be a very bad sign. So yeah, it was pretty wild. That was scene. I don't think anyone had this on their bingo card for season 3. A crow crashing through the window and going berserk. It was just really random, crazy. But yeah, Fatima's reaction was funny. Anyway, but that was the crow busting in. I agree about the liminal space situation. I think that
definitely.
it makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense for the crows to be kind of guarding the liminal, the boundary between the liminal space between whatever dimension this is and the dimension these people came from. I think that that's likely. Just makes sense to me.
I guess there was one other theory
like
that they kind of marginally are adjacent to, I guess, which was kind of the Inuit notion of one of the, at least I think, potential big bads if they go in kind of using some of the Inuit mythology direction. Excuse me, which is the Ijirak, which is basically like a kind of a malevolent entity that has a penchant for kidnapping children, dragging them off into the wilds, and either abandoning them or feeding on them or whatever, or keeping them captive in some way. But part of the lore is that if like the children can convince the entity to let them go, then they can follow the little stone inuksuks, essentially back home to as like kind of guideposts to kind of get past like the illusions and whatever that they might be casting to try and kind of keep them lost in the wilds or whatever. But another way that you can get past some of those illusions in the mythology, as I understand it, is with the help of basically like kind of animal spirit guides with like heightened senses. And some examples I think they gave were things like crows or dogs, both of which have featured in the show. So it's possible that, kind of similar to the end of The Watchers, if you like follow the birds, maybe they can see like kind of the true path to wherever you're trying to go, and get past some of the illusions that whatever entity or fairies or whatever it is are trying to keep you there with. So it kind of could be one of those adjacent areas where it could factor in at some point, maybe, if that's what's going on. Who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, it could be that if people just went in the direction of the crows and went over the tree at the fallen tree, then maybe they could get past the illusion of the place that they're in. The liminal space, the pocket dimension that they're about to enter. I think it's some type of pocket dimension or some other dimension. It's clearly not part of our world, whatever it is. It's not on a
It seems like
geographical
the
map of our world.
snow globe drawing and the drawing on the map seem to kind of hint at that, maybe. As far as being kind of like pocket dimension sort of thing.
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. And the fact that it's shoved in our face all the time, that everyone comes from different points on the U.S. map. It's right there in the sheriff's station. They want us to always keep that in mind. Like, so you can't find this place where they are now on a map, on a normal map. It's not part of our normal world. So therefore, what is it? Okay, it's not our world.
It's more like the place finds you.
So it's, yeah. Basically, yeah, the place finds you, and so it's some other dimension. It's a pocket dimension or pocket universe or some other realm, some other plane of reality other than ours.
It's the universe in my
We can
pocket.
be pretty sure of that.
It'd be kind of interesting if
Yeah.
either crows or the dogs or something maybe ended up leading them to some kind of like hidden place. Like Boyd, followed the dogs and then found the talismans. Maybe they could follow the dogs or the crows and find some other, places that the entities don't want them to find, but maybe the animals can kind of see through things and find them. Or, you never know.
Yeah, I mean, the dogs have led Boyd, or at least one of the dogs has led Boyd where he needs to be more than once. So if they could just show up and help out more, then I think that would be helpful. Maybe the crows could be helpful too. Who knows? I would just like to see one in the sky at some point, actually in town, because I still haven't seen one. The only time we saw one was when it crashed through the window and died. Now, who knows? That could just be that might not mean anything. As a matter of fact, Victor has a drawing of the houses in town with crows in the sky. So if we're to believe Victor's memory, then perhaps there have been crows flying in town based on that drawing. But I've never seen them on the show, which again makes me think that they're in that liminal space, not in town, but near the fallen tree in that area. Anyway.
Yeah, it seems narratively or whatever, or kind of mythologically or whatever you want to call it, that's kind of the implication is that when you see them and you see the tree and you're kind of passing through that kind of veil between worlds or whatever you want to call it, you're getting sucked into Fromville, and probably once you see it, you're already in there and there's not really any way to get back. Essentially, you're already kind of stuck.
Yep.
Makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense to me. Yeah, I think that, yeah, that just when you think about the space where the fallen tree is, where exactly it exists, it just makes sense for it to be a liminal space between realities.
I built
once
that
they
into the
turn
lyrics of
around
the
and
song that I
try-
was writing.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
And the notion of you can turn around, but you can't go back.
That's right. Can't go back. We'll play that too. Because they turn around, they go around in circles, and they never see the tree again, which would suggest that the tree is not in this, whatever this is, pocket dimension or wherever Fromville is. It's not, the tree is not there. Either that or it's a disappearing tree. But it could be an illusion and the tree just disappears, but I tend to think it's in a liminal space. you could say that it's back where they came from in their reality, but I don't think so. I think it's like a supernatural tree. It's not like something that people could just clear out of the road in their reality. If it were, I mean, I think that, yeah, I think less people would be getting stuck there. The tree would be cleared. The cops, when there's a tree that falls like that right across a road, I mean, the cops get called pretty quickly. Although, I mean, granted, the roads tend to be pretty remote that they encounter the tree on, but still, I don't know. I just don't see the tree as part of where they came from. I think at some point they passed through some veil and they are already in a liminal space when they see the tree, in my opinion. And it's not the same tree every time. No, it's not. It's different the 3 different times we see it, but I still think it's in 3 different liminal spaces. Every time someone sees a tree, I think it's in a liminal space, in my opinion. But it could just be, I don't know. It's either that or I don't know. It's either that or like I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. I lost it. I had it in my head and then I lost it. It's like this kind of thing just messes with your mind, trying to just like melts your brain, trying
Like
to
Lana
wrap your head
says,
around
everybody
it.
sees the tree, everybody sees the crows.
Maybe the
Everybody
crows are a
sees the
form of
tree.
psychological warfare on the viewer
Yeah,
too.
yeah. On the on the viewer, and on the people who get stuck there. It's frying my brain. Um, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, every time that we've seen this happen now, 3 different times someone arrives at a tree, it's always a different tree and it's always a remote area. Um, just trees around, no buildings. So it's possible that it exists in their reality as they know it, their real world, whatever you want to call it. It's possible, but that would suggest, okay, that there's some Fromville type entity that's causing a tree to fall that can actually, and I wouldn't say that's impossible. Causing a tree to fall in that realm, and then at that point the thin space appears and they turn around and enter the Fromville dimension. I don't know. So you could look at it that way too. It could be a real tree. Then they turn around. That's when they pass through the veil into the pocket dimension after they turn around. And if that's the case, actually, if the tree is in the real world, so to speak, then that would actually add more fuel to my argument that if people just stepped over the tree and continued straight, they might still be in the real world and not pass through the veil. So yeah, it's interesting. I could go either way with that, but I still tend to think it's a liminal space every time. It's just that the tree is different. The tree changes, maybe to match whatever region they're coming from. So it just changes with wherever they are, but it's a liminal space either way. I don't know. It's fun to theorize. It's fun to theorize. I don't know if I don't think we're ever going to get clear answers spelled out to us on how exactly that part works and what that is. I doubt it. So it's fun to speculate and theorize on that stuff, but I'm not holding my breath to ever actually get a specific answer to things like that and how it works.
So help me, no lost hatches that you go down and turn a giant wheel and then a tree falls over.
That'd be
No.
hilarious. I would laugh my ass off.
Oh no. Yeah, no, I hope not. God. With Alice, Jade may have simply meant fallen mankind under the firmament are sinners, or like rats in a maze trying to figure it out. Oh yeah, maybe humans as sinners are like rats in a maze. That could explain that Jade quote. Dieter, we only heard crows in the town. or in the closed caption. Yeah, I've never seen them flying in town other than that one that crashed through the window. But they are in the closed captions. But in the drawings, they're in the drawings. They're in the drawings. So if Victor's drawings can be trusted, then maybe they are flying around in town and the show is just not depicting that to us, which is possible. Anyway, thank you for being here, Dieter. Hope you're taking care of yourself. Kick it up of you. I don't know what that means, but hope you're taking care of yourself. And Dieter, thank you for dropping the link to our friend Mr. Grant Gregory AI's channel. Sure you subscribe to that if you're not already subscribed to our frequent guest panelist, Grant. And of course, Doc. The link to Doc's channel is in the description of this video as well. So make sure you're subscribed to Doc Kaiju if you're not already. Anyway,
Oh, and don't forget my OF profile. Put that there too. No, I'm kidding.
What? Wait, what? OF. Oh, I was like, hey, OF.
I don't know if we
OnlyFans,
can
right?
say that word on here. Yeah.
I think that's allowed. I think we can say that. I was like, wait, I thought you were serious for a split second, and but I didn't know what OF meant.
Got me with my goggles holding, Godzilla figures between my legs.
Oh my god, that's great.
Actually, oh my
Yeah.
God, I did have a photo like that at one point.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah, on Instagram. It's probably still out there somewhere.
Oh my god.
I
Yeah,
think I saw someone else do it and copied them.
nice. That's awesome, Mark. I hope you were able to get some sleep. Good night. Thank you for popping in. We appreciate you.
Have a good night.
Good luck with the insomnia. Dieter dropped the link to Doc's channel right there. Please subscribe. Go to his channel, hit subscribe. Yes. Oh yeah. Gotta do that. And if you're listening on the replay, it's in the description of this video. So please take a moment to check the description and support our friend Doc here. So do we have anything else to add, or have we covered
I guess
everything?
we covered pretty much everything. I figure we can see if anyone else wants to call in. I do have a couple of my own thoughts. And if we run out of stuff to talk about, I can pull up theories off Reddit and we can give credit to people who wrote them and discuss their theories maybe. We also have poems we can read.
Oh, that's right. We got to do the poems. Yes. I'm going to get back on the treadmill too, if you don't mind. But yes, let's continue.
So I kind of my thoughts are along the lines of Michael's that like at least if we're tying this to mythology, I feel like the prose are probably more just like they might get used as instruments or not, or they might have agency. But I think it's more likely that they have agency of their own, and that they're more like kind of like in myths, that they're more like omens and heralds, and like they'll give warnings and stuff, but they're doing their own thing. Like they're more just supernatural beings of their own. That's my own thoughts, but I could be wrong. The thing that gives me pause there is the whole tarot scene, and that's where I have to think that either they have agency and they decided they were going to interrupt that on their own, and one of them possibly sacrificed its life in doing so, which means that it must have been serious, maybe, or they're just instruments and being used, so it didn't matter if it died or not. Or maybe they're reborn like everything else there seems to be.
Hmm.
So I don't know. That gave me pause and made me wonder, and my mind keeps circling around those points all around that issue.
Right, like it maybe one of them did sacrifice its life on purpose to try and stop the tarot card reading for some reason. Maybe it was going to be a bad thing, like or maybe for some other reason. But it does seem like the timing of it is too uncanny with the tarot card, especially like Michael pointed out, the fact that the crow tried once and then couldn't, didn't bust through the window till he stopped turning over cards. Then she went and turned over another card and the crow immediately crashed into the window. So I mean, how do you not correlate the crow crashing through with the cards then? We saw two different times. It was associated with her turning over the tarot cards. So whatever that may mean, where the tarot card's going to, cause something negative, tell Fatima something she shouldn't know, or maybe the crows are, associated with the evil entity, and the tarot card reading was supposed to be helpful, would have given her some valuable information. You could look at it from either perspective there.
Mm.
Yeah.
And if we're talking mythology, I mean, I think Doc mentioned it earlier in one of the earlier theories he was talking about. But in Norse mythology, which the talismans look pretty much like Norse runes or bind runes, and so in Norse mythology you have the two crows or ravens, Hugin and Munin, I think, which basically go out during the day, spy on the world, and then report back to Odin by whispering in his ears at night to basically tell him, kind of what's going on out in the world. And we know that in Fromville, the monsters somehow end up knowing things that like people have said or done. Like when Boyd, comes out of the ruins and he says, "You won't break me," and then, in the barn scene, the monsters throw it then back in his face. I mean, there wasn't really anyone else there other than the dog, which maybe the dog is a spy. Who knows? Because it was definitely there when he said it.
Who knows?
But it could also be that the crows could also be spies of some kind, just kind of eyes everywhere. So who knows?
If it
And
flies,
I'm
it
thinking that sort of
spies.
thing. Yeah, and I'm thinking that sort of thing. If there is, essentially like animal spies or something that's just kind of like all-seeing, then that could be kind of why the boy in white can't be too specific about certain things, like the magic tree and kind of what it does. So I don't know. We'll see if they go anywhere with that.
I know in season 1, a lot of people theorized that the crows were the monsters during the day. In the daytime, the monsters manifested as the crows, and they were keeping watch, and that's how the people were watched 24 hours a day. But I don't think it's anything literal like that. But it could be that that they do serve as like an eye in the sky, for the big bad, that they could potentially be connected in that way. So that's still possible. Yeah. Um,
Also, too, there have been theories, or I saw a theory, or heard one. I can't remember where, that the crows could be the spirits of people who die in Fromville. After they die, that their spirits are still kind of trapped there, but they're trapped there as crows.
mm,
I don't know if I think it's a fun theory. I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of like it, but I don't know.
that's an interesting one. Yeah, interesting. I do think that whoever dies there is trapped there. So they could be trapped, manifested as crows, You know, yeah, that's an interesting one I hadn't heard before. And there's also the crow poems that you posted too. I've got that whenever you're ready to, when you want to, if you want to read any of these crow poems, Doc.
Yeah, sure. Does anyone else want to read a poem?
I mean, I would like to hear it. I don't know if it would sound so good if I read it myself, because I'm going to be on the treadmill and you'll hear the treadmill noise. But I can pull this up on the screen. I'm gonna actually pull up the screen, and we can look at Reddit theories too if you want. Let's see.
I figured Scarlet might like the poetry thing too.
Yeah, here it is. So here's one, a crow sonnet. Let's see.
Sorry, I had to excuse myself there for 1 second. Can I circle back for just 1 sec?
Sure,
with
go
the
ahead.
crows. I was just going to say that, I mean, it seems like the people in Fromville that die, at least Abby, seem to come back as voices. Essentially like what Sarah's, I'm assuming, hearing, since she hears Abby's voice in the woods with Boyd. And then she hears other voices, which were not as clear on what they are, whether they're the monsters' voices or whether the voices of like trapped souls that have previously died in Fromville. So I mean, it certainly seems like they get trapped in that way, but I don't know whether I necessarily buy, since they're kind of showing them in that form, whether they would also be the crows. I mean, it seems like, I don't know, I feel like that'd be too many ways for them to kind of show up as like trapped souls. I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
No, that makes sense to me too. I was thinking because of the, I think that they're most likely trapped in the bottles in the tree. I think their spirits are trapped in the bottle tree, and they're, you know, they're speaking to Sarah that way. She's hearing their spirits from the bottles. What, Doc?
So Grok had a theory about the bottles, that because crows are known to, or at least in some folklore or whatever, collect shiny things. I think that they actually really probably do are attracted to shiny things and pick them up. I think I've heard that before, but maybe that is just a myth. But and that perhaps the bottle tree initially started by the crows putting bottles up in the tree. I don't think it's likely, but I thought it was interesting, and that there might be some sort of association with crows and shiny objects and the bottles in the trees. Hey, I've taken over. Unless my internet died.
That's interesting, Doc.
Oh, okay.
My mic was muted. I forgot it was muted. You know, it's interesting. Like, there is that question as to how the bottles wound up there. We don't know. So that's a mystery. I don't think
it was birds.
I personally, I think they were manifested there. I think nobody put them there. I think they were manifested there, just like anything else is manifested there, like the cows and goats and chickens in the woods. That those shouldn't be there, but they were manifested there somehow. I think the bottles were also manifested there just by magic, just like the kids. Like, yeah, the children. The children's hope is what created the bottle faraway tree in the first place. So I think the hope of the children also is manifesting the bottles in the tree. Still manifesting things. via the
Well,
bottles. Like new bottles.
if we go back to folklore, I put a little link in the chat to kind of the origin of bottle trees generally, which seems to, or at least some had thought that it goes back to Africa, but it may have gone back even further than that. But the notion was that by like hanging bottles in trees, that evil spirits would be attracted to them and then like get trapped potentially. So it may be that someone with that particular tradition got pulled into Fromville and then created or put bottles on the tree kind of as a protection against evil spirits. And then maybe at some later point, the bottles also got used for the, like the musical notes. They just happen to be a handy place to put them. Who knows? But
Right. The trouble is, like, I absolutely think that they are referencing the tradition of bottle trees and evil spirits being trapped in the trees. I think the show is referencing that, but I don't know. The problem is I can't imagine when exactly someone would have hung all of these like let's say some version of Jade or Tabitha figured out that they needed to in one day in the future remember this song. Then why did they put it in code? If they wrote the notes to themselves for the future, then why put it in code? Why not just put the actual musical notes in bottles? It seems to me like it was a puzzle manifested there by some unseen force, a puzzle for them to solve. But either way, this is definitely a reference to this tradition of bottle trees. Absolutely. Evil spirits, the idea that spirits could live in bottles. Oh yeah.
well, I mean, it seems like they put stuff there in code that they, I would assume, thought that only they could actually figure out. So like the monsters maybe couldn't figure it out or something, but I don't know. Like if they were too literal, then, if the monsters looked at it, they'd be like, oh, those are music notes, as opposed to, oh, it's just a bunch of numbers. We don't know what the hell those mean.
Oh, I overlooked this factoid from the fact sheet. It says here that crows and ravens are known for their amazing violin compositions.
What?
I'm just making that up.
I figured as much.
You're 4 days late, Doc.
Well, this is, the first FROMacademy since, April Fools, right?
Fair enough.
That's great.
It's a spirit. It's not a particular day.
Yeah.
It's the spirit of the crow trickster.
MGM had a fun little Instagram April Fool's joke for From, and it listed some ridiculous. It like posted pictures with some ridiculous things about From season 4 or something like that. But it was so obvious it was a joke. Some people left comments saying that it was like it gave them a heart attack for a second. But I mean, come on, it was so obvious it was a joke.
The Godzilla company did a mean one. I think it was the Godzilla company, but someone put one out, one of the big media, social media accounts, that there was going to be a new Godzilla versus game coming out. Now, this is something that everyone's wanted for it's been 10 years or more since there's been one. And so people have just been dying for it. And there's one that has some Godzilla characters thrown in, but it's not quite the same. And so it was just cruel.
That's so mean.
Yeah.
That's so mean to do to the fans. I would be pissed if I were a fan. I would be pissed about that. That's not nice.
I got so excited at first. It looked so good. It was just one poster image, but it looked good. Now I'm sad.
Yeah, that sucks. That's not nice. I forget what MGM said in their post, but it was ridiculous things. It was a few ridiculous things. It was obvious it was fake. Doc, do you want to read any of this crow poetry?
Okay. All right, let's see. First one on here is, yeah, this one's fairly short. The Crow, a sonnet by John Clare. How peaceable it seems for lonely men to see a crow fly in the thin blue sky, over the woods and fields, or or level fen. It speaks of villages or cottages nigh. Behind the neighboring woods, when March winds high tear off the branches of the huge old oak. I love to see these chimney sweeps sail by and hear them o'er the gnarled forest croak. Then sosh askew from the hid woodman's stroke, that in the woods their daily labors ply. I love the sooty crow, nor would provoke its March day exercise of croaking joy. I love to see it sailing to and fro, while fields and woods and waters spread below. Sosh means a dip in flight, or to plunge suddenly by a crow. Did you want to read
I
one,
was
Julie?
muted. Oh, I was muted. That was beautiful.
Oh, thank you. I tried. I hadn't read it before, so.
It's nice. No, it's nice. I like it. Let's see. There are a few more. Well, there's a bunch. It's not okay. These aren't long though. I like the picture. Although it looks as black as night, the crow is really very bright and knows how to use tools and how to tell the wolves of where they now can find some prey on which to feed. That they're very clever birds indeed. You'd think that they might talk some more, but all they seem to say is caw. They are very bright, intelligent animals.
That was
They're
good.
very intelligent. They're very smart animals. That's right. This one was The Crow by Kelsey Thornton. John Clare was right. The Nightingale's PR gives him a clear advantage on the crow, whose singing's not the tunefulest I know. He's not the bird to suit the la-di-da, raucous, unruly, polished, fireback black, brushed from the heavens by the besom trees, riding the rippling tide of uneven seas. He dances like some Dionysiac, swarthy, dapper, bright-eyed, immaculate, like coal carved fresh from a mysterious mine. He struts the field, dress-suited, a malign, diplomat from an ancient consulate. Though he can't sing, there's no bird you can show to match the sheer charisma of the crow.
Beautiful. And that was a response, I think, to the one I just read.
Nice, because he was the vice president of the John Clare Society. And John
That
Clare.
makes sense. I didn't read
Yes.
that part.
Yes. Oh, Robert Frost.
Do you want me to read that one? Or do you
Sorry,
want
what?
Do you want to read that one?
Yeah, I love Robert Frost. This is a short one. Dust of snow. The way a crow shook down on me, the dust of snow from a hemlock tree, has given my heart a change of mood and saved some part of a day I rued. It's short and sweet. It's beautiful. I love Robert Frost poetry.
And that rhymed.
That rhymed. No, this is very short. Crow by Yosa Busan. They end their flight one by one, crows at dusk. That's it. It's a very short one.
There's Crows in the Spring by John Clare. The crow will tumble up and down at the first sight of spring, and in old trees around the town, rush winter from its wing. No longer flapping far away, to naked fen they fly, chill fair as on winter's day, but field and valley nigh. Where swains are stirring out to plow, and woods are just at hand, they seek the upland's sunny brow, and strut from land to land, and often flap their sooty wing, and start to neighboring tree, and seem to try always to sing, and almost speak in glee. The plowman hears and turns his head above to wonder why, and there a new nest nearly made proclaims the winter by.
Lovely.
I think that's all of them on this page.
I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's, yep, that's the last of that one. Nice. Nice find there, Doc.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love poetry, and wrote, yeah, that's a reference from another Robert Frost poem that Aimee mentioned. I love Robert Frost's poetry. My favorite poem of all time is one by Robert Frost, Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. Beautiful. Voice only fan theater. Anyway, and let's see. I don't know who you were talking about, Debbie, but thank you. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Doc has such a soothing voice. Oh, like I could be lulled to sleep by Doc reading poetry. It's so relaxing. It's so nice. And I mean that in a good way. It's relaxing.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's
soothing.
All right, you can reach me at 1-900. No.
It's a compliment, because I'm a nervous wreck. I'm an anxious person, so a soothing voice is a very positive thing for me. So anyway, I think we covered all the theories and ideas people posted, like stuff that people shared earlier, the stuff from the Discord. Is there anything else that you want to cover, Doc? Should we look into any other theories?
I pulled up theories from Reddit if we wanted to go that route.
Sure. Do you have the link to it? I can put it on the screen.
Let's see.
Do you want to?
First one. I haven't actually read any of these. I think this one. Let's see. What do we got here? Does it allow me to send a whole Google search? Because that's pretty much just what I did.
You can send whatever, like, if you have the link to this, whatever search thing you're going to read from.
And you want to post it to the FROMacademy?
Oh, Aimee. Okay.
Hi, Julie.
Hi, Aimee.
Hi. During the live, I made you a song with some of Dieter's lyrics for you.
Oh, no way. That's awesome.
Oh, that's right. We have
Aimee.
songs to play.
It's in the chat.
Hi.
Oh,
nice, Aimee. I see it now. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you.
You're welcome. You deserve it.
You're a sweetheart. I'll pull that up too.
Thank
That's
you.
awesome. It'll just take me a minute because I've got to reload. Oh, here we go. I don't need to reload the page. Oh, never mind. I already pressed reload, so it's reloading. How are you doing, Aimee? Did you say you're sick too? Aimee, you there?
Okay, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm really bad about having myself muted, but
that's okay.
but I'm doing okay. I just had like a sinus infection and it's going into my chest a little bit. My daughter too. I don't know if it's allergies or like maybe allergies making it worse, you know.
Oh yeah, it's hard to
I
tell
gotta
this time of
blow
year.
I gotta blow my nose and it's like infection color and stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, that sucks.
Been there, did that
Well,
about a month ago.
Really?
Hmm. Not fun.
Yeah. It makes me
well,
nauseous.
well, that sucks. Hope you feel better soon.
Thank
A
you.
lot seems like everyone's getting sick right now. Everyone's getting sick
Yeah.
at once.
Yeah. It's springtime, so probably a lot of pollen.
Yeah. Oh yeah, the allergy situation.
Hmm. Oh
The
yeah.
allergy situation. You know, I used to have really bad spring allergies,
Oh
but
really?
it's really, yeah, but it's really not. It's not much of an issue anymore. It's a minor like a minor annoyance. That's it at this point.
Oh,
So,
okay.
um,
Yeah.
oh, this is super sweet. Okay, I finally got it loaded. This is really sweet, Aimee.
Oh, thank you. I'll mute myself for a minute.
Okay, I'll just play it. I'll play it now. This is super sweet, and it's got a lady in red, my favorite color, and with K-pop dancers behind her. She knows I love K-pop. I'm a K-pop fan. That's so cool. Okay, so I'm gonna play this. I'm gonna play this. Let me know if there's any issue hearing it, but you should be able to. Everyone should be able to hear it.
Julie's got that fire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Oh. She's burning with desire. I came to dance, 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 dance. Julie's got that vibe, she's got that chance. Legs on fire, but she's still moving fast. She laughs through the pain, she's built to last. Julie limps, but she's rocking the game. Legs on fire, she's never feeling tame. Pain can't stop her, she laughs it away. She kicks it with style every single day. Got jokes? Nah, she laughs it back. She's on the move, no time to crack. Kick it with style, feeling so free. Julie's on fire, come and see. Julie, oh, she's on fire. Kicking it high, taking it higher. Ain't got jokes, but she laughs back. She's got the spark, no time to crack. Julie, oh, don't you stop. Dancing through the pain, rising to the top. She's got the moves that smile so bright. Every step's a rhythm, feeling so right. Fire in her heart, but her vibe's so cool. Julie's breaking rules, she's nobody's fool. She's the friend you want, the one who's near. With her by your side, you got no fear. Her laugh's like sunshine, warm and light. Julie's the spark that makes everything right. She's looking at her red dress, getting it right, shaking her booty. Moving all night with every step, she's taking the lead. Julie's got the power, indeed, indeed. Ain't got jokes, now she laughs it back. She's on the move, no time to crack. Kicking with style, feeling so free. Julie's on fire, come and see. Julie, oh, she's on fire. Kicking it high, taking it higher. Ain't got jokes, but she laughs back. She's got the spark, no time to crack. Julie, oh, don't you stop. Dancing through the pain, rising to the top. She's a good friend, feeling so warm with Julie round. You weather the storm, her laugh's a melody. Bright and sweet, she lifts you up, can't be beat. Julie, oh, she's on fire. Kicking it high, taking it higher. Pain got jokes, she laughs back. She's got that spark, no time to crack. Julie, oh, don't you stop. Dancing through the pain, rising to the top. Right. Can't you see? She's taking over, wild and free. No time for pain, she's got that power. Julie's on top every single hour.
That was good. That was catchy and fun and really sweet.
Oh my God. Aimee, that was the sweetest thing. You're gonna make me cry. I'm gonna really try not to. That was
Aw.
absolutely heartwarming. I really appreciate it. You are the sweetest. Wow. And you
You're
you did it,
welcome.
and you did it in the I love K-pop. That's like the exact style of K-pop I would listen to also. Right down to the super high note toward the end. Like that's exactly the kind of stuff they do that gets me really revved up with the high
Oh
note.
yeah.
And just the message of it was just the sweetest thing. Oh my God.
Oh, you're welcome. Dieter had given me some of the lyrics, like a little short rap, so I decided to make a song out of it.
Well,
Yeah,
thank you. Oh my
you're
God.
welcome.
So it's not easy doing all this through pain nonstop.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's constant pain.
I'm so
A lot of people.
sorry.
Thanks. It's a lot of people wouldn't know that from my online persona, that I may not sound like I'm in pain, but I am. It's just that this community gives me the energy to it's really the only time you're going to hear me sounding upbeat like this. In my daily life, just talking to people, you wouldn't even recognize my vocal tone at all. I don't have this kind of energy or enthusiasm for anything. This channel in the community gave that back to me, so it's just a lifeline. And this is so sweet. This really means a lot. And you're just a lovely human being, Aimee. We appreciate having you as part of this community, because you add so much to it with your kindness and your compassion, truly.
Agreed.
So,
Thank you so much. I'm glad you enjoy it.
oh, you're welcome, and thank you. We're just glad that you're here, and we can be a support system for each other. You guys are all a support system for me, and I find that we all kind of seem to have struggles in these fandoms, that we're drawn to these shows. Many of us have more struggles than the average person, and we're drawn to these shows for that reason, and then we can lean on each other. So that's a beautiful thing. That's the best part about all this. Not any particular TV show. It's not just about that. So, wow.
A little
I
escapism never hurt.
a little escapism, right? Little escapism. It's been a lifeline for me, and community. Oh, the sense of community from all these awesome people. It's just amazing. And it's a chance to be creative and put our minds on something other than what we're struggling with. Make theories and share ideas and have great conversations. So, yeah. Teeter says, Aimee, I want an audiobook from you. Aimee has a really nice voice. Yeah. She has a really nice speaking voice. Doing good, Aimee, Teeter says. Take over the stream. I'm glad you pointed that out. That link was in the chat, because I don't always spot everything, and hyperlinks, for some reason in StreamYard I can't click on hyperlinks, so I went over to my YouTube tab and I did that. Anyway, we also have Michael's song here that is The Crows and the Tree. I figured maybe we could play that next. Let's see. And it's on theme for tonight.
Yeah, put it together while the stream was going on. So I was quiet for the first half hour or so.
Nice. That's cool. That's cool. Just in honor of Crow and Raven Night. Perfect.
Pretty much.
That's great. Great job, Toby. Yeah, Aimee Tobeans. That's a new one. A new version of her name. So I'm gonna share my screen again for that, for yours, Michael. And let's see. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself this time. I forgot to last time. Hopefully the treadmill wasn't too loud in the background.
Yeah, you were fine.
Headlights cut through the rolling haze. Empty road, just dust and fate. A fallen tree, black wings take flight. A warning sign in dead twilight. Hemmed in by the forest loam. You can turn around, but you can't go home. The crows above, the wood below are neither foes nor friends nor guides. They watch you cross, they watch you go. They guard the place where worlds divide. The town's a cage, go stray or swerve. It doesn't matter, the roads all curve. The signs all fade, the sky turns black. You try to leave, but poof, you're back. Hemmed in by the forest loam. You can turn around, but you can't go home. The crows above, the wood below are neither foes nor friends nor guides. They watch you cross, they watch you go. They guard the place where worlds divide. The monsters stir when night falls deep. Bound to the town, they hunt and creep. We're trapped with them, but they're caught too. Stuck in routines, there's nothing new. The crows above, the wood below are neither foes nor friends nor guides. They watch you cross, they watch you go. They guard the place where worlds divide. They watch you cross, they watch you go. They guard the place where worlds divide.
It was good.
Nice.
I whistle.
Nice, Michael. I like that a lot. It's
Not too
very
bad for
befitting. It's very befitting the haunting nature of the show, you know, the tone of the show, the style of it fits, the lyrics fit perfectly. Definitely fits with the way I see the crows in terms of the, you know, guarding that spot, guarding that crossway, that crossroads, into this place. And yeah, you can turn around, but you can't go home. That's a great line. And the whole watcher, they're watching, the idea of the crow as the watcher entity, the emphasis on the watching. I like that. So that's how I view the crows. We're supposed to view them as watchers based on the, point of view shots of the crows looking down on vehicles entering, looking down from their perspective. I think that's that very shot. It's influencing us to look at them as this watcher entity from the very beginning, and then they do it again when the ambulance shows up too.
And kind of a witness of the crossing, I think, is one of the ways that I think ChatGPT put it.
Yeah. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah. It's amazing what this stuff can come up with, what this software can do. It's really remarkable, and you just pulled this together during the live.
Uh-huh.
So cool. It's so cool.
I have a small album going now, I guess.
Yeah, you've got a bunch now that you got multiple. How many do you have now for From? Like a whole playlist going.
About 8, and then a couple of alternate versions.
Nice. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool.
And
It's
I'm
so
sure there'll be
cool.
more.
Yeah. Yeah, like the Yellow Man. That yeah, the Yellow Man was amazing too.
And so far, nobody's guessed what that was based on.
Really? Wow.
There's a sea shanty called the Wellerman, which is, I guess, kind of an old, I can't remember if it's like Scottish or Irish or something, but I think it's fairly popular. But one day I was just kind of re-listening to it, and then just kind of in the back of my head, and just kind of like, well, that sounds a lot like the Yellow Man, and so that's kind of where that ended up coming from. So I ended up using kind of the same cadence and kind of form and style and that sort of thing, just with kind of more Fromish lyrics. Turned out pretty good.
Cool. Yeah, I think it turned out great. And using AI as tools, it's not as easy as some might think. You have to know what to feed into it to get it to turn out the way that you want, regardless of what it is you're making. It's not as easy as it seems. It took me so many tries to get my channel avatar designed using an AI tool. It took me many tries over several hours before I landed on the avatar for my channel. So you have to feed just the right things into whatever it is you're using, whatever you're creating, whatever tool it is. Yeah, it's not so simple. It really isn't.
Yeah, I've been using ChatGPT for the lyrics, and then kind of as an iterative process where it'll kind of give me some ideas for a hook, and then I'll actually usually change a bunch of the lyrics to kind of suit my particular, I guess, content preferences and rhyming schemes and that sort of thing. And then a lot of it ends up being, stuff that I wrote, but kind of based on, kind of some interesting ideas that it kind of put out in its version. Although its version was usually a little kind of basic and generic, and I was like, And then kind of rewrote a bunch of the verses and particular lines and whatnot.
Right. Being able to tweak it like that, that's cool.
Yeah, a lot of times I'll just kind of like feed it back in and like, have these two lines, and then I'm not quite sure what to do for the third line, but here's the fourth line, and then it'll try to like fill in the third line, and I'll kind of tweak that a little bit. It's a fun process.
Yeah, I've had a few people have made me really lovely songs via this kind of software, like Mackie Valve and Aimee and Doc. Doc makes music this way too, so it's really cool.
I use Udio or Udio mostly, but yeah, I play with Suno too.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool tool. Once you have the lyrics, it'll do a pretty much all the arrangement, the vocals, the instrumentals, and all that stuff. And you can, have it do a couple different, tries of it and see if it gives you kind of the tone and pacing and all that sort of thing that you're looking for. Then I just usually end up making like the one or two that I like actually public, and there's 10 or 15 that were just kind of or a few that were just complete garbage or just totally screwed up the lyrics or some other thing.
Yeah, AI tech, it's still very flawed and a work in progress. So it has
It's hit or miss, but it's getting better.
It's getting better and better in a shockingly fast amount of time.
Mhm.
But you see like AI pictures, they tend to have like extra fingers for some reason and all
It
kinds of
depends
other
on the
weird
models.
things.
Some of them are getting better about that sort of thing. But yeah, there's still things that definitely go sideways pretty easily.
Yeah. I don't know why they like to add extra fingers. It's weird. Aimee said she writes her lyrics and gets ChatGPT's help and put the chords in and designs a song around the chords. Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Wow. So Aimee writes lyrics too for it. That's awesome. Add on to the existing lyric ideas using ChatGPT. That's so cool. Yeah. I noticed this becoming really popular all of a sudden. I was like, how are people doing this? All of a sudden, everyone's making AI songs, and but it's just become so popular in a short period of time. And I didn't even see any of this stuff until like late 2024. All of a sudden, it's just everywhere, and now everybody's doing it. It's
I think
it's
now
awesome.
the models are getting good enough that it actually can do it pretty passably. I mean,
Oh, absolutely.
Suno V3.5 is pretty good. There's a V4, which I guess is still kind of a pro-ish version, which I haven't paid for, but I did get at least a couple of free tries at it, which were actually pretty good. I think one of them was one of the Yellow Man versions, which I liked a lot. But again, yeah, the models are definitely getting a lot better, so that's probably
Yeah.
helped quite a bit.
Yeah, Suno's actually becoming pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although it does still screw up a bit.
I'm sure. Yeah. Yeah, the tech is evolving at a fast rate though. So it's improving exponentially over a short period of time. So this is cool to see what people can create with it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I really enjoyed seeing this, in the fandom, all these people creating really cool songs of all different styles, and it's awesome. I personally don't have the ability to write music myself, so I would need something like this to help me with it. And I can't play any instrument well enough to do it. So, like one thing that I could do is actually write lyrics, but I wouldn't be able to do anything else. So this is where a tool like this could help me because I
Oh, yeah,
wouldn't know
absolutely.
how to do the rest of it.
Yeah, I
This is
literally started doing it like a week ago or so, maybe 2 weeks.
oh really? No, that recent. Wow, you've already
Yeah.
got all these songs. It's cool.
Yeah, I mean, with ChatGPT and just kind of going back and forth a little bit and fixing some of its screw ups and putting in some of my own lyrics and rhymes and fixing the rhythm on a few things, and then just taking that and putting it
Right.
into Suno and doing a couple generations.
Yeah, Suno can write the whole song without your help, but I don't see that as too much fun. Well, that means even more that you actually you didn't have Suno write the whole song for me, Aimee. That's even more meaningful. That's so sweet that you did that for me. I truly appreciate it. It means the world. And she wanted to know if you ever jam out to your own songs, Michael.
Oh, absolutely. A couple days ago, I actually put on the playlist and literally just listened through the entire thing and all the alternates. And yeah, it was actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, I would. Sure. Yeah, see you later, Dieter. We're showing Terminator 3 in the Discord tonight. That will be at I think 10 p.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. Eastern time, 10 p.m. We're showing Terminator 3. Last week we showed Terminator 2. we show all kinds of fun things. I mean, sometimes, we have a whole list of things we want to show in terms of movies and series that are similar to From and Severance. So we've got that stuff, but we've also just got random stuff that we watch, like Terminator movies. There are many movies, many famous movies that I've never seen. It's becoming a running joke on here. So this is a good way to cross some of them off the list. And I hadn't seen any of the Terminator movies until we started doing watch parties. So we're doing Terminator 3. Okay, I just checked. It is 10 p.m. Eastern, Terminator 3. And we often wind up watching something else after. Last week we watched Fallout. We watched a couple episodes of Fallout. And then Aimee streamed a movie after that, which was a really fun one called what the hell was it? I don't remember. Cursed. It was called Cursed. Yeah, that was a fun werewolf themed movie. So sometimes we'll start a watch party for one thing, and then it'll just turn into something else and something else. So that if anybody wants to join us, the link to the Discord, if you're not already in there, is in the description of this video. And yeah, see you later, Dieter. Take care of yourself. Feel better.
Good night, Dieter.
And good night, Aimee. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Thank you so much again. Yeah, thank you so much again for the beautiful song. That was just absolutely lovely and heart melting.
Oh, you're welcome. I hope you guys have a good night.
You too, Aimee.
Okay,
see you soon.
Bye.
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 So what else was I going to say? Okay. So our next live is going to be on Monday. Monday we're going to do I'm thinking another call-in live for Severance, just to continue the conversation a little bit longer, milk whatever we can out of it, because I already missed Severance. And Lori, Real Cinema Therapy, our friend Lori from the Real Cinema Therapy channel, she was supposed to join us last Monday, but could not due to Wi-Fi problems. So hopefully she'll be able to join us this Monday as a guest, provided she doesn't have any more internet issues. And Grant Gregory was also not able to join last Monday, but this Monday probably can, I think, hopefully. So that would be cool. And anyone else who wants to call in and share your ideas, we'll do that Monday at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. I figure one last Severance theory related live. We can just discuss whatever we want to discuss related to the show and season 3 predictions. And then I'm not sure if, I'm still not 100% sure, but I think next Wednesday we might be pausing the From Rewatch for next week and not doing it, pushing it to the next week. Next Wednesday we might do our live on the UUR, which is the free audiobook and free ebook that you can get from Apple, the Apple Store, related to Severance. And if you don't know where to get it, I can post links to it. If you have trouble getting it from Apple, I can post links to where you can get the audiobook and the ebook in the Discord, in the Severance channel. It's a companion piece that was made for the Severance fans by the show, with the actual actor who plays Rickon narrating it. We're going to do a whole discussion of it and have some fun with it. It's going to be a really fun stream. I think right now I'm leaning toward doing it next Wednesday and pausing the From Rewatch and resuming the From Rewatch the following week. But I'll keep you posted early next week when we know for sure. I'll let you know. But I do know for sure that we're going to have a Severance stream on Monday where we discuss theories and predictions. So that one is a definite. Other than that, if you haven't checked out my Severance deep dive into the finale, that's the latest video on my channel for you Severance fans. It's got all my predictions for season 3 in it and my interpretation of the finale. So there's that. Aimee says she's going to be watching the new season of The Last of Us. good to know, because I think I'm probably going to be covering it. I can't give you,
Yeah.
I can't say 100% yet, but I think I'm going to be covering it. Yeah, I'm almost positive at this point that I am. And it's not something Scarlet is a fan of, and I completely understand. We're not always going to be able to agree on every show that we want to cover, and that's just normal. I mean, you look at like Jeremy Ice and Fire's channel, and he covers different shows with different people. Sometimes if they're not into that show, then he just, someone else will hop on with him, and that's fine. I'm thinking I'm probably going to do that, but I will let you know when I know 100% for sure. It's coming out a week from Sunday, I believe. And so if I am covering it, I would want to start doing a weekly live stream for it, most likely Mondays that week. So I think, like, what is this? What's the date? So Doc, you like The Last of Us, right?
Yep, I can join at 1.
Okay, cool. Cool. Well, you know me, late night streamer, so I'll still be streaming. It's coming back. I believe it's coming back April 13th, if I'm not mistaken, Sunday, April 13th. And I don't know, Monday might be crowded for streamers covering it. It might be too much competition. So I don't know. If I do cover it, I might have to switch nights and do the From Rewatch on Monday instead of Wednesday, starting on the 14th. And then on Wednesday, do a stream for The Last of Us. But I'll keep everyone posted on that. I'm watching season 1 for the first time right now. Never saw it before. It's very dark. It's very heavy. It's not going to be something I'm obsessed with to the same extent as From and Severance. I don't see myself doing marathon length live streams on it, but it's a really fantastic, beautifully done show, even though it's pretty brutal to watch, to be honest. It is
Yeah,
brutal.
I was impressed.
It's beautifully done. It is. Acting is stellar. It's impressive. It's an amazing show. So as it stands now, unless the rest of season 1 really pisses me off for some reason or goes off a cliff, then I'll most likely be covering season 2, doing a weekly live on that, and I'll keep everyone posted on that. And if that's the case, then that will take the place of the Severance streams. This is part of the reason why I'm thinking next week we'll pause the From Rewatch and do 2 Severance streams, because I want to keep room in the schedule for potentially a first Last of Us stream in the following week. So that's what I'm thinking as of now. But we'll still be continuing that week. We will go back to the From Rewatch. In addition, we're not going to stop doing it. So one night will be The Last of Us, most likely. It's not definite yet. Another night will be the From Rewatch. So it'll be Mondays and Wednesdays. I just don't know which will be which at this point, but I will let you know. Those are our usual streaming nights anyway. So there will be that, and we will continue with our FROMacademy lives on Friday, as usual. And when Doug comes back from his trip in Spain, and also Poland, I think, when Doug comes back, then he can make his appearances whenever he would like to join us, and that's often on Fridays on FROMacademy nights. So we'll still be doing our story time with Doug segments when Doug is available. So
Yeah.
can't get enough of that. That never gets old. Night, Aimee. So I'm glad to see some of this same fandom here also watches The Last of Us, because I've been wondering about that. I did a poll in my YouTube posts to try to ascertain like how many people would actually show up if I do live streams. Not that I need a giant crowd, but I need more than, like, I would like, ideally, if I'm going to go to the effort, I put in a lot of effort into preparing for live streams. If I'm going to do that, I would like to at least have more than 5 people, for example. Like, I'd like to have over 10. If I had like 20 people, that would be fine. Even even like 15 people, that would be fine. As long as people are contributing and chatting a lot, then that's fine with me. It doesn't need to be a giant crowd, and I don't expect it to be at all. Starting with a new show, you're always starting from scratch, no matter how many subscribers you have, like Tony always says. We didn't have as many people for Severance as we did for From, and that's understandable, but we always had great conversations, great discussions. So as long as it's more than like 5 people, then I'll be happy with that. So we'll see how it goes. I did a poll, and it was kind of not enough people participated in the poll to give me a real clear idea of how the lives would go. So I can't really judge based on the poll. The majority did say yes, they would watch lives for The Last of Us. Huh?
The poll, what were the results?
I can't remember the exact result, but I do remember the majority, it was like 58% said they would watch live streams, and what was the other percent?
Oh, for the crows, I meant.
Oh, for the crows.
Sorry.
I'm like, okay, let's check out the crows. Let's take one last look at the before I close out that poll. I'll reload. I have to reload the page to get the latest update on the crow poll. Anyway, there was a slim majority in my poll on whether people would watch The Last of Us lives. There was a slim majority saying they would watch, and then the rest said no, they don't watch that show. But not enough people participated for me to really get a good idea of it. It was only like 19 people who voted, so I'm not going to make my decision based on that. I'm just going to, if I like the show enough for the rest of season 1, then I'm just going to go ahead and do it and see what happens. I heard that Jeremy Ice and Fire is covering The Last of Us season 2. He and I share a lot of the same community. So if his community is watching his lives, then maybe they would come to mine, as long as they're not on the same night. Gives me an idea of whether or not it would be worth doing these things, live streams for that. Just because I put a massive amount of work into lives. I don't just show up. I take massive screenshots and notes. What were you going to say?
So interestingly, I started a conversation with Brock about our viewer demographics, and asked it what shows that are coming out that are not coming out on Netflix that might appeal to our audience. Top among them was The Last of Us on Max. Then it was The Walking Dead, Dead City on AMC. Then it was Yellow Jackets on Paramount Plus. We're a little late to that. Then The Bondsman on Prime Video, which I think just premiered a couple days ago. And then we also have The Institute.
What was it called?
Out. The Bondsman. Bondsman. I haven't heard of that one.
Okay. Yeah, me neither. And then
it's a
what else?
supernatural series. It centers on a bounty hunter who returns from the dead with demonic powers. It's a mix of horror, supernatural intrigue, and a dark, mysterious narrative that offers the kind of chilling, otherworldly appeal that From viewers enjoy, with a fresh twist on the genre.
Interesting. I'll have to
Sounds
look
like
into
might
that.
be more action oriented. I'm not sure. I haven't seen a trailer for it.
I'll have to look into it. And was there another show that you were going to mention? I forget. Wasn't there another one in the list?
There's a Stephen King show, The Institute, that Jack Bender is going to be directing on. And someone posted something about a Carrie miniseries.
Okay. That's cool.
Yeah, The Institute I'm really interested in.
Yeah. Interesting. Oh, it's a science fiction. It's based on a science fiction horror novel. When is that coming out?
There's no definitive date yet, last we checked.
Oh, damn. I was hoping it would be soon, because that sounds like something that This concept sounds like something that would be up my alley personally. I'm trying to load the full synopsis here, but it says, oh yeah, Luke Ellis, whose parents are murdered, wakes up at the Institute in a room that looks just like his own, except there's no window. Outside his door are other doors, behind which are other kids who got there the same way Luke did. Holy shit. Yeah, this is exactly the kind of concept I love. I love that kind of shit. Psychological horror, sci-fi. Oh my god. I love people like stories about people who are trapped under mysterious supernatural circumstances. I'm obsessed with anything related to that. Hence why I love From, Severance, why I loved 1899, Persons Unknown, The Society. I love this kind of shit. So that's too bad that there's no release date, because I would totally cover that in a heartbeat. I wouldn't even have to. I don't even need to see a trailer. Like I would cover it just by reading that, just based on that. Wow, that's really interesting. Well, the fact that it doesn't even say a year is it might not even be this year, because Welcome to Derry has been listed as 2025 for a really long time, and there's still no release date. The Institute doesn't even have a year listed here. That's a bad sign.
Could
But
we start
whenever
maybe
it does
doing
eventually
like
come
a?
out.
We could start covering the book, and
We
that would
could.
get you an edge in the algorithm. But I don't know if it'd get
Yeah, we
many
could.
viewers at the beginning.
And the only problem is when you read the source material before you see a series,
Kind of ruins
then
it
if
a
they
little
stick to the
sometimes.
source material, it spoils surprises. If they stick to the source material, and I do like to be surprised. I hate spoilers, but hey Trace, nice to see you.
Hello.
With Alice, yeah, look it up with Alice. The Last of Us, it's a post-apocalyptic drama that takes place in the aftermath of a catastrophic pandemic that led to the creation of essentially what amount to zombies. They're kind of like zombies, but they're people who were infected by this horrible fungal virus, and it triggers an apocalypse, and then what we see the aftermath and people who are trying to survive. A guy and a young girl who have to travel across the country together. That's the basic premise for it, and they're traveling through really dangerous territory. And every episode is just more more drama, more danger that they're going to deal with, and it's an intense show. But it's not all intensity and darkness. It does have humor in it. It actually does. The teenage girl who's one of the leads is, constantly cracking jokes and being annoying, irritating him, getting on his nerves, and it's a fun dynamic. I really like their relationship. It's cute, and I think she's a riot personally. So I think that helps lighten the mood. If she wasn't in it, really there wouldn't be anything but bleakness. But she really makes it. She makes a big difference. Samuel, yeah, great opportunity for new viewers, even if less current viewers watch it. Right? Yeah, I got new people found my channel because of Severance. So I had some of the same awesome people, and then some new people found me too. Mutated cordyceps, which is real and infects ants. Yeah, ooh, it's horrifying to think of. Like, if it's possible that could mutate and actually infect people for real. I don't know what the science is on that, but that's a terrifying prospect. Anyway, on that cheery note, that's most likely the next current show that we're going to cover here on this channel, other than The Residents. We are going to continue. Oh, that's right. I forgot to when I was talking about the schedule for upcoming weeks, I forgot to point that out. We are, of course, still going to be covering the residents. So on Friday nights, we'll continue to do a discussion of the residents, 2 episodes at a time, 2 hours before we start FROMacademy. I thought that it worked. It worked well tonight. It would have worked a little better if we had started on time. We're going to try to start on time the next one, so we can start FROMacademy at 12:30. Because other than that, we did well. We actually got through it quickly. We didn't take forever to break down 2 whole episodes, which it's nothing short of a miracle with this channel. But we can do it. It's possible to do it, and not every show has to be dissected on the same level either. So anyway, so we're going to still do that, of course, and we'll continue doing watch parties. On Tuesday, we'll have a watch party for episodes 3 and 4 of The Residents in the Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to watch along with us, that'll be Tuesday, 10 p.m. Eastern in the Discord. You can join the Discord in the description of this video. There's a link. And we're not gonna. So we may be pausing the From Rewatch next week and resuming it the following week. So I'll keep you posted on that, though. Our next live will be Monday. We'll do another discussion on Severance, the finale, the season as a whole, season 3 predictions. People can call in and share their thoughts. Hopefully, Lori, Real Cinema Therapy, can join us. Hopefully, Gregory can join us. Anybody else who wants to join us, you're more than welcome. You can call in, and because they were supposed to join us last Monday, but they couldn't. Things got in the way. But other than that, I think we pretty much covered everything. Yeah, Samuel. Scientists say it's impossible because we're too warm for the fungus to grow in us for now. Yeah, hopefully that doesn't change in time. Anyway, yeah, I think that should just about do it.
Mad scientist challenge accepted.
Oh God, let's not. Yeah. So I think we had a great discussion. Thank you for all your hard work and effort, Doc, for all of your hard work on preparing such interesting information on the crows and the ravens and all the mythology surrounding that and topics of discussion for theory talk. Really appreciate it. That was so fun.
Thank you. If you want, I can close this off. I got 8 life lessons to learn from the crows and from. They're very brief.
Sure.
My cat is harassing me right now. Sure. All right, let's see. All right, so first one, lessons from the crows. Number 1, stay alert. Crows signal danger subtly, teaching us to heed life's quiet warnings. 2, adapt smartly. Their intelligence highlights the value of resourcefulness in tough times. 3, face mortality. Linked to death, they urge us to accept and live fully despite it. 4, handle scrutiny. Their watchfulness shows how to thrive under pressure or judgment. 5, life's duality. Crows blend threat and hope, reflecting the complex nature of existence. 6, embrace mystery. The ambiguity mirrors life's unanswered questions, encouraging acceptance. 7, connection versus isolation. Their presence contrasts the character struggles, underscoring community's strength. And 8, power and resistance. As agents or guides, they comment on navigating control with defiance.
Nice. I like it. Very cool.
There, figured we could close it off with some on a positive note.
Yeah. Yeah,
Little
on positive
ominous.
notes.
Positive, kind of.
Kind of. Oh, and I ended the poll. The final result of the poll. on what is the nature of the crows. The winning result was actually neither good nor evil. Barometer, so neither / barometers of the bizarre won with 42% of the vote. 36% said good or helpful, and 21% said not good or unhelpful. So thank you to everyone who participated. I always like doing the polls; they're fun. So
Yeah.
and thanks for all of your participation in the chat, sharing your ideas and theories on crows and ravens, and but it's always fun to have these conversations and make it interactive like that. So, everyone's ideas, thoughts, it's always fun to discuss. And Robert will be listening on the replay, so hopefully he'll enjoy hearing us break down his theory. And sometime we'd like to have him on the panel to discuss. I mean, he has many theories about all kinds of things. We'll just have to have a special live that's a bit earlier so that he can join us, and we could make that happen. I hope we can do that. Jack's theory was terrific, and it's hard to argue with, honestly. Any of the points that he makes, it's pretty airtight. So, and so yeah, appreciate Michael here and Aimee who joined the panel as well, of course. Thank you to everybody who's joined us.
Good times were had by all.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, Michael, and sharing your thoughts and ideas, and that song that was so fitting for the night. Appreciate it.
Glad you liked it.
It was awesome. It was perfect. So we had a little of everything here tonight. We had crow themed poetry, songs, mythology, theories, just everything you could possibly.
Visual
artwork, photos from the show. So we had a little of everything. So I think it was a success. Good night with Alice. And Samuel said crows work with predators like wolves to catch prey. Mutualism. I think they're opportunists who can flip loyalty. Ooh, interesting. Interesting
Intriguing.
thought to leave us with. Yeah. One last thought in there. Nice. Thank you guys so much for showing up and participating. I really appreciate it. And everyone who checked out our coverage of The Residents earlier, I really appreciate that, because I understand that it's a Netflix bingeable show, so a lot of people aren't going to bother. But I do appreciate everybody who showed up and participated and just hung out with us for that, even though I'm guessing a lot of people probably already watched the whole thing, and we're in the slim minority who are taking it slow, but I appreciate that. We're going to continue covering it, and we'll figure out when we know what our topic is going to be for next week's FROMacademy. We will announce it and post that in the Discord, and I'll make a YouTube post in my community tab too. So we got to discuss that still. We don't know yet, but we'll let you know. Oh. And yes, huh?
Oh, no, I'm glad I'm actually glad that you introduced me to The Residents. It's really fun, and it's actually a nice change, kind of, from the darkness of some of the other shows that we've been watching. And I just showed it to my fiance, and he seemed to enjoy it too.
Nice. I'm glad you like it. It's a very different tone than anything else that we normally watch and cover and discuss on here. It's a murder mystery, but it's got strong comedic elements, zany comedy, and so it's nice to have a lighter tone. I enjoy it. I think it's a lot of fun. So we're gonna keep discussing it, and we'll do another watch party Tuesday night for episodes 3 and 4 for anybody who wants to watch with us in the Discord. And yes, please smash or gently press the like button on the way out if you haven't already. Thank you, Samuel, for your support.
And thank you to Dieter as well for being the awesome manager. And thank you to Scott for being an awesome mod in the chat. I know that Scott's already in bed, but thank you and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dieter, for everything you're doing. Even not feeling well, still popping in the chat off and on here. Thank you so much. You do so much for the channel and the Discord. Thank you, Dieter. And then thank you, Scott, who's already in bed, and Panda Kalima, our newest Rockstar mod as well. And join Discord for all the news. Yeah. And join Discord for all the news on the channel, FROMacademy, live streams, new videos, and watch parties. Yes, I post announcements in there every week on everything going on with the schedule for that week. And also, if you join, you'll get notifications for live streams, videos, watch parties, all that stuff. So join Discord if you're not in there already to keep up with all that stuff. And the link is in the description of the video. And oh, sorry, Dieter. Trying to survive at the moment. I'm sorry. Take care of yourself. Feel better. Get lots of rest. And everyone else who's currently sick at the moment, everyone else in the fandom who said they're also sick, hope you all feel better. And if you feel like joining us, if anyone feels like it, we're watching Terminator 3 in the Discord at 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. So that'll be coming up before you know it. So I need to get off here and take care of myself. And thank you again to everybody. Appreciate all of you. And thank you, Doc,
Thank you,
again.
Julie. Thank you, Scarlett. Thank you, Michael, for being here and having me.
Well, it's always a pleasure to have you. And let us know whenever you are here, like if you do start like working on anything new for your channel, please let us know so we can promote it, so we can let everybody know about it. Keep us posted.
Oh, definitely. I will shamelessly promote the heck out of it.
Good. Do,
Thank you.
please do. Okay. All right. So everybody, I hope everyone has a good day or a good night and a great weekend. And we'll see you next time.
Night all.
Good night.
Good night.
Julie, hi. It's me. Why am I screaming? It's me, David Alpay.
Hey Julie, it is also Julie here, name twin.
Hi JulieBDeepDives, it is Avery who plays Sarah on From. I just want to say thank you so much for watching and supporting the show, and I also want to give a shout out to your co-host, Scarlet of Many Names.
Hey Julie.
Hi Julie B. Julie B. Scotty McCord here. How are you? Hi. Finally, I get to connect with JulieBDeepDives.
Julie B. My child. It is I, Father Khatri. But Julie B, I understand you are rocking it on the old YouTubes, and I appreciate you. We, as a Fromily, appreciate you like you wouldn't believe. And we are so thankful for everything you do and all the love and energy that you put out there into the universe.
Julie, you're awesome. You work so hard. I wish we were friends in high school. You could have helped me with my, literature essays, my critical essays, because you are so deep and thorough. Keep doing what you're doing, and I'll see you around.
Thank you for what you're doing, and keep at it, and I know you got this. You know you got this. Keep at it. Take care.
Congratulations to you guys on all your success of your YouTube channel, and I'm wishing you all the best in 2025.
Anyway, Julie, I just want to say, keep going, keep on keeping on. You got this.
Holding Julie B, protecting Julie B. With big muscle car hugs, there's the bottle tree. Keeping you protected. That's for you. That's for you and for all your brilliance and for everything that you've given from and helped make it what it is. So, Julie B, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for season 4. We'll see you in season 4. It's coming. Hold tight. Maybe binge the show until we get there. Dive deeper. Julie B's Deeper Dive. You're doing great. It's amazing. Bless you. And we'll see you in season 4. Don't stream and drive.
Father Khatri thanks you for watching. Sean Majumder, the actor who couldn't be here right now, but he wanted to let you know he's very thankful. And I hope you feel better. I know you will. Keep your chin up. And I wish you all the best. Take care. Season 4 is going to be fucking bananas. Be well.